It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Good time, gang. Everybody's here. Greg was off yesterday, back today, and fired up, ready to go for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Just a quick reminder, Killy Vanilli was with us earlier in the week, and the Wheel of Meat did spin, so that is off the table this week. I know a lot of you look forward to that, but no Wheel of Meat. It's been done. Just updating you, because we'll get calls during the show. Y'all done the Wheel of Meat? Yes, we have. We have got a lot going on today. There's a lot out there in the old world, and we'll go through all of that. Yeah, and by the way, just real quick, got a lot of great emails on the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge check presentation yesterday from all of you that support Make-A-Wish Alabama. $4,000 was raised in last month's charity charge. This coming Monday, we have another charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, so we look forward to giving you another great update. So many great charities have benefited from you going out and enjoying some great food at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is, look at here, Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Greg's back.
Hey, look at little Gregory.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man, you shaved and everything. Look at you.
No, I didn't.
Huh? I'm just kidding. I see.
Hey, where you been?
Hey, Bucky's.
Please tell me that he hasn't been there this morning.
I think he has.
I
think
don't know.
They had the best diesel price.
Bubba just walked in. For those of you that have no idea what we're talking about, and he had a Bucky's back.
I think he went there. He's done that. He's gone before.
I know he has.
Come at early bird.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
if you don't want a crowd, that's the time to go.
Early beaver, I should say.
There.
No, it's Bucky's.
You think he's got a bag of nuggets?
You wanted to call them
Beaver nugs.
Yeah, that's what they are.
They're
Beaver
good.
nugs.
I don't know if they go Beaver nugs. I don't know if they do that. Huh?
Beaver nugs. They're really good, though.
I saw Little Man has a new truck.
Yeah, how you like that?
Huh?
How you like that color?
Navy blue.
Yeah, it looks good. I've
like
never had
that.
a blue vehicle.
You
Have
haven't?
you not?
I have not.
I don't think I have.
No, I love it.
That's good. I saw a little something you put out on social media.
Did you like my picture?
Yeah, Little Man. Did you match your shirt with
No,
the car?
it just happened to work out that
I
way.
say.
But it did look like it. Didn't it? Chevy called me about if they could use it in some of their ads.
That'll be a
Look,
discussion during the main show. Big Brother's going to get on you a little bit on that.
I saw his. He did the same thing.
I know, but just something about the way.
okay.
Hey, it's just something about the way you're standing. You're supposed to be this, this hard, just
I
blue
know, I
collar
stand,
working
so-
man.
What, you want to get a 4-point
and
stance?
there you are
What
with
do you
your little hand on
You
your
want me to
hip.
shoot a bird? Would that have been better?
Well, your minions might
you
have
know,
liked
I
it.
may should have done that.
You
Or at
probably
least
should've.
one regular, one shooting a bird.
Yeah, you could have said
Shirtless.
You like my new truck? If you don't, I don't care.
I should have took my shirt off.
Yes, why didn't you? But welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Here we got King Michael down here.
Yes.
See,
Here we go.
This is exactly why I took yesterday.
I heard. Well, you going to start wearing? You going to wear knee socks and white
That's
shorts?
good, by the way.
I pictured him in his garb.
Yeah.
Like in that movie, King Richard. You know, every coach they had them shorts and them socks on.
I know. Yesterday, Helmsy took advantage of Greg not being here to announce that he was a tennis pro.
How about that?
And he was able to get through the segment, actually tell the story of how it all happened.
There ain't gonna be
and
no
everything.
bragging. That's a great movie, by the way.
It really is.
It's my master plan.
You can think about bragging when you walk 3 miles.
Oh, okay.
Well, so I worked on it a
Yeah.
little bit. I want you to be King Michael. That's what I want you to be.
Yeah.
Where'd y'all get from the movie? We'll start with you.
That may be my favorite impression you do.
Yeah, it is. Right there with Charles Barkley.
That's not it. Let's start it over.
He did kind of do his lips like
He
that.
did.
A little bit. Like I won't have.
What about when he kept getting beat up at the tennis court? My
My
goodness.
goodness.
I hope I don't happen to you,
No.
King Michael. It ain't
That
worth
was
it.
Will
let's
Smith
move on.
acting as.
I hate I missed that.
Yeah.
Well,
But he was able to get through it, and I know you came in just hot and heavy in your new blue truck, and was
Yeah.
all fired up about him being a tennis
Hendrick
pro.
driver.
Yep, that's right. It's a nice looking truck.
I'll be there Friday,
Z71.
11 to 1.
Mm.
Come on by.
You can wish some Papa Murphy's pizza.
Got a new truck for y'all to look at now.
I love how he gets all excited about it.
It's awesome.
All right, so speaking of vehicles, I have good news for the audience. I found yesterday we talked about how we were in need of a
little man nearly ran out of gas, Greg.
Oh, well, yeah. I did do that.
Is that when you left your wallet at home?
Yes.
How about I tried to give him $10 and he wouldn't take it.
You know why?
Well, they've been 2 gallons.
Have you ever proven, have you ever taught yourself a lesson? I was like, no, I ain't getting no money from y'all. If I were going to run out of gas, it's my own fault.
You couldn't get him a 20?
I never carried cash, and I just happened to have a 10, and I was like, well, hey, here's a 10.
I said, thank you, King Michael.
That'll get me 1 gallon.
But no, the update was we were in need. I found out after not paying attention to what my wife was telling me probably a month ago that we needed a vehicle for when Tyler and Mabry come out of their wedding next weekend to just step into, as they're leaving. And I was in dire need of one because I wasn't paying attention. And we talked about sometimes you just don't pay attention to your wife. And so I called Gary because of he had that old
that's right
that old white car that was really nice. He sold it, and he got a truck that had bad attitude on the.
That would be perfect.
And really thought that we'll
That'd
go.
Be a great
let's go
wedding.
With that.
Yeah.
But I did find a 1962. Impala SS convertible. From
convertible?
Convertible. What did I say?
You struggle with it. You kind of chewed it up, but it's fine. Yeah, I know. You asked. So.
I started letting
I had everything we've said. That was interesting. You caught that.
Well, I'm just trying to help you out. I don't want you people to think they're driving a convertible.
So is this? So it's from a friend.
I don't know what a convertible is, but I know what a convertible is.
It's from a friend of a friend. And
what is it?
And so it's a 1962 Impala SS convertible.
Look at there.
For some reason, I had to look up at the ceiling to say it. So hopefully it's been resolved. But hey,
are you going to pick it up or something? Do you get to smoke the tires in it?
I think Tommy Lenore is. He said the only request is that no rice or birdseed be thrown into the car because it's like apparently it's really nice. Greg, somebody's letting us borrow their antique.
Don't be so silly. If
car.
I got to be that
but I don't.
particular,
I was telling him I don't know that they do that anymore. I mean, the last few weddings I've been to, they didn't do that.
I don't know.
I've seen bubbles.
Everybody
blows bubbles.
When Chandler got married, everybody had sparklers.
I've seen sparklers.
Right. I know you just held your long neck up.
No.
I love you, honey.
That was after it was all over with.
It's been a while since I've seen the whole rice thing.
Yeah, so I'm like, it
went from rice to birdseed.
Right.
Because the birds would eat it and you had to clean it up.
Right.
And then now you got sparklers.
You got all kinds of stuff.
Shotguns.
I said that won't be a problem for sure. But anyway, so it's the audience is amazing. They really are. They can scare you to death with any type of medical question you have.
Yeah, they'll never do that.
But if you ever have a problem, they can resolve it.
Yeah.
Let
Check
the
out
DJ revolve it.
DJ revolve it.
But anyway, good to have Greg back. And we're ready to go for another day. I'm going to go in the break. You want to go out and stand next to you, Z71, just look at it a little bit?
We do that pose?
Yeah, I can go take another picture of you if you want.
I wish you would.
King Michael can, if you can get him to walk out there. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
No bragging.
Rick and Bubba.
And now it's Geico's Motorcycle Rules of the Road. Avoid biking in the rain and never touch another person's bike.
Hey guys, look at these bikes. So shiny. Whoops. I'm gonna leave a note. Oh gosh, there's more.
And the rule to saving on motorcycle insurance is, in 15 minutes, Geico could save you 15% or more.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey! What's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cooks Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Do you want to enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout lines? Just get HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring seasonal farm-fresh produce right to your doorstep so you can skip the trip to the grocery store. Their chefs really know how to diversify the menu with seasonal recipes like sweet heat shrimp, tempura bowls, garden spinach, ricotta ravioli, and one-pan cheesy beef tortilla meals. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Everyone back in here together today. And we thank you for being with us. A lot to discuss, a lot happening in the old world. And we'll take your phone calls, too, if you want to ever join in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so we can go a couple of different ways. We got Nick Saban in the news. We got, let's see, Wendy's and McDonald's being sued. We got a guy that claims he's eaten a Big Mac for 50 years straight.
But you can't prove that.
And we kind of wait. We're kind of waiting on you to really just.
What would you eat every day for 50 years if you had to pick one food to eat for 50 years?
Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers?
Yes.
That's pretty.
That's quick.
Hand-breaded?
That was so quick.
Yeah, the hand-breaded ones are really
they're
good.
very good. Pizza's good, too.
Because I could use different sauces, and I could at least make that a variety.
Yeah.
You know
I
what
could
I mean?
eat a square of lasagna every day.
Yeah, that's
Every
not
day.
bad. That's not bad,
Would be
too.
tough.
Just a square.
Yeah.
Do you have to have garlic bread with your lasagna?
I prefer it.
Prefer it.
How y'all on spaghetti?
Love it.
Do you love
Oh,
spaghetti?
I like all that kind of stuff.
What type of
Love some meatballs.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Let me tell you.
Yeah, my mother would make
I'll let you
homemade
slide
meat.
on that.
My
but
mother
yeah,
would make
I
homemade
didn't-
meatball spaghetti.
Oh, come on with it.
Good.
Gosh almighty. All right, I'm real hungry right now. All right, so we got a guy here, and it maybe go together. A Wisconsin man, and this was in the news yesterday. What Wisconsin man has eaten a McDonald's Big Mac almost every single day for 50 years.
Almost.
Now that he passes a 50-year mark, he is eating 2 Big Macs.
Is
a
he
day.
large?
I saw a picture. He really wasn't.
One of them guys with great.
Not unless
nose.
something's changed. I mean,
Well, I'm not saying just because. I mean, if you just eat one Big Mac, I mean, and you don't eat much else that day.
Here he is.
I've only missed 8 days in 50 years, which is phenomenal. I've counted every Big Mac I've eaten my whole life. All through life here, a lot of people said, well, aren't you you'll be dead before you reach 50 years of eating Big Macs. I guess I proved them wrong.
Yeah, I guess you proved you.
See, here's the deal. If I was going to eat a burger every day, it wouldn't be the Big Mac. I'm not a fan of the Big Mac.
It's good.
I don't like that
but
special sauce.
You don't? Not at
No,
all?
not
really.
He has spent over $50,000 at
about that?
McDonald's on Big Macs
There you go.
alone.
Man.
I would have to go.
You would think Big
I'd
Mac
have to go
would be
quarter pounder if that was the case.
Yeah.
I don't mind just that little regular.
That-
The original.
and that's fine.
Get you that 2 with the fry meal.
Oh, yeah. 2 cheeseburger fry meal?
Yeah.
Oh, come
Speedy,
on.
what would you eat every day?
Well, that's what I said. Pizza, maybe.
So it would be pizza.
I could
Maybe.
eat a slice of pizza every day.
I could.
If I
yeah.
could eat a
if
whole
I'm
pizza.
just eating a slice
No,
of pizza.
I mean, I'm leaning
I don't know
towards
that.
that.
I don't know that it can be just a slice.
That's true. I can't never eat just a slice unless it's
Right.
one of them giant ones.
Well, I mean, a Big Mac's a meal, but if he's not getting fries and a drink and all that, I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost like just an in-between meal.
Yeah,
kinda
pizza's
thing.
definitely on my list. that I
Pizza's
choose
good.
from.
I'm just sitting here thinking,
I love pizza.
I
like
so,
chicken.
I,
Y'all
I
know
like
about
so
me and
many
chicken.
things.
I'm staying
love
with
chicken.
chicken fingers.
You
Love
give me a
chicken.
good
You know what I was doing? I was going for simplicity, but so
Grilled
I'm not
chicken.
having to. I mean, pizza. Do what?
grilled chicken. I could eat that with
Yeah,
a little spice
yeah,
on it.
yeah.
Some type of Dale sauce or something.
Mm-hmm. Do y'all eat many salads?
Yeah.
I don't meet. I like salads, but I don't. Sometimes I just don't feel like fooling with it.
I
Right.
have a salad about every other day.
We are
No,
kicking
Amanda
up.
makes a ton of them. That's what we do a lot.
What about chopped? You ever been there?
I have.
No,
they
I
like
have
their-
not.
They
Have
like
you?
it. It's expensive. It's
Okay.
too expensive. Hey, your salads are too expensive. It's just a salad.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Mm.
That's what I.
They
That's
got
my
the
message
walking
for
dog
them.
of a salad. But
They
Boy,
do.
I tell you
They
what,
do.
with
And
that
it is good.
location by you, I'd go there and then I go
And-
right to Crumble Cookies.
And hey, listen.
and,
one-
defeat the purpose of eating a
Cancel
salad.
each other.
And the good news is you can eat on it for a few days because
Okay.
it's
All right.
huge. But
it's just in your mind. You're thinking this is a salad.
I mean, it's a $12, $15 salad.
Now look,
come on, really?
If you want to take a salad at home and like taco, I like to make a big taco salad, or just chicken and all kinds of stuff. And you can make a salad real.
Yeah. You really can.
Hey,
I like a good Caesar. How about a good Caesar?
Yeah.
I do like a Caesar.
Yeah,
I like a
do.
good Caesar salad.
Salads are kicking up around the house.
Yeah.
You like
I don't
it's
know
the
what's
wife.
up.
It's not us, Greg. It's the
No,
wife.
Yeah. How about this? If I walk in and it's being made for me, and she says, "Hey, you want to
Chop up a bunch
you
of
want a
stuff.
grilled
It's got a
chicken?
lot of
You want
stuff in
a
it.
grilled chicken salad or
Oh,
something like
yeah.
that?" I'm like, "Well, yeah. Let's throw in some boiled eggs. Cut that up. I'll take that in there too. Throw it in there.
Every now and then at Struts, I'll get that buffalo chicken in the salad.
Ooh,
that's good stuff.
That's called a buffalo chicken salad.
How y'all on loaded potatoes? Baked
Love
potatoes.
them.
Yeah, I mean,
Love 'em.
not good for you because
That's why.
I mean,
That's why. 'cause
I
they're
love 'em.
not- I do like the taste.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Throw some
oh boy, they're
bacon.
good in there.
Taco tater.
Yeah. Sweet potatoes? How you like
No, I
those?
don't eat sweet potatoes.
Okay, they're real good for you.
I love
Some
it.
If you,
about 'em I
unless you, I
don't
mean,
like.
unless you start adding a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not good for you if you're throwing marshmallows and cinnamon in them.
I like when
no,
everybody
not at
tries
all.
to act like they like the sweet potato fries when you really don't, but you just want
Now,
something.
Greg, I do like sweet potato fries.
He's not
Compared
gonna.
to a
He's not
regular
gonna. He's not gonna allow you to like.
I'll
it.
take. I will
compared
take.
to a regular fry.
I will take a sweet, like if I'm having a steak and
No.
and it's fries or sweet potato fries, I'll go sweet potato fries.
Well,
I like sweet potato fries.
Not as good as regular, but that's fine.
so we've got a guy
Don't
here.
know who made you the fry king, but that's
just,
right.
I'm
whatever.
just because I see
Did
people's
you just hear what I
reaction.
said? He's not going to allow you to like
I just
it.
see people's reaction. They're just thinking, man,
Greg,
I love
you
this.
do realize that in the world, people have different opinions.
I
on
bet if we
things
took a
and
poll,
different tastes.
if there was a contest
That has
between
nothing to do
regular
with it.
fries and sweet potato fries, regular fries win.
Well, probably.
Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Um,
That doesn't
I don't
mean
think we're going to have that contest.
That doesn't mean that people don't like sweet potato fries
Yeah,
over
but
regular
I
fries.
can tell by your face you really don't like them.
All right, so look, we got
or as well.
we got McDonald's and Wendy's both being sued over their size of the burger. We got a guy said that he bought the Big Mac at McDonald's and the bourbon bacon cheeseburger at Wendy's.
Well, that's a good one.
And he says they should have thought it was going to be big and juicy as advertised.
But what did they say a specific size?
Well, he said they were not. Now
big
he's suing the
is
fast food
up
chains.
for interpretation.
He's accusing them of defrauding customers with ads that make burgers appear larger than they actually are.
Look, I get things have shrunk. We've all candy bars have shrunk. They used to be. We get that. But to take time to sue somebody over it,
I know,
is a little much.
So we have a lawsuit that was filed in Brooklyn federal court.
Don't you know the judge went, what?
And it says here they're claiming that in the commercials, McDonald's and Wendy's used undercooked beef patties in ads, making them appear 15 to 20% larger than the customers actually get. The complaint said meat shrinks 25% when cooked. So he's suing them over the size of their burgers.
Here's the way I look at everything. When you look at either a television ad or even just a picture ad of any fast food, don't expect it to look like that when you get it, because it never does. It doesn't. You go, man, I wish it really looked like that. That looks really good. Yeah. It's still good, but it doesn't look like the picture.
No.
I mean, that's why they do that. Models don't look that way in the picture.
You all right?
I got stuff.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
It is 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, as we roll on back, we've got a number of things going on. Greg, you said in the news as well, speaking of cheeseburgers and food, what's going on?
A Texas mother thought her 2-year-old son was just taking pictures with her phone. Well, he actually was on Doordash.
Yeah.
He ordered 31 cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
Hungry little fella.
Oh, yeah. She said she received a message that their order was going to take a little longer due to the size of it, and she was like, she didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway, he's 2 years old. She claims he knows how to use DoorDash. His order came, get this, to $91.70.
Wow.
Including a $16 tip he gave the driver. Pretty good.
I will tell you this: these kids,
yeah.
man, they're so. I don't know how old this kid was, but I would say he was not older than 2. He was really young. At the I was at a ballpark, and he was raising Cain. He was so upset, and he couldn't really talk enough to really tell everybody what he wanted.
Yeah.
But really, what he wanted, and the dad thought he had gotten some M&Ms from the concession stand, and he thought he was hungry and wanted some M&Ms. So he opened up the M&M bag and was like, "Hey, here's an M&M." He reached through that to get to his phone, and when he got to his phone, he unlocked the phone, went to the second page, and was going through different apps and got to where he wanted, then opened it up, and it just happened to be they were right up under us, like a row or two below us, so it was easy. You sitting there watching the game, you can see all the action. That kid was so young, he could run the phone, open everything up, and I could see how something like this would happen. Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing.
No, not at all. Now, Helmsy, you say you have a question about sunglasses?
Yeah, and I don't want to put Adler on the spot, but I sent him a picture last night. So, first of all, and I think you're going to be able, Speedy, to help me on this.
Are these pro glasses? Is that what you're doing?
No, this is so Braden a couple weeks ago
look,
said,
if you're wearing your glasses.
Hey, I need some new sunglasses.
You won't be squinting.
And he's like, there's a pair of sunglasses. Please look at the board. Please look.
Okay.
Okay. And so these are the Maverick Top Gun Mavericks, and they're coming back.
They are.
So that answers my question. He said that to me, and I thought, really?
Yeah. Oh,
Are you ready for this?
So he's all fired up about them. As you can see, he's wearing them inside.
They're making a comeback.
Yeah, the boys have one, and it's funny because they wear those like if they're just going somewhere.
I had some similar. They weren't quite, but I lost them. But I got them. They were like coasters. I got them for doing a remote one time or something. I don't know what I did.
Coasters.
I've never wore those type of frames. I've always been like the Oakleys or something like that.
These are what all we used to wear.
Yeah, I think it's also because a lot of the youth looks up to so much to Joe Biden because he's so cool and awesome.
That's right.
He's
That's
so good at talking, and he's so good at his job, and he's doing such a good job.
That's right.
I think that's why the youth do it. No, but I had a pair of Aviator Ray-Bans probably 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
I lost those too, so that hurt. I didn't replace them,
But
I liked them when I had them.
Yeah.
You were looking good.
It was awesome.
Is that when you was riding the bike?
Yeah.
All right. So
Terry's got
if
some.
it's coming back for kids and youth, the younger generation, is it okay if we wear those?
Boy, we had that style way before they decided.
I understand, but
I can't
at
pull that off.
44 and 55, can we pull this off?
Those were acceptable even before the comeback. I
Okay,
think.
all right.
Yes.
If I could get through this.
We own that
So
style.
you don't make fun of me if I walk in with those?
Well, in here probably because you're indoors. But yeah.
And well, do you know how some people can pull off certain things?
Yeah.
Like for instance, Johnny Depp probably the only person that could wear shades in court and look cool. All right, he's able to pull that off. I can't. For some reason, like I guess it's just the size of my little head. I can't anything that's a big shades like that. I look like some bug or whatever.
You talking about the mirrored big one?
Yeah, that or the. I can't pull stuff like that off. Now y'all might.
I don't think I can.
And Terry's got her some. She's got her little female version of whatever.
I remember when it went from that to the current you're talking about that looked like safety glasses is what I compared it to.
Yeah,
in fact, I remember at the power company when I first started, we had these real geeky safety glasses. So we had to wear them, and then they came out with some cool ones, and we would just wear them all the time like sunglasses, which led to, like you say, the Oakley type. But before that, I remember they were all the wire looking. With a mirror and all that, and then it changed to that. So you got
a lot of that going on.
He wears
right
them
now.
well. I hope he's not hearing that, but he wears them well. I can't pull that off. I don't think.
Yeah,
I may give it a shot.
Are you looking for a sponsor?
The reason I say that these are not the things.
I think he's
to
looking
me,
for a sponsor.
those styles do not be like, well, what are you doing with that? You're too old to wear those. Those were old. Those were actually the type we used to wear.
Yeah, you can't. I know everything comes back around. You can't take that from us.
Yeah,
you know.
We
and they're
own that.
actually called the Mavericks.
Yeah,
which is
well,
funny.
let me tell you. So, Greg, what do you think?
Here we go.
King Michael, or do you want to go with McEnroe Helms? I don't know which one you want to go with.
How about you just stick with Helmsy? How about that?
What's his first sponsor you think he's going to get? Because I know he's probably thinking about.
If y'all knew, here's what I would
underwear.
say: if y'all knew tennis products, you would be naming one in particular, just because I know you two. I'm gonna leave it alone, but that's
Wilson.
And it's not that one. But that's good. That's good, by the way, that you knew that.
Let me think here. Are you thinking, Greg?
Why,
are you reading email?
How did we go from see you? This is you two together. I'm telling you what. How did we go from Maverick glasses and asking y'all if that's back in style to making fun of me?
Because you're going to get an endorsement with them.
Yeah,
that's not the reason I brought it up.
Yeah,
sponsored by Head.
There you go. That's the one I figured you would say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yep. I didn't say anything, Greg. So you just Googled tennis products?
I did. Top 10 tennis brands. Is it Babolat?
Yeah.
Wilson, Head, Prince, Nike, Adidas. Is it Yonex?
Yonex, correct.
Yonex.
Dunlop.
Correct.
Oh, there's some big ones. We can get you
They
something.
make
Well, hey,
tires,
we'll
too.
get you something.
They do.
You
Dunlop's in a lot.
And what tennis balls do you use? Wilson?
I'm a Wilson guy, but
You
I'll
are?
take the pen as well.
Greg, maybe
Dunlop
we could
makes a good
get
ball.
him some tennis
Wilson.
balls. Sponsored by Wilson.
Yeah.
You know, give you all the tennis balls you need. You mean call somebody for you?
No.
Would you?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Well, there's that. Also in the news today, this one
something
here, We'll play it during the big show. Can't do it during this one.
Why?
Well, copyrights and stuff, and Adler can cover and everything. But I saw where Walker Hayes put out.
Is it another silly song?
Is this the Saban thing?
No. Yeah, that Coach Saban was hearing his song where, everybody loves Coach Saban and Nick Saban in Alabama, and he was listening to it and started laughing and everything.
Do y'all believe that he's never heard that before?
Well, he didn't act like he did. He put his glasses on and looked at the phone and was really paying attention.
As focused as he is, probably not.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Didn't he say in that?
He ain't got time to worry about the song.
What was it, that documentary or whatever? They went to work with him. Was it just an ESPN special?
Yeah,
on Coach Saban in the morning.
What kind of music?
Was it Michael Jackson? Did he like Michael Jackson, or was it
something that we were like?
What was it? But he said
I don't think he's up on the current music.
No, he has a routine where he likes his music, and then he goes in the office, and I doubt he listens to anything else the rest of the day. But I thought that was funny. And speaking of Coach Saban, he's also in the news. He claims and says that Texas A&M bought every player and questions whether current NIL model is sustainable. He said he singled out Texas A&M for buying its top-ranked signing class and threw a spotlight on the unintended effects of the NIL rights on recruiting during an event with local business leaders yesterday or last night in Birmingham. He also even singled out Jackson State and Deion Sanders, saying that pretty much Travis Hunter, the 5-star prospect who flipped his commitment from Florida State to them, was pretty much bought by Jackson State. He says Jackson State and Coach Sanders, though, denied the rumor that Hunter had been offered more than $1 million to come there. But it brings up, I guess, a conversation and something that they tried to clarify, and that is once you get to a school, you can sign an NIL, and that be fine.
Instead of the school using it.
But during recruiting and boosters and all that, they can't be in touch with those people to maybe entice a certain athlete to come to whatever university with a guarantee that they get an NIL deal. And I guess he's saying maybe this is what happened in some of these cases.
Yeah, and they were legal. That was legal. I mean, have the NCAA, is this a rule now that they're – I know they come up with that and said this is what we want to do.
Right.
But y'all know as well as I do.
Yeah,
there's
I
ways
know.
around that.
Sure, of course.
I mean, if you got a sponsor that's going to sponsor somebody, if they come to a certain school, you can get word to him. It may not be as obvious, but they'll work through that. That's not going to stop anything.
He said, Coach Saban said, Alabama players made $3 million doing it the right way last year, and that only 25 players were able to leverage the NIL opportunities. He is not the only one. If you'll remember that singled out Texas A&M. If you'll remember, Lane Kiffin did that too.
Yeah.
He kind of called him out a little bit.
Well, look, A&M at the time, it wasn't against the rules, so whatever. Why you got to act so silly about it? You remember Jimbo, he got mad. Look, I get it. It is a good program, and people would want to come there anyway. But y'all shot to the top of the recruiting, ever how you grade them. And a lot of people were going, well, yeah, they were offering money to come there, which not illegally.
Yeah. I think this is what's getting everybody right here. He said, we were second in recruiting last year, Coach Saban said. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team.
Wow, that's
made a deal for NIL, and we didn't buy one player. But I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it, and it's tough.
Well, he stirred them up, didn't he?
Well, how about he didn't just say they
he didn't. He
said in this quote, A&M bought every player on their team.
That's what he said.
I think that's a little much.
Well, you remember we covered the story on Texas. If you sign here and you're an offensive lineman, we got you $50-something thousand a year. No matter who you are.
What do the Lane Kiffins, the Coach Sabans, what do they know about A&M that we don't?
I know. They seem to be.
Something's going on.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less
but people are happier with it? That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LAUGH for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LAUGH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LAUGH for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
You could unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
And now it's Geico's Motorcycle Rules of the Road. Avoid biking in the rain and never touch another person's bike.
Hey guys, look at these bikes. So shiny. Whoops. I'm gonna leave a note. Oh gosh, there's more.
And the rule to saving on motorcycle insurance is, in 15 minutes, Geico could save you 15% or more.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on
It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. In our home market, which is Birmingham, Alabama, where it seems like we're hosting everything nowadays, the SEC baseball tournament starts next week at the Hoover Met, and there's a couple of teams it's coming down to now. If you're in the college baseball world, it all starts today if you're listening live Thursday the 19th. And the reason why they start their 3-game series is a little early is so they can wrap up early because the SEC tournament starts early next week. And you'll have some that get buys and all that. But Alabama, Mississippi State, Missouri, those guys, I'm missing one, Kentucky, it's all down to who wins how much and what series. And you got some that are playing like Mississippi State and Tennessee and playing, and Kentucky and Auburn are playing, and then Alabama and Arkansas are playing, and it comes down to this last weekend to see who get in. I know. So that's kind of an update there. But next week, the SEC baseball tournament, all of you SEC fans that converge on Birmingham, Hoover, Alabama, we'll welcome you next week, and I know that's always a packed house, and looking forward to it. But speaking of baseball, Helmsy, you say we got us a little something. What's
bizarre. Up? So Jake Sanford was a New York Yankees upcoming prospect. Okay, he's been in the organization for a couple years. Yeah, he was let go last week. You may think
just performance, or
what? You would think maybe he's just not getting it done at the plate. Who knows? No, that's not it. He was cut last Thursday after it was revealed the former third-round pick. Okay,
pretty good pick.
Wow. Hey, $560,000 signing bonus. Allegedly stealing equipment from his teammates and in order to sell it online.
What?
Listen.
So he's stealing swag from other people
and selling it.
He repeatedly hounded his teammates to give him their bats, gloves, other equipment. Sometimes he just took it from their. Sometimes he just took it from their lockers without asking.
Okay.
Then he got to doing the same thing with fans. He would put things out there that he had for sale and then never send it to them.
And so he's stealing. He's fraud.
So the audience or the fans of the Yankees that got caught up in this, started calling him out on Twitter and Instagram. Then he removes his Twitter account. So anyway, they end up doing an investigation, and they have let him go for scamming, for scamming his teammates and the
that's got to be a first.
What did he think was going to happen?
It's a great question.
Do y'all think that he stepped out and thought he could get this stuff that he was selling people and that it didn't come through, and he was like, oh.
Guys, this is not somebody that got picked up after the draft. He $597,000 signing bonus in 2019 from Western Kentucky.
Guys,
good night. So I guess he's run through that.
And I
from
get
2019.
And they talk about,
he's trying to figure it out.
The minor league players. I saw a story on it. They make nothing. Unless you're one of these big bonus guys. Right. I mean, they can't even. They have to live like 4 or 5 in an apartment to even get by.
Yeah.
So I guess he was trying to supplement his income.
This would be like me going through everybody's stuff here, hounding y'all about, hey, can I have that? Can I have that? And then just selling it on eBay or something.
But then not sending what you sell.
Not sending what I sell. And not telling y'all what I was doing.
Yeah.
You stole Speedy's glasses and sold them.
It'd be like me going into Bubba's office and saying, hey, what are you going to do with that bass? That he's got that fish, that bass
what you're about to say.
That's up there. I think he still got it in there. And he's like, oh, nothing happens. I don't really, do anything with it. And I just got it, and I just
What if I ask Adler, can I have that smoothie shirt that's like 2 sizes too small for you?
Yeah.
There's that you wear a lot.
Yeah.
Sell it.
Sorry, Adler.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Greg.
Yeah. You remember that smoothie shirt? That means the laundry's not been done or something when he pulls it out.
Speaking of laundry, did a lot of laundry yesterday.
Yeah, same here.
Even was still doing it this morning before I got here.
You know what I accidentally did, and I felt like a kid. I had to call Terry at work for some stupid reason. Is I wasn't paying attention, and I put the detergent in the softener deal. And I was like, I kind of freaked out for a second.
Did you get a straw and suck it out?
and suddenly I was 15 and had to ask Mom what to do. And so
what do you do if you do that? Nothing, just run it?
I asked Terry, I was like.
She goes, I don't know. I've never done that.
Like, yeah. And I'm like, is this like putting diesel and gas together?
It's a
whatever?
good question.
I mean, is this going to ruin
probably
the
doesn't
thing?
hurt it.
And she said, no, I want just run it on, just run a cycle and then put extra rinse on it and do that. So I had to wash. I had to go through a complete cycle and then make sure there was nothing and then actually wash them correctly.
Yeah.
But I felt like such a good and
sure.
But I was like, did I just do that? Did I just put detergent and softener?
When people complain they've been washing clothes all day, they don't get a lot of sympathy from me.
No,
the machine,
me either.
The machine does the work.
Guys, you can fold clothes.
If you were down there on the creek bank banging on a rock, like they used to, then I'll give you that.
You can fold. You can fold clothes and hang stuff up while you're watching TV.
Absolutely,
I don't get it.
And all the hard work's done by the machine.
Now it's not my favorite.
I rode through a part of town in Montgomery this weekend where people are still using clotheslines.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's work.
And that's work. And that caught me off guard that people were still doing that.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get out more, Helms.
You're talking about the old great clothesline.
Kids didn't even know what it was. They were like, what in the world? Why is everybody's clothes out here on the lines?
It's always funny. You look at everybody's drawers up there on the
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, back when we were growing up, every yard.
That's what you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we had one.
Yeah.
That's so good. Oh, man.
I think my dad would still have one to this day if Mom would allow him.
He'd love the clothes.
Yeah, sure. Him and his standard TV.
Yeah. I will take it. Well, HD doesn't look good, Helmsy. to him.
No.
What's wrong with the TV? I don't like that HD stuff. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. Everybody back in. Busy show, as you can see today. Don't go anywhere. The number 866 We Be Big. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If it's true or not. I mean, we don't know. And then the question started, well, what do we do in the campaign? Well, I can't support it. Well, we don't know if it's true or not. It's an accusation. And, all this started coming out. In our state, we do know this. There's a rule that the Republican Party, who has their candidate, in this case Roy Moore, cannot replace that candidate within 76 days of the election. So Roy Moore is going to be on the ballot. Now the question is this true or not? Where does that put people's feelings toward him? I would say most of them that were going to support Roy Moore would never support Doug Jones anyway. But what do you do? And is it true or not? I think that's the first step.
Yeah, that's number one is do we know if this happened or not? Now, in our state, we do know in the past that we had a candidate that the Democrats gave a check to a woman to come forward and claim as a prostitute that Steve Wyndham had actually had relations with her. Steve Wyndham fought that for 2 years, and it was finally 100% proven he never had a relationship with this woman, and she was paid to try to destroy him.
Right. Right.
Okay, that's a fact.
And that's just one
we know that
incident
happened.
of many that have happened in our state and shenanigans over the years.
So the only reason why I say that is for us to say, well, who in the world would come forward and say these kind of things just to get a check? Well, we've had a past that people have done that.
But here,
okay, so we didn't. Now look, I hate to do this to everybody. We're getting to the point where we're either going to believe that Roy Moore is a twisted, weird guy who lies, because now you have to believe he's a liar because he's saying these things didn't happen. So you would now have to add to that everything he's ever claimed about himself spiritually not only may have had been kind of had some issues that we would all find repulsive 38 years ago, if that's true, but now you have to believe not only that he would do that he also is a liar, because he's saying this did not happen, this is fabricated, and it's an attack on me. And it is clearly from the forces of the Democratic Party who do not want me to go to Washington. They want Doug Jones to go, and they'll do anything to get him there because it's going to take something like this for him to win in Alabama. That's the narrative from Roy Moore and those that are in his campaign.
So when we come back, there's a lot of things we don't know. We just don't know. There are some things we do know.
Right.
And that's what I want to cover when we get back. A lot of things we just don't know. Here's what we do know. And these are facts. We in our state have seen some shenanigans in the past that you think no humans would ever conceive and follow through on. We know that. That is a fact.
That's a fact.
Timing is everything in allegations. If people really think they've been done wrong, they should come forward. They should make announcements. Timing is everything. And I know sometimes people are scared or people are this or they feel pressure or, but you absolutely have to look when these things come out. Yesterday, we had these allegations hit. The day before, we had the news story. It was the largest, most comprehensive poll in this election to date. Roy Moore had a double-digit lead. The day before. You got to look at who said it. Washington Post. Now, we're supposed to believe the Washington Post was just casually strolling through Alabama trying to do a story on the election, and they uncovered all this. I heard their representative, and his excuse of how they come up with this is a joke, okay? We know the Washington Post, and if I'm not mistaken, they've already endorsed Doug Jones in this election.
Correct.
Who is the opponent.
Right.
What do they stand for, the Washington Post? You can research that for yourself. Big libs, always out to get conservatives, always out to get people who stand for something. So those are facts we know. The rest of it we don't know. I don't know what Roy did. I don't know when he did it. If that kind of thing is true, it is very disturbing, but we just don't know it. Again, Roy has categorically denied it.
So really, that is where we are, and I think the thing we have to be concerned about too, speaking of facts, is this time we've entered into. And I want to be clear, when people have behavior that is repulsive and would change your view of them, there's certainly nothing wrong with us finding those things out or people owning up to them, and then everybody can make their own decision. But I was telling Bubba before we started today, I'm just starting to get this creepy feeling of this new gotcha mentality that we're into. I mean, think about this, and we don't know what happened, and we don't know what the truth is. We have people's word against each other. We do know that there can be political motivations for things, and we also know that sometimes things are uncovered, and because of you decided to get in politics and make a stand, and come to find out they are true. Mm-hmm. And then people have to make their own decisions on that based on the facts. But when you're thinking about what when you're saying not that we're going to say something that somebody may have done that you never heard anything about, and it's going on right now. It's going on while they're serving. We see those things. But now we're getting to a point, all right, I can't find anything out about you while you served or you're currently serving. I'm going to go back through your life, and I'm going to travel back into your life 38, 40 years. And I'm going to find some things. Let me ask you this. First of all, it may change anyway, but I just want to think about it because I know what he claims spiritually. Right. Let's go there. Again, the things, if they went on, if it happened, it is repulsive. And you would definitely think, how could any man of that age do that, if it's true, okay? So, but what if Roy were to say, or anyone, when I was 32 years old.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we start it with our national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We have much to do going forward on the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess has returned. Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. So the team is moving forward. We'll unpack the stories of the day. We'll take your phone calls. The Wheel of Meat is already spun today. As a matter of fact, the Wheel of Meat was spun by none other than Killy Vanilli, the Palestinian Elvis. We missed that flashback on Tuesday this week. Go back and catch it in the archives. You Rick and Bubba veterans, I mean, even my own wife was looking at the pictures. She goes, "Is that Killy Vanilli?" And I said, "Yes, it is." He popped by the show. And, of course, her being the news person on the show in the early days, she goes, "I remember Killy Vanilli." So a lot of you might. So you can go back and catch that in the archives. So let's get everybody on the field. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
Glad to have you.
Come on in. There's a chair for you. Grab it. There we go. See the northern breezes and the southern wind. Lost and found and lost again to the honeysuckle bloom. Oh, hey. Boom, boom.
Oh, yeah.
Driving and crying.
How about it?
Fresh off their big show in Helena.
That's right.
They did, didn't they, rock
Yes,
Helena?
they did.
How about that?
Yes, they did. Amphitheater down Old Town Helena.
I'd like to have seen that.
Huh? Most happening city
Yep.
around. Come on.
Bring it.
Driving and crying, I will always have a not so happy memory. You were there.
I was.
It was ugly.
Greg, welcome back.
Welcome back, buddy. How you
Glad
doing?
to be back, guys.
Who's that?
Hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing?
You talking about Old Blue?
Yeah.
Hey, what'd you get?
What?
Did you get another monster truck?
I did. You haven't seen that?
No,
right here, right by yours.
Yeah. I was told by Joel. I was told by Joel over at Hendrick that he said, "Don't worry, it's not lifted as much as the other." I said, "Well, it's close."
Yeah.
I don't think it is as much.
Yes, it's not as much, but it's still up there.
Yeah.
It's a big old vehicle. And I want to take that
Monster.
on. I want to take that on and with the audience, and a lot of this is your minions, Greg. They love to pepper.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. We put out, we're asked and should do it. My goodness, we get vehicles to drive.
Absolutely.
It's a reasonable request that Hendrick would say, "Hey, put out, y'all's new vehicles, let everybody know." So they take a picture. You took a picture. By the way, can't believe you did that.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't believe that free vehicles will get people to do things, Greg Burgess did a social media post.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Now we couldn't see the truck.
Right.
Well, it's hard to fit it in.
I know. It's a big truck.
Yeah. But you had your matching shirt on. So.
I did.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I couldn't believe it.
You could tell it was a good looking.
I immediately put out. I was proud of my baby brother for posting his truck. So anyway, of course they wanted Bubba do one, me do one. So they sent me the picture. They took me there. I said, okay, I'll put it out. Mm-hmm. All right, well, look, let me tell you people something. Look right there. Hey, look right there. I hadn't seen that since Greg was an underwear model.
I'm telling you.
I love it.
I got it knocked out of gear a little bit.
Knocked out of gear.
I like your hand on your hip. That's I think my favorite.
Like
Oh, my hip. I dip, you dip.
Yeah, you look so cute.
I like that lighting like you like
I like that blue truck. I like
good.
that color.
That's a good color.
I've never had a blue.
I love the color of mine right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I could be Mississippi State or I could be Roll Tide.
You want to race?
Yeah, race? I do, by the way. But
Yep,
hey, let me tell you, 1,500's got some.
Yeah, I bet it does.
It'll jump up and go. But anyway,
the one I got is higher off the ground than my last one. And Buddy sleeps up. Mr. Buddy, my dog.
Yeah,
he sleeps up under my truck, and he can get in. He could barely get out from under that other one.
Yeah,
he get all hung up. But this one, boy, I come by, he was under sacked out.
Oh, he likes it.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if you have the picture. The picture I put out. Look at this. All right, so everybody's on me. I didn't park this truck.
Oh, they're on you how you parked?
When I got to Hendrick, that's where it was.
Hey, can't you park, pal?
I hadn't even got in that truck yet and driven it. That's where they had it when I got there. So I had to get old Biggie over there and put it somewhere near it. I didn't park this truck. Everybody's like, you can't even park this too much truck.
Too much truck. Too much truck.
Hey, you park like Earl. I didn't park the truck. Whoever was cleaning it up put it there. I didn't put it.
They ain't cutting you no slack. Huh?
I've never even been in that truck yet in that picture. I'm just standing by
Earl.
Well, you parked just like my uncle. I didn't park it.
Uncle.
I've been driving a big lift for a year and a half. I can park one now.
That's right.
Hey, backup cameras, ain't nothing to it.
Yep.
Game changer.
I'll tell you, they have come a long way.
The overhead shot on the camera.
Hey, you might not know how to do my job.
No, but you can't
park. You can't park it like our daddy Greg.
I'll be honest, I struggle parking.
You done work with the backup in the handy. So,
I love how you got to sit up when you talk like
you ain't no work day you live.
Now, when you do send a picture out, there are people going to take shots.
Oh,
every time.
Boy.
I think you look nice.
But it's all
buddy.
fun.
Okay, buddy.
It's all fun. I like how you knocked it out of gear.
Well, you got to send a little passion out there, right?
Well, you know what you did? The dudes like the truck. Look, candy for the lady.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Inflation. I was a bad man. 38 years ago, I was a bad man, and I changed my life when I came under the authority of Jesus Christ. I was reconciled. I've gone back and asked for forgiveness, and I'm not the same guy that I was 38 years ago, and I never was that guy during the time that I've been serving. I've been serving as a man who's been redeemed by Jesus. Now, there's still earthly repercussions people pay for sin, certainly true. But when you're talking about, and again, if that's the case, then Roy should have just come out and said that. He's saying it didn't happen at all, so we have to say that is the facts of today, that Roy says none of this happened. But I mean, are we going to get to the point? And I know this is an extreme example because it involves somebody of such a young age, so I understand that. But are we going to get in a world where if you have any kind of public stand or something, that you're not going to be judged on the person you now are, that people can go back into your life for 38 and 40 years and bring up something that maybe you were a completely different human being during that time and say that now destroys who you are today? Do y'all really want to live in that world? Or I can go out and make up something on you, and everybody, look, we got people now commenting on it just because they were asked about it yesterday. Well, you clearly have to step down. Well, okay, you mean if it's true, right? And so really, if somebody wants to get you, and we may find out that all this is true, and then everybody will make their own decision. But you realize that we're living in a time, if I want to get you, I can get you. And by the time you've recovered from it, I've already gotten what I needed to get.
Oh, yeah. You've left the scene.
And that's all I have to do, because we're in a shoot, ready, aim society. We're in I can take a rumor about you, and I can get it worldwide in hours, if not minutes. I have the capability to do that. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, there's nothing I can do about who I used to be.
Right.
There's nothing I can do about it. Okay? I can deal with who I am, or who we are. But we also need to understand, because of that, you would think that we should all to be called to a standard of the way to live if we truly believe biblically that God is omnipotent, is omnipresent, and is omniscient. Then we should live our lives like everything we do is already on the public record.
Right.
Because it is, because God's aware of it. But I do know that I just, and I remember that, and you take them all individually. It just seems now this is not a good environment that we're finding ourselves in, regardless of political parties and things like that, to where, you know, I know that even the person who's come forward about this concerning Roy Moore, you know, you hear, why didn't you bring this out before? And, you know, well, my kids were in school, and I can certainly understand that. And then we throw in the thing, well, you know, anybody around here can tell you I'm no angel. You know, and then I'm like, well, okay, well, let's take a note of that. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, but you mean now or always, or what do you mean? What is it? Why did you say that? What was that about? So does that mean that everybody can say that, you know, the compass kind of, you might just kind of go with the wind, or would that tell you that it could, since we've had this before, that be somebody that would be on the take? What do you mean by that? So, you know, she's basically saying, well, one of the reasons why I didn't come out, I didn't know if I had any credibility. So I don't know. And I will say this: some of the people that are out there trying to defend Roy right now are doing more damage than good. This bizarre Jim Ziegler comment concerning Mary and Joseph and Zechariah and Elizabeth. Can somebody put Ziegler up and have him to stop talking, please? That is a ridiculous statement, and it's so offensive, and it's so inappropriate. Can somebody get the Zig put up somewhere and let him not talk anymore? Yeah, sometimes some of the things that hurts the faith so much are people who go off half-cocked and don't have any idea what they're talking about and claim they represent the faith. You know, and that's just please somebody put Zig up and have him stop talking. So we will take your phone calls on it, but Bubba's giving you the facts about, you know, the things that we do know. And then you get to this other stuff, and really where we are today is there are people saying things about Roy Moore who Roy Moore says are lying. And I don't know who's telling the truth. And then if it is the truth, then you have to decide about, you know, what does that mean
today
in 2017?
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll come back. 50 big weekend.
Dr. Lou.
The doctor will see you now.
Hello, Dr. Lou,
He
and
looks
welcome.
a little confused.
Give me an R.
R.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us today. And we will move forward. Did find out, speaking of the real Greg Burgess returning back to the show today, he will be making an appearance this weekend, Sunday, 6 p.m. It will be the Home Run Derby at Chocolaca Park. And that is back in our hometown of Oxford, Alabama. Beautiful facility.
It's the Junior College Softball National Championship.
I got you. And so you'll be there for that. Now, is this the one last year where they introduced you as Speedy?
Well, the band did.
The band.
It was a band play, and they were bringing it, by the way.
Right.
And the lead singer had, I guess y'all had crossed paths in the old days or something.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of knew.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. So he introduced me. Y'all know him as Speedy.
Y'all know him as Speedy.
I think my favorite part, though, is you didn't correct him. You just went, come on out.
That's right. Come on out. We've been there.
Yeah. I did that on the Best of CD, didn't I?
It is. Yeah.
So anyway, Greg returns to old Oxford, Alabama this Sunday night. So for the Home Run Derby at Chocolaca Park. So look for him coming up. And
now, when they hit a home run, what do you say? What do you do?
Gone!
Gone!
Give me you work yickety-yak into it?
I can. Yickety!
Yeah. I need that.
There goes in yickety.
Yickety. That's a no-doubter.
I don't know. I may get fired up this year. I may do the windmill and everything. I don't know.
Oh,
see ya. Good day. Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Spaulding. Remember that one?
Yes. The natural.
The natural.
Oh, Yeller gone. Oh, yeah, the balls are yellow.
Oh, okay. I thought, we're not going to be shooting anybody because they got rabies. Right.
You know him as Speedy.
Welcome back to the Home Run Derby from the Rick and Bubba Show, but you know him as Speedy.
How about that?
And I love that you just went with it.
Well, you do, Rick.
That's my favorite part.
I forgot the name of the band, too.
I think, but to make it even better, I think
really
they said
good.
Greg Burgess, you know him as Speedy.
They did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
So
exactly
he put
what
us
they
both
said.
together.
Yeah. That's all right. Look, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
I've
I remember thinking, why was that his own
Greg, no, I had one happen just over this past weekend, and I've got it now. You know, some of these things, like, Bubba, you don't even let them breathe for a minute like that. Greg, and I'm walking by, guy says, "Hey, what's going on, Mr. Bussy?" I said, "That's Mr. Burgess." Wrong guy. Go keep moving.
Before I was,
hey, you're close.
Even before I worked here, people come like, "How's your brother Bubba?" I used to get that a lot. Yeah. He's good. Yeah. You know me, I won't correct anybody. That one guy thought I was you for like 10 years.
Oh yeah.
Hey Rick, what's up? I go, "What's doing good, buddy?"
Greg, you should have corrected. You can't let it go.
Lisa
that
got
long.
mad about that. She goes, "Please tell him."
I get, how is Sherry doing? How's Lisa doing? How's your dad coach doing? All that. So.
Yeah. I was out yesterday. Somebody said, "Hey, King Helms, what's up?"
Yeah, King. Nice knee socks, King.
Congratulations on being a tennis pro. And I said, "Not me." I don't know why Rick gets on your hair. It looks fantastic. I'm not Helmsy.
I thought you were bald.
Love Rock and Roll City. No. So, how's Ruby? You look a little old to have a child so little. That's not me.
Kids can be so cute, though, when they would come at our last house, they would come knocking on the door for trick-or-treating or whatever, and they'd want to know if Rick and Bubba were in there.
That's so good.
Are Rick and Bubba in there?
Sure.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get them.
I get this one a lot too, especially from kids. Yeah, they'll come up and say that whatever, and I'll send those look at me, and there'll be that little awkward moment. They'll go, "What do you think Bubba's doing?" I don't know. Let me text him. You want me to see what he's doing? What do you think Bubba's doing today? I don't know. We can find out, buddy, if you want to. All right, so I'm trying my best. I'm looking at the stories, and I'm looking at the audio and video clips we have today, and I'm trying to stay positive. I'm just trying to stay positive.
Good luck.
Well, here's the thing.
It's just there's some idiot things you just can't believe is out there.
I do, Bubba.
Let's enjoy it as comical and not
okay
them being idiots.
I agree, and I want to go. I want to be there with you, but I think it's okay. Some of you, you're clinging to your view. Have you ever clung to something that you just felt like this is the way things are or should be, and the more absurd it got, there was a point you gave up on it and said, "Now look, I ain't going that far with it."
Yeah.
It's okay to say that. It's even okay you say, "Look, I'm into this to a certain point, but what the scenario you just presented is so absurd, I too will say, yeah, I don't believe that." Yeah. You don't have to keep saying that you believe it to the final place of the most absurd.
Can I tell you this? In the clip we're talking about,
oh my goodness,
is where a witness in Congress says that a man can become pregnant and have an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to play that clip. I'll be honest with you. Of all the idiot things out there, okay, I could get in line with the flat Earth people before I could get in line with this
I'm
lady.
with you on that.
True.
That's a big statement.
Absolutely.
And that's big for me.
But that's a true
not
statement.
even close.
No, yeah, I mean, this is impossible.
But you know what I'm talking about?
And we got people that just sit down and say this, like, oh, yeah. Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, at least do this. But the problem is, you could say, well, let me be clear. I mean, but see, the problem is they can't even, because they've dug in so deep, and we'll play it here in a minute. They've dug in so deep that now they won't even. You remember what I said to the person, and it's my new thing, so I don't elevate anymore. That's not reasonable.
Yeah.
That you're being unreasonable.
Right.
Got to use it again yesterday.
You're really getting mileage out of that.
But
Rick, don't wear it out.
But it's really working for me. But you're saying it'll get to the point where it won't have any effect anymore. Like I'll do it too much and it won't work anymore.
Right. Yeah.
But
You'll get lazy with it.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, these people could stop and say, I believe in a world where biological males and females can identify and live their lives as any gender they want to. So when I say what I'm about to say here in a minute, what I'm saying is there are biological women who will live their lives as men that still will be able to become with child that they can abort. But they know if they do that, now they're acknowledging that the biology of it all never changes.
Yeah.
You know, now you're getting down to the chromosomes like we're talking about, and can they not just at least go there and say, oh yeah, you're right? I mean, just like the person I saw in the what's the talk show guy, Matt Walsh? What's his name? Is it Matt Walsh?
Yeah.
You know, this documentary he's coming out with. Yeah. There was a transgender person that says, look, all I am, which I am living this way, is I am a woman that has had surgery and taken hormones and done things so I can appear as a man. But I'm not a man.
Yeah.
I want to live my life as a man, and all I've really done is I've made up myself so I can appear as a man, which is what I want to do. And the point that this person was making was this all started happening to me when I was 42 years old. Your children don't have a chance. Because they're starting this crap on them as little children that don't even have the ability to reason yet, and now it's become mod and it's become hip and cool. But the things that we're doing, this is a really, really, really big deal.
Yeah,
this is not the latest haircut. Okay, this is not piercings and tattoos and I want to wear a certain style of pants. I mean, this is not that.
I was sitting around with Terry and her mom, and they were reflecting back to when she was really young and would get out and play in the yard, and she would always be playing with the boys, climbing trees and stuff. And in today's world, they would have said she needed to question her gender.
Yeah.
You know, can you not just be a little tomboy and go out and play and still be a girl and then grow into maturity?
Sherry same way. I had 3 brothers. She said I didn't have any girls or anything playing around. I was out there playing with boys to a certain age.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I. Give me a C.
C.
Give me a K.
K.
Give me an ampersand.
Ampersand.
Give me a B.
B.
Give me a U.
U.
Give me another B.
B.
Give me another B.
B.
Give me an A.
A.
What's that spell?
Rick and Bubba.
Who's the fattest?
Rick and Bubba.
Who's annoying to people without common sense?
Rick and Bubba.
Who smoozes with the president and thinks they're sharp because they hang out at the White House with a bunch of stuffy white collar wannabe movers and shakers?
Rick and Bubba.
Who sprinkles pee-pee all over the plane because he's nervous about meeting the president?
Bubba.
Who plays with the president's clock in the Oval Office because he's enamored by its ding-a-linging?
Adler.
Who is Dr. Lou pumped up to be talking about college football in the middle of November as the leaves are falling off the trees?
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, man.
Wow, guys, the participation died off there.
I didn't know who we were supposed to scream.
You're talking about a lack of commitment there.
Got hung in a stare.
I tell you what, guys, you better get up or get out.
That's right. We will, Lou.
Rick and Bubba, gobble, gobble. Let's give thanks right now because this weekend's college football slate is stronger than Bubba's White House suspenders. Goodness gracious.
That's a good one. That's a good one. They had a load, didn't they?
Let me tell you, if you've seen those hefty harnesses, you know they're substantial. Speaking of substantial, did we talk about this situation out of Gainesville, Florida, guys?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Boy. I'm sure you're aware of this situation with former Gator head coach Jim McElwain, who was recently dismissed after making unwarranted claims that both his football players and his family members had received death threats regarding their disappointing season. You guys heard about this?
Yeah, sure.
It appears that McElwain let his mouth get ahead of his brain, but I just received word that an investigation is ongoing.
Is it really?
After discovering that Rand Paul's neighbor is an avid Florida Gator alum. Oh, goodness gracious. Might want to get a riding lawnmower, Jimmy.
That guy Jack.
Oh,
I mean,
you know they're saying now he may broke federal law.
Yeah. You can't attack a senator.
Right.
you can't break a senator's ribs. I pitch.
Yeah.
Guys, serious business. This situation in Florida has left a coaching vacancy that has experts throwing out a lot of names, including none other than Skip Bayless man crush. Skip Bayless man crush, Tim Tebow.
Oh, wow.
Who most Gator fans believe would be the perfect fit for the job. Tim Tebow, that's right. Well, I went and caught up with Tim Tebow about his interest in the potential Florida head coaching position, and he told me, and I quote, "You're asking me You're asking me if I would want to be the head football coach at Florida? Absolutely. I'm in like Sin. Well, not really, because we know Sin is out. But you get what I'm saying. As long as they'll let me play quarterback instead of fullback, I'm totally in and look forward to coaching the Gators after my Bush League baseball season is over.
Dr. Lou doing TT.
Oh, it's my last segment of the season, guys.
Oh, goodness. I like it. Got lightheaded.
I almost lost it there.
I know. You okay?
Guys, speaking of Bush League, how about NC State head coach Dave Doran calling out Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers for using a laptop on the sidelines during last Saturday's game? Apparently, it is illegal for teams to utilize technology on the sidelines during an ACC game.
To utilize what?
To utilize technology.
Okay. I just
want to be sure.
To utilize technology in an ACC game. But ACC officials just this weekend decided not to punish the Clemson Tigers, citing the shut your irrelevant pie hole rule on page 57 of the ACC which states the following: since the Clemson Tigers are the conference's cash cow, and the NC are the conference's cash cow.
Whoa.
And NC State has no chance of winning of getting into the college football playoff. We hereby declare that the whiny Wolfpack should shut their irrelevant pie holes.
Oh, that's in the ACC rule.
Now, what is Clemson?
What Clemson Tigers? The Clemson Tigers. That's. Let me tell you something, guys. That's a laptop, and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if you happen to lose.
Look at Dr. Lou, like a songbird.
Yeah.
Speaking of crying, how about the tears that Sam Newton caused after his recent response to a female reporter's question regarding wide receiver routes? Guys, the
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there for all the information about the best security system available today. Man, have they made inroads in an industry that had gotten a little stale and clunky. But let me tell you now, you can use a SimplySafe system, whether you're renting your property, whether you live there, or maybe you've got an office that you need protected, maybe you've got another property that it's like a summer place that you go, or winter, or cabin, or hunting place, or beach house, lake house, whatever. You can protect any of it with a system from SimplySafeBubba.com. It's just a better way to do it. First of all, you're not sitting all day waiting on the installation crew. You'll install it yourself. It's not intrusive. You're not going to be drilling and making holes in your sheetrock or anything like that. SimplySafeBubba.com uses modern technology to get sensors anywhere you need them. You're also not limited. Sometimes you go, well, look, we can cover the place, the old systems best we can, but we can't. You can put a sensor anywhere there is an entrance to your home, and then you don't have to put anywhere you think, well, that's probably not an issue there, where that window is located. But anyway, do it however you want to. They customize it the way you want it done for your property. And right now, we can save you 20% off with their interactive monitoring. Go to SimplySafeBubba.com. We'll get you a free indoor security camera. We're going to throw that in on whatever system you design. More than 4 million people now trust their security protection to SimplySafeBubba.com. Their 24/7 help they're there for any emergency you may have, God forbid, but they are there to help you if you need it. They'll even help you if you're like me and you're not real sure how to install it. But you should be able to do it. So anyway, we were talking about the story of the woman here that got the sensor went off about the water damage. Bubba, you're talking about that one.
Yep.
And she was able to call a neighbor, get the water cut off there in their neighborhood before there was more damage done to the home. Things like that. So get yours now by going to SimplySafeBubba.com or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So here we go with, and I'm with you, Bubba. I mean, some of this, I know it's serious because we're going to have a generation of people that we have, what we're doing to them mentally and physically right now is uncaring and outrageous. But apparently we're going to not even be able to answer the question, what is a woman, and from women.
And so which. And then when people say that we need to do things, to stand up for women, which in a lot of this I agree with, but it's hard to stand up for a gender that now no longer exists. What it's doing to women's athletics, we've been very, very.
How can you have women's sports when you can't define a woman? How can you? I mean, Rick, the end game and all this is kind of interesting, which it's really hard to find an end game in this other than you're just very, very confused about a lot of stuff.
Well,
and I think it's just an attempt at chaos is all it is.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. If you want to see
they got it.
The end game is and some of it, I'm sure people are unaware, there's a spiritual end game that is called chaos.
Yes.
Because spiritually, we all know what lives in chaos.
Yeah.
And we also know.
I think God is a God of order.
Mm-hmm.
He's ordered the universe. Our science follows the laws of science as He ordered it. And I think this is just an attempt to be anti that every turn we can get.
Whether you're doing that or not, that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
you're right. I agree with you 100%.
I don't think there might be a end game like, we're trying to accomplish this, other than we want to go against everything that is established, everything that's order. We want total chaos, total mayhem, because it's not, that's not a peaceful environment to live in, and they're anti that too.
This is the ultimate that I'm going to run with scissors, no matter what my parents say.
Right.
And I want to be as defiant as I can be, and I'm taking my defiance to the place that I'm not even going to recognize the original design of gender. I mean, in your face, creator, and so which. All wisdom comes from fear of the Lord. If you don't have fear of that,
yeah.
But anyway,
all wisdom.
Yeah,
that's where it starts.
Yep, and you can learn it the hard way or you can learn it the easy way. But anyway, but you're right, and this also is another sign is when things start sliding, you need to cull them because I think if you ask somebody 20 years ago, do you think you'll ever live in an American society? That won't answer the question, what is a woman? And somebody said, you crazy, you ain't get that crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're here.
Yep.
And so that's a question you're not allowed to ask. Now, keep in mind, Bubba, you could walk this out to its most bizarre. Can anybody really be called a misogynist anymore?
Well, how can you?
How can I be misogynist? I'm mistreating what? I'm downgrading what?
And what am I?
Right.
To downgrade what?
If I'm not a man, if I can't be defined,
I can play that game too.
Right. If I can't be defined as a man and you can't be defined as a woman, misogyny doesn't exist.
That's right. I mean, you've kind of. Well, I was going to use a term I'm not going to use, but you've kind of destroyed your own argument there.
Well, here we go. Keep in mind, think about the people who worked so hard to get women equality and women's rights and the advancement of women's sports, women in the workplace.
Women's pay.
They've done all this work only to discover that society's decided they don't exist. All right, so here we go. Now talking about, this is the question we have here, Adler, is just the one about abortion, right? This is not when she's first asked, what is a woman? We have both? Okay. So she's going to be, this person is an OBGYN, and a board member with Physicians for Reproductive Health. Mm-hmm. That's her title, Dr. Robinson. So now you're going to hear Dr. Robinson be asked, what is a woman? And then going to be asked.
This is Amy.
Person.
This is Amy.
Where am I at?
This is 2. Look at 2.
Yeah, cut 2.
Oh, okay. I was reading the actual story here. Oh, I see.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot.
Boy, there's a lot in here.
Boy, there is.
There's
now,
another one in here too.
There's
okay.
Dan Bishop. He's a Republican out of North Carolina. He's on the committee here, and he's going to ask the director of abortion rights nonprofit in Texas what the question here.
Texas.
Anybody want to take that last name on? Amy Arambide.
That's kind of one.
Arambide.
We'll go with
Arambide.
Okay, so she is one of the witnesses here, and she's the executive director of the abortion rights nonprofit in Texas. So here is the questioning, and we'll see how you're not gonna believe what we hear. Go ahead.
What do you say a woman is?
I believe that everyone can identify for themselves.
Okay. Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
Yes.
Wow.
You know, I pretty much feel like your testimony's over at that point.
That'll do it.
Do you hear him just go? Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all, this is in Congress. Okay, this is what these are the kind of testimonies we're getting in Congress right now. While your gas pump is getting very expensive to fill up your gas tank.
Okay.
All right. So now that I'm seeing in the story.
Do you want to hear him say okay again?
I do. In between the two. I love it.
It's great.
What do you say a woman is?
I believe that everyone can identify for themselves.
Okay.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah.
I'm seeing pigs run over a cliff. Anybody else?
Yes, Bubba. So the person I was talking about, and I got confused from the written story to this, but there was a person who's an OB/GYN and board member with the Physicians for Reproductive Health, and that doctor, Dr. Robinson, was also asked, what is a woman, and because the questioner says, I notice you use the she and her pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
Now think about that. You're supposed to call me whatever I ask you to call me, okay?
Right.
And the answer is not simply that it's biologically this. From an OB/GYN, I think it's important that we educate people like you about why we're doing the things we do. Yeah, we'd like to understand it. And so the reason that I use she and her pronouns is because I understand that there are people who become pregnant that may not identify that way. And I think it's discriminatory to speak to people or call them in such a way as they desire not to be called.
Rick, we had another story we didn't get to yesterday of a guy who was arrested by the police on some traffic charge, and he's wearing a coat and tie.
Right.
And they refer to him, and they're treating him very polite, very professional, sir. And then he said that it was a hate crime because they use the term sir because he doesn't not identify as a man.
Yeah.
Isn't he an actor?
He's the Flash.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I found a real quick clip of that that interaction, Rick, that you were talking about. If you want to, just
it just gets more bizarre by the day. Now, keep in mind, this is a doctor,
I noticed
medical
in your
doctor.
Written testimony. You said that you use she, her pronouns. You're a medical doctor. What's a woman?
It's important for you to understand why I said I use she, her pronouns.
Well,
because I understand that
I'm
there
explaining.
are people.
I was explaining why I'm asking the question, but I just like to get an answer to the question. What's a woman?
I think it's important that we educate people like you about why we're doing the things that we do. And so the reason that I use she and her pronouns is because I understand that there are people who become pregnant that may not identify that way. And I think it is discriminatory to speak to people or to call them in such a way as they desire not to be called.
Thanks for that.
So it's important that we respect each individual person.
Are you going to answer my question? Can you answer the question, what's a woman?
I'm a woman. And I will ask you, which pronouns do you use?
Can you
If you
provide...
tell me that you use she and her pronouns, I'm going to answer you. I'm going to call you Mr. Bishop. I'm going to respect you for how you want me to address you.
I'm just asking, so you give me an example of a woman. You say that you are a woman. Can you tell me, otherwise, can you tell me what a woman is?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm a woman.
Is that as comprehensive a definition as you can give me?
That's as comprehensive as a definition as I will give you today.
What in the world?
I don't even.
Guys,
I just saw pigs go off the cliff again.
It's like make
It's just a different version.
This is ridiculous.
Complete ignorance. How do you have a conversation with that?
That's a medical doctor.
Yeah, look.
I need to go for a run or something.
I do too. Let's do it.
The medical board ought to just take her license right now. Not fit.
Wow.
How ridiculous.
Wow.
How ridiculous.
We're being silly. I mean,
Gosh, I'm so much smarter than those people.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
outcry from women across the country has been deafening since Cam snidely spouted off in his October press conference. Thankfully, though, female comedian Kathy Griffin has peacefully chimed in on the matter, saying, cut his hands and his feet off, but leave his head for me so I can put it on a canvas.
Oh, wow.
Goodness gracious, Kathy. Calm down, Kathy. Calm down, Kathy.
Calm down, Kathy. Hey, calm down, Kathy. Hey, calm down, Kathy. Hey.
Does anybody else think that Kathy Griffin is out of control?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we got a story today. She's fainting on stage. So,
my goodness.
Cassie.
Speaking of Griffins, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there is a linebacker on the Central Florida football team named Shaquem Griffin that is impressing NFL scouts. And get this, guys, he is missing one of his hands. This is a true story. This is a true story.
Greg?
He was actually honored at an event recently as being the AAC Defensive Player of the Year. This is true. And it was hosted by yours truly, Joe Biden, who predictably asked everyone to give Shaquem a hand.
No. Cash cow.
Stand up.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
Hey, stand up. Stand up, Shaquem. Why don't you go ahead and get everybody a round of applause there, Shaquem? Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? Speaking of stand-up,
yes.
How about the recent show-stopping performance at a Hoover High School pep rally by head football coach Josh Niblett here in the Magic City? Guys, I know you heard about the emotionally charged antics used by the coach to get the students hyped up for their big game against the undefeated Thompson Warriors.
Yes.
But for those that missed it, let's just say that an innocent motivational speech quickly morphed into a Magic Mike sequel with a shirtless Niblett prancing around the Hoover Gymnasium. It was a weird scene. Well, guys, I just had to go and gauge the American response, so I went and caught up with some key figures in the world of sports, politics, and entertainment. It turns out that the reactions to the Niblett show have been mixed. Okay, guys?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to go catch up with these guys. First off, Colin Kaepernick was the first to weigh in.
Really? Okay. Who?
He was Colin Kaepernick, saying that Hoover players should stand during the national anthem to honor their courageous coach for giving them even the shirt off his back. Goodness gracious. There's got to be more. We salute you, Mr. Niblett.
There's going to be more, he said. So nervous.
I also caught up with ESPN commentator Jay Feely to get his commentary on the Niblett video, and he said, off the crossbar. He just barely had enough, but he knocked it through, Ben. That's a big kick for Paulie Furcano. Eastern Michigan answers 3-3. Mr. Feely, we are all now dumber for having listened to what you had to say.
Yes.
Guys, I think we were all wondering what Bill Bubba Bussey had to say about the Niblett show.
I don't remember me commenting.
And he told me, and I quote, he's no P. Bush from Texas, but Josh is still pretty hot.
That's good.
I meant that's just what Betty said.
How did I get in so much of this today?
Oh, my goodness.
I incidentally ran into former Missouri defensive standout Michael Sam, and he asked me if he asked me for directions to Hoover High School. I told him. No, sir.
That's Lou. That's Lou.
Hey, Lou, when's the next Buccaneer pep rally?
That's Lou, Rick.
That's really good. You all right over, buddy?
That's Greg at Rick and
Guys,
Bubba.
can you believe this Niblett news made it to the White House too? True story, guys. Officials are so impressed with the structural integrity of the coach's physique that Trump is now considering Niblett's abdomen as a prototype for the wall. 25 abdomens high by 30 abdomens wide.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat is already spun this week. That happened on Tuesday, so that is behind us for the week. Another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. We'll talk a little bit about some of the things that we've, the state of our American society. You know, there was a time when you said, "Oh, well, listen, yeah, but you don't know how things are going on around the world." I think now, and I saw one of those in one of the what an undesirable place we must be becoming with all that is going on. But anyway, so someone had text me and said, "Have you seen the latest Calvin Klein ad?" Of course, I hadn't. I don't really normally see Calvin Klein ads, but Adler actually has, if you want to see, and look, the first image is obviously, not good either. We've got women, out parading them around scantily clad or whatever, but they're showing Calvin Klein in 99 to 2019 to 2022. God. So in 1999, we have a woman in a bathing suit. 2019, we have we have something. We're dealing now with people like us, Bubba, that have a little bit of a weight issue that we can still wear Calvin Klein.
She's got that.
Yes, and then
got it covered.
And here's your current state. In 2022, we put up this bizarre picture of it looks there's a man that's supposed to be pregnant, and then there's a woman that now is playing the role like she's the husband with her arms around her pregnant
husband.
Well,
See, to me, that looks like just some guy who drinks a lot of beer.
It really does.
It does.
As a matter of fact, Bubba and I looked at the picture and said, we don't understand what the problem is.
Are they saying he's pregnant or he's just fat?
Yeah, that's my point. I think they're trying to sell us on pregnant, but when you have a beard and short hair and you have that gut, I'll just assume you're fat.
Yeah. And the thing I guess I don't understand.
That's just me because men can't be pregnant.
Well, it's like I don't really – I think it's sad when we start playing pretend. I mean, even if we're going to go down this road – of you can identify as anything you want to, and no one thinks that might mean that you need maybe to some counseling or let's help you because that's a struggle. If we're going to go down the road that this is all perfectly normal, everybody, it's even kind of cool and hip, and why don't you try it even if you're not struggling with it? If we're going to go down that road, I still think that it would be at least somewhat healthy, okay, for us not to pretend and say, Dr. Burgess, yes. So what is a woman? Well, a woman and a man is biologic. We know that. And, of course, that would be in the chromosomes. It would be in the genitalia. But I'm a person that believes that people should be able to identify and really, if they want to live their lives as appearing to be a gender that is opposite of their biologic
their chromosomes.
Then that's their right to do so. So you're not trying to convince me that they really are scientifically changing genders. No, they're not, because that's impossible. If it's XX and it's XY, you can certainly have all sorts of attempts at surgeries on people's appearance, including their genitalia. But as far as the science of it all, there are two genders. That's male and female. So I'm not dodging that, Congressperson. But I do think people should be able to identify, and if they want to appear as the gender that is not their biologic, gender, then that's their own business. Okay, and then I would go, okay, I still kind of think that's kind of, odd, but at least we're not leaving the world of creation in science.
Science has took a beating these last few years, hasn't it?
But it's like we're afraid to state what is the truth. And I think it's important to know that truth, because if say I'm someone who wants to live my life as a different gender, okay, don't I kind of need to know what I'm getting into? Doesn't somebody need to tell me for my mental health and my physical health? Now understand, if you're a biologic female, and if you're going to live your life appearing as a male, there's going to be some really bad surgery involved about altering your appearance. It's going to be difficult. You're not changing your chromosomes. We're going to try to work with you on some hormone pills. That's going to be difficult. Some of this, we still don't really know the long-term effects of it, especially when we're talking
it's
about.
It's going to be vinyl side.
Hey, especially when we're talking about children.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
okay. I mean, we're giving children drugs that were used for there to be a medical castration. Are we losing our minds? And so the conversation,
And even those of you that disagree with us on the freedom to live whatever gender you want to, I certainly don't have a problem with that in your private life. But I want this to be a conversation that is a conversation of truth, especially if you come from a worldview that you keep screaming, follow the science. How y'all can be on this wagon is bizarre to me. If I try to talk about anything, you follow the science.
Rick, science is now crafted to meet a political agenda.
This has become political now, and people's mental stability and their physical well-being is at stake, and we don't seem to care because we want to win an argument, not truly care about people who may be confused or just think they want to enter into something because it's been presented as no big deal. It's a really big deal. As I said a minute ago, this is not haircuts, piercings, tattoos, and clothing style. This is a really, really major ordeal, and it can be extremely damaging to you mentally and physically. And us to pretend like it's no big deal is a shame. I mean, that's a shame, and we ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
Well,
those
Rick,
of you that are doing it,
it's all part of the chaos thing, which goes against God's order,
of course,
and I think that's why you're
and
saying
that is whether they know it or not.
Yeah, I can't get over, and I don't know how many campaign ads you're going to see during the midterm election where they're going to just ask somebody what's a woman and watch them try to dance around it and do everything possible other than answering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just amazing to me that they can't look. There's issues there like you talked about. We can talk about those, okay?
Yeah.
But it's just completely bizarro that you can't answer that basic question. And you've got degrees, you've got doctorates, your wall is covered with paper, and you can't tell me what a woman is in public because you don't want to be held accountable to something you said to a political group? Are you kidding me?
Not only was one of these people a doctor, the field that she is in is OBGYN, and she won't tell us what a woman is, and she's supposed to be a doctor for women. I don't need an
y'all got too much
OBGYN.
spare time on your hands.
Rick and Bubba.
That's good. I hope it's all of them.
Lastly, guys, I went and caught up with Josh Niblett himself to see if he had anything to say about his behavior, and he told me to relay this heartfelt message to the country, and I quote, "You're welcome." Oh, goodness gracious, go to break. I'm too attractive for my son. Too attractive for my son. Too attractive is her.
You just go Asian world.
We'll be back. Happy Veterans Day weekend, and a thank you to veterans all across the country today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy are here. Adler's got RBTV for you. Can't have nothing. Hannah, Montana, Rick and Bubba University, trying to get their master's degree in common sense. Melanie Udan is shadowing the program for her final day today. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
Buddy, how are you?
He's pumped full of ribs, and he's ready to go.
Update.
He's coming for you.
On Anthony Weiner.
He's gonna get you.
Wow.
Attack of the Weiner man.
Anthony Weiner.
He's coming for you. He's gonna get you. Attack of the Weiner man.
I can't believe the story I'm seeing, but it is foxnews.com. We do know that, keep in mind, don't miss, and I've heard somebody bring this up the other day, and when this particular problem exists in a person's life, they made the point, as other psychologists have made the point too, they don't ever seem to be able to be rehabbed. Now, I don't want to ever say that we can give up on anybody, and there's certainly supernatural curing that can happen in anybody's life. But if you look at him, he seems to exemplify the narrative, because
I can't stop.
I was caught once, got caught again, and then got caught again. And keep in mind, I'm getting in trouble and I'm causing problems every time I get caught.
I get through it, and I'm like, wow.
And I still don't stop.
So he's going to be locked up for 21 months.
And here is the story.
But he had a request before he goes in. Let's see, when will he'll begin this week in prison? So is he going in today?
I guess it is today, yeah. And
Carlos Danger.
Now, don't forget that he was out on social media, as Greg loves to say, Carlos Danger.
Carlos Danger.
Now, it would be like me saying that somebody said, Burgess has a problem with shoplifting. And so when I get into,
I'm picturing it.
And I get into jail and I say why I'm in jail, I would really love for people to start sending me gift cards to discount stores.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. You just go.
People say, Burge, I don't think you don't need to be asking for that. You got a real problem.
So keep in mind, he is there for 21 months for sexting with a 15-year-old.
Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm. And guys, like I
no,
say,
we're talking about Anthony Weiner.
He was a superstar
Let's be clear.
in the Democratic Party. I mean, this guy's future was. I mean, he was going to mayor of New York and all this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was just a big time
He
player.
was married to Hillary's assistant, Uma.
And he had his little problem once, and then he had it again, and then he had it again.
So we do not know.
Guess what his request is for people to do for him before he goes in jail.
I can't.
What would be the most odd thing he could ask for that all of us, if we were his PR guy, would be no? Oh heck no! You didn't just say that,
Anthony. What I don't want you to do is to ask people to be pen pals with you.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he did.
Sure.
Yeah. So he's asking people, "Hey, I'm about to go away. They're gonna cut me off on communication. Y'all send me a bunch of letters real quick."
Yeah. Now I got some drawings I'll put on there.
Mm-hmm. Easy. He's also asking for them to send.
He's got an adapt. I mean, he's got somehow.
He wants books too, and somehow I don't think he's looking for where the red fern grows.
No, Rick. Old Dan Little Ann, not into it.
Why
People that reads a book, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Is this guy is he just a loon?
Rick, he has no filter at all.
He
really doesn't.
Slimy.
Guys, do you realize
creepy?
And this is not an
an
allegation. Anthony Weiner was found guilty of these things.
Right.
It is a fact, and it's current and a fact.
Yeah.
Where's the shame? Where is guys? I'm not going to be heard from again. I've got to go away. I've got to get my act together. I've got to find out what is wrong with me, and by golly, it's got to be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
He's out there cutting up, saying things. Hey, please include your full mailing address here. No.
Rick,
no.
Anthony, you don't need to correspond in any way, shape, or form.
I want to correspond with anyone who will. And although you didn't ask, you can also send me some books via Amazon. No crock pots or washers and dryers, please. Nice cutting up as if he's funny guy, as if he got caught, like doctoring the books at work or something.
Yeah.
I mean, what you got caught of is just really
Rick, several times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And now you're telling people to be your pen pals. So
he is creepy,
man. So that to me, I'm like Bubba. If I'm in his public relations department, I'm like no. Also, we now have the UCLA basketball players who are in trouble with China.
Yeah.
These players accused, funny I mentioned shoplifting. They're now saying until China figures out what they're going to do with the legal proceedings, they are right now being held captive at the luxury hotel where they're staying. And they could be there for months.
Rick, you're talking about something that really changes the basketball scene. I mean, this was going to be one of the better teams, and UCLA has this great history. But you're going to take three of their players and basically keep them under house arrest in a hotel, which, by the way, is very generous of the Chinese to do that. They don't have to do that. That was probably negotiated behind the scenes, but they're going to be there and they're going to face charges for this.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show, 28 years still standing. Glad you're here. From the No Name Studio, as we start another hour, we ask you to join us at the number that I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Tomorrow, you'll find out if your team is the team of the week for the USFL. If you haven't dropped that in, register at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. Also, another Rick and Bubba Wednesday Bible study out today. It's archived. We did that yesterday, Genesis 20, and it's available for your consumption on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. The real Greg Burgess this weekend. If you want to see Gregory, be at Choccolocco Park. He'll be there for the Home Run Derby for the National Junior College
softball national championship tournament.
That's right.
And the real Greg Burgess will be there. So go by and see him. Starts at 6 p.m. local time at Chakalaka Park.
Chakalaka Park.
In Oxford, Alabama, our hometown. Yep. All right, so, and welcome back. There's old Bussy right there. Hey, Buss. Look, give him the ball. Feed him. Let him eat.
Oh, no. It's just.
So let's talk about Saban. Hey, rotate.
How about you, Coach?
Hey, Coach. All right, so this ongoing thing about NIL and hey, you did this and you got this. The NIL did offer a new opportunity to buy players and still not be violating NCAA rules. It wasn't intended to be used that way, but how else do you think we would use it? I mean,
we kind of all saw that coming.
I would use it that way if I legally could. I mean, I would say, hey, we got some good deals here, NIL deals, if you'll come play for us. If everybody else is doing it, I certainly want to be able to compete as long as it's not against the rules.
Right.
And it's not, but...
And the order of this, let me just clarify for people who, there may be some confusion with this. The way this should work, you decide where you want to go to school. You enroll in that school, you play for the football team. Then a company can approach you and say, we would like to pay you to do our commercials, to use your name, image, and likeness. The athlete accepts that and gets paid. What it is not supposed to be is people say, I have $1 million NIL deal waiting on you if you come to my school. That's how it's not supposed to be.
Right, and I would put letter B under that. Also not supposed to be agents who now this is their whole field that says get in the transfer portal, I can get you a better NIL deal over here.
Right.
So because I've already got you one ready to go.
It should be a process and then NIL on top of that. I know that I'm probably, pie in the sky here on that, but that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but the NCAA, when they lost the court case, honestly, you can say we don't want you to use it that way, but you really don't have any authority to keep them from using it that way. Now you're going. Can we all agree not to let our human nature take this and use it?
They may.
Well,
the NCAA,
which gets us to Saban's point now.
What the court ruled on was a very narrow part of the law where they said players can sell it. Now the NCAA still has the authority to regulate its members, Rick, who voluntarily sign up to be under their rules.
Yeah. So you're going to hear Nick Saban say something that and this is this ongoing thing with him at Texas A&M. He's going to say, that this is not, as you said, Bubba. This is an unintended effect of the name, image, and likeness rights. But he's saying we got to do something to the point you just made. Who's all that? What's all that ding in there? He said, but we got to do something. And he says there's a reason that A&M was first in recruiting this last time, and he goes straight for it. So here is Nick Saban.
You've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it.
Ooh. So the quote again, if you get it, because the audio was pretty good, but I want to be sure you got it right. He said, A&M was first. We were second in recruiting last year. A&M bought every player on their team and made a deal for name, image, and likeness. We didn't buy one player.
Ooh. Has Jimbo responded to that?
Yes, he has.
He responded to Lane Kiffin when he did it. Right. If you'll remember,
but has he responded
to
this
one? Well, that happened last night.
Yeah.
So, Deion Sanders has responded.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, Deion, because he used them saying they were buying players too, right?
Yeah, he said that they paid a guy $1 million to come play.
And what did Deion say about that?
It's not true.
And he says, so Deion says that's bad information.
This is going to make the Aflac commercial very uncomfortable.
It is. Coach Prime.
The next time Coach Prime comes in.
So Fisher has not responded to the latest accusation, but as you all said, he sternly responded when Lane Kiffin basically said the same thing in February.
Right.
But I think it will prompt a response, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You would get all mad about it.
I think
Little Jimbo doesn't like that.
No, he gets mad about it.
I think there was, they paid a lot of money for Jimbo Fisher to come out there and win, and they've had some success. Have not got to the level yet I don't think they want to be, but I think now that, and this is just me, now that Georgia has won a national championship and defeated Alabama doing it, I think there's even more pressure on A&M to do it now because it's been shown it can be done.
Good point. Yeah.
Well, and A&M beat them. I mean, they beat Alabama.
Yeah, but they lost some other games they shouldn't have lost,
Right,
or they
yeah.
would have been playing for the
No,
conference
100%.
championship because they had Alabama beat and thus had the tiebreak on them.
And then
so you have to lose twice.
Yeah.
To lose that advantage.
And they did. Yeah, and they did. So, but they may have solved that with this recruiting class. But we'll see. But I mean, you don't
We'll
know.
see.
I mean, you can do all this and set up an NIL deal and be all fired up about somebody. You don't know who's going to pan out and who doesn't.
No, you don't.
But usually, I mean, if you look, the teams that stay at the top, their recruiting classes are usually up there.
Right. Well, we've heard two different. I tell you, I don't interrupt the popping here.
Right. Boy, let me tell you. Between the popping and the pinging, we need to name it maybe the pop ping studio.
Pop penalty
ping. We
I think the
popping.
pinging can be taken care of.
Yeah.
We've heard people say that NIL may be the great chance to even things up.
Right.
Because a school could pay a kid, again, not the order you want it in, but might be able to siphon off a top prospect. That's what Coach Prime did at Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've heard other people say, well, the rich are only going to get richer.
Yeah.
They got more money to pass around. They got more alumni with more money. So, I mean, it can't be both, right?
Well, here's the thing. I think I would be if I was a fan base in this country, based on all this everybody always says, I would be absolutely furious if I was a Texas fan. How in the world can we have all this money and we can't use this money to be better than we are?
Yeah.
Why can't we buy a team?
Why?
I think A&M's trying to do that.
How can Texas be so rich and be so average?
I know.
But the University of Texas, what you're talking about, their fundraising is usually in the top, if not number one.
They are the top, and A&M's too.
Yeah,
they're the top.
But yeah, that
they got all that old money out there.
That even makes my point more glaring. So the other Texas team, they are producing a better team.
Yeah,
with all they have access to, but you're not. Why aren't you?
Well, Rick, let me ask you this: is it time for, say, other schools? Is it time for the fans to put their money where their mouth is and find whoever their collective is? I think was the term they were using. That sounds like something out of Star Trek.
Yeah.
But whoever the NIL people are representing players at that school, don't they need to start calling them and donating money?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have a bigger pool to
I
work
thought this
with?
is what rich alumni were waiting on.
I know.
I
mean, they've been in trouble in the past for passing money. Now you can do it legally.
Yeah.
Just get you a good player and really support them.
Which is Saban's concern, part of his concern. Then a woman plays Walker Hayes for Nick Saban. You know, this is the song called AA, where the lyric says,
favorite.
There's a lyric way down in Alabama where they love Nick Saban.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Nick Saban.
And so here it is. So she plays it for him.
She does, and off of her phone.
Oh, that's part of
You got to smile.
Yeah, actually, look at him smiling.
What did he say?
He even
What
put
was
on
his
his glasses.
Yeah.
I think he said, "Oh, that's the part right there."
That's the part right there. Okay. Look, you can tell somebody told about the song. You know what they're talking about. Come here, you got to listen to this. Way down in Alabama where they love Nick Saban.
I'm gonna try to get him on our podcast. I understand he's a great guy.
Who, Nick Saban?
No, Walker.
I thought you were trying to get Coach Saban.
Coach Saban's a great guy too, I hear.
We'll take phone calls next. 866 we be big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I don't know what the penalty is in China. Do you? I know if it was in the Middle East, what the penalty would be.
I tell you, it's not
basketball career. Be
We know how no one still think here in China. We not take this lightly.
What are you thinking? You have to be the mental midget of all time to go to China and shoplift.
Yeah. Well,
what kind of goofball are you?
What's next? Next, this bunch gonna go do graffiti over in Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, I would check those. I would check those ACT, SAT scores on this bunch because somebody's falsifying them because they ain't got sense to get out of the rain.
Can I say seriously? Think about what I'm saying. I think I'm right on this. You know what? Maybe their best hope, Trump. Because right now, the Chinese, they like dealing with Trump right now.
The administration's probably what got them the hotel deal to begin with, but you'll never hear that.
Because, I think one of the things that has been grossly misunderstood about our country, the enemies of this country never, ever, 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 ever respect weakness. They don't respect cowering, patronizing. The only leaders that we've had that have ever been respected by our enemies are leaders that our enemies are afraid of. Yeah. That's it. I mean, let's go back to the Ayatollah Khomeini. I mean, it was, hey, I've got Jimmy Carter and I've got him running in circles. Who did they elect? Hey, guys, let's start getting everybody in line. Let's get them out of here. I mean, because he knew that Ronald Reagan would rain down almighty.
The hour he was sworn in.
Yeah. And they knew. And we've seen this going along with so many things. These kind of people are Arab nations right now, and even the Chinese. They know that we have the type of leader right now that is going to say, we're coming in here, and there's no longer trying to get you to like us by caving into everything, which you don't respect and you laugh about behind our backs anyway.
Just like Hitler did Chamberlain.
Yeah, we're coming in here, and I'm representing the country, and we're going to correct these things, and we will defend ourselves. We will do this. We will do that. We will no longer enter bad economic deals. We will no longer have a foreign policy that includes, if we give you what you want, will you promise not to bomb people? We're not going to operate that way. So right now he's making some ground with the Chinese leaders at this point. So there might be an opportunity now, as you said, it could be this hotel situation may even be part of it. That these men may have an ally in Trump if he can get the Chinese to say, look, just let them go.
Well, they got 37 days, the Chinese do, to see if they want to make an official approval for formal arrest. But they're saying in a lot of the minor cases that they'll just deport you and just be like, okay, instead of going through the process, let's just deport them. So that's what they're hoping.
But isn't it interesting? And I don't know the political.
There's some Pac-12 teams hopes they stay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well said.
Yeah,
I don't know the political leanings of these four men. They are African-American men, and I know right now there's a big, in general, the African-American athletes are considering Trump to be some evil person. I wonder if they think he's evil right now.
One of them's that LeVar Ball, the dad, he's got the three
kids. Let me tell you, they may be right now be willing to have a Make America Great hat on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I bet they feel different about Trump right now when he's between them and the Chinese government.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: if you're found guilty of this, what is the punishment? Does it say?
It doesn't say. It just says that they would make an official arrest, and then from there they would.
I think by normal standards, you're talking about years and years in prison.
Oh yeah, it could be.
I mean, it's up there. It's not like it is here, obviously.
We not tolerate.
Yeah,
someone
hey, Bubba, it's bad. I'll tell you that.
Thank goodness you ain't in the Middle East because they take care of the judgment pretty quick with the old axe out there.
Yeah, well, you'll be playing for Central Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So
they sure are hoping that China didn't want to deal with this and just like, okay, this is minor, y'all get out. That's what they're really hoping.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. You know how you don't get in this situation?
Yeah, I do.
Don't shoplift.
I mean, good night. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
And a warranty. They even have. Uh, 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And the lines are open. I know if you've been calling and you're getting the old ring, we're answering them now. So fire up. 866-WE-BE Big lines are available. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table.
Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. We don't have that, no. Then the buzzer hits you. Your time on the program comes to a close. I told you the real Greg Burgess will be in Oxford this weekend. Go see him at the Home Run Derby there at Chocolaca at 6 p.m. Other things will be happening in the future. I'll be headed to Shelbyville, Tennessee. Excited about the men's conference coming up at First Baptist Church, Shelbyville. Those tickets are on sale now on June the 18th. So that'll be going on Father's Day weekend, and you can get those tickets right now by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and I look forward to seeing you guys coming up that weekend. In Father's Day weekend, we'll be back in time for Father's Day on Sunday, and that's a great honor to be asked to be there, and I can't wait to be with you. 2 tickets. One's got a meal, and we'll have dinner together. If you don't want to food with that, you can just get a ticket that'll get you into the actual event, and that you got 2 options there. So go grab those before they're gone. To the phones we go. Let's start with Parker and Alabama. Parker, 30 seconds. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Holly Rowe. Y'all don't think that Saban might be subtly using the media to send a little message to the Red Elephant Club to step it up a notch, do you?
Well, I would read it that way. I mean, if the rules are going to stay as they are, Saban didn't like to be number 2 in anything.
No, he doesn't.
Because Alabama is struggling. They were only the 2nd best recruiting class in the entire country. That we can't have that. Got to get back up here at number 1.
Yeah.
Send a message out there, say, where's all the red elephants? What all the red elephants at? What at? Because this, like you said, man, this has been an alumni dream.
Oh, I know. Now you get to play, and you don't have to hide it.
Let's go to Jeff in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Fired up.
So Nick Saban stuff, I mean, he's clearly trying to send a message because we ain't supposed to believe that Nick Saban's taking the background on recruiting already.
I couldn't understand you, Jeff. Can you try again?
I said he's obviously trying to send a message to his boosters because we're not supposed to believe that Nick Saban's taking the moral high ground on recruiting, are we?
Well, he said they don't pay anybody.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's just what Nick said. I don't know. I'm not there.
He said they did it the right way once they're there.
Let's go to Galen.
It'll never end once you start this.
Galen in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just wanted y'all to look at the Celine Dion commercial for baby clothes where they're supposed to not have any genders. It's more disturbing than your Calvin Klein commercial.
Well, let me say she's really ruining all the gender reveal parties out there, isn't she?
Yeah.
I mean, we just did we not start celebrating announcing the gender of your baby to your family and friends?
I know that just really gained some speed here in the last few years.
Well, if Celine Dion, with all due respect, if she thinks that this is the way to go, she's an idiot. You might be able to sing good, but you're an idiot. Okay.
I love how you put it, with all due respect.
I don't know how to muster any in calling someone an idiot, but I try. That's that thing.
I've had to use it a lot lately, Rick. I ain't proud of it, but I mean, what else do you say?
Well, it goes back to that again when somebody says, "Now look, no offense." Well, I'm sorry that didn't mean that's some magical statement that takes all offensive things away, all offensive feelings. Have you ever had somebody say that to you and go, "All right, I'm trying. I'll try."
Yeah.
Look, now no offense, but you're an idiot. Frankie out of the great state of Alabama. Frank, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I was just coming. I know back when I was young and when my son was young, an alternative for milk was goat's milk.
What you mean, formula?
Formula
Do you mean formula?
Right. And if they couldn't take whole milk and they couldn't take formula, they could take goat's milk. My son had to take goat's milk.
Does he?
And then also, sir?
Do you ever look outside and he's standing on top of like the shed?
He looks back at you and goes, "Hey, Daddy, get out the elbow. I don't want to come in."
You know what he said? When he said, "Look at my kid," he meant it. Literally.
Give me some milk.
Can I go outside? No, I haven't heard goat's milk being good enough for a baby that still needs formula.
It is.
Isn't he talking about maybe when the baby got to whole milk and you know maybe didn't need the formula anymore? I don't know that you throw goat's milk in there for newborn, do you?
Don't you usually hear goat's milk used in cheese and stuff like that as opposed to direct?
You do. Let's go to.
They used to have a thing called tiger's milk. Remember that when we were little? Do you remember that? I'd hate to be the guy that had to get it.
It's not easy.
All right, so let's go to Tad. Yeah, Tad in Texas. Hey, Todd.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're fine, man.
That Walker Hayes song that they were playing, it says when they love Nick Saban. Nikki Nadmeyer would love the fact if you listen to the second and third verse, you actually get a roll tide after that in the song.
Yeah. Do you really?
Yeah. They said that. Yeah, they're down in Alabama where they love Nick. My son pointed it out to me.
Roll tide.
He graduated from Alabama. So you got two roll tides and a national song on anyway.
The Walker Hayes part. Yeah, I hadn't heard that, but I've heard the song enough. I was telling Bubba in the break. I will say it's a song that says my standard of success is going to be pretty low. I feel like I'm successful if my daughter's not on the pole,
right,
and my sons aren't in jail, and I'm not in AA.
There you go.
That's somebody that says, "Look, that's low."
Keeping it simple.
Yeah, that's low expectations.
Right. Yeah.
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, you talking to me?
I am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, I love y'all's show.
Thank you.
I just want to say, hey, if me and my buddies are all sitting around and we're all talking and having a good old time, say, hey, I'm feeling pregnant. I want to go in here to the bathroom and give birth. I'll see you in a minute.
Right.
Yeah, I don't. First of all, that's not possible. But yeah, it's yeah. The pretending right now is, you know, it's not. It's getting to a point of concern. You know how you say, well, I'll tell you one thing, that'll never happen. I think we can take that phrase and throw it away. Nobody'd ever say that. Yeah, they pretty much will. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jeremy, I'm glad you're here.
Trey,
Trey, glad you're here. Do both of you know how to play Name That Grass?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, Trey, with 15 seconds being the max, since you're the first one to call, how many seconds would you need to name this grass?
I'll go for 13.
13 seconds. Jeremy, where are you on that?
I'd name that grass.
Okay. All right, let's
name it.
All right, let's see what happens here. All right, Trey, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 13 seconds to name this grass.
I saw her dancing there by the record machine. Come on. I knew she must have been about 17.
What do you think?
Oh, I got it. Hang on.
If you don't know that, you don't deserve it.
Come on. Trey.
God.
Fryer.
About 17.
Trey?
Man.
Sing it one more time, Trey.
Come on, Trey.
You're going to hate yourself.
I think I know this one.
Trey, my goodness.
Come on.
Well, here's the good news. Jeremy, your strategy worked, but Trey hates himself because he knows this song, and he cannot.
I think I do, too.
Yeah, he cannot come up with it. Bubba, what do you think it is?
Rick, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Isn't that Female by Keith Urban?
No, that is not.
What?
Female.
Are you
That
kidding
is
me?
not it.
Is it 252?
No, Jeremy. Jeremy, do you know it?
I love rock and roll.
That is it.
I tell it wouldn't belong.
I love rock and roll.
Hear me.
KC Dixie's version.
Everybody said
I love rock and roll. Put it down in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll. Come and take a time and dance with me.
All right, congratulations to you, Jeremy. We'll put you on hold. They'll pick up the Butterball electric fryer by Masterbuilt is yours, and a Butterball gift check to go with it. Congratulations for winning and Name That Grass. We continue.
Isn't Butterball just a fun word to
It
say?
is.
Your lips just like
buttery.
saying Butterball.
There's nothing bad about it.
Huh?
I want to clear something up real quick so we all know what's going on. Luke 2:15. 2:52. That's where that comes from. He's right about the internship, and that's what they say. But it comes from Luke 2:52.
Well, there you go. I figured those were Bible verses.
Jesus grew in wisdom and stature.
252.
So that's what they're trying to do with the kids. 252.
252. Let's go to. I never know when they spell it this way. Is it Leah or Lee?
It's Leah.
Leah. Okay, Leah. All right. So let's go with Matt. All right, Leah and Matt will do battle for another Butterball electric fryer from Masterbuilt. Jared, let's go. Leah, you called first. So how many seconds do you need to name this grass?
I'm going to do 14.
14, Matt. You're going to allow it? You think you can name it in less?
Let it fly, Leah. Do it.
Oh, really? Okay, so I'm laugh at that. Okay, here. All right. All right, Leah, here we go.
I got that one. Yeah, I got it.
Leah, what do you think?
Oh, my God. I'm too young.
That's where you always go, don't you? Nice, a bunch of old men may know this. I'm too young for this. Leah, no idea?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, Leah, I'm sorry. Matt, you've won the fryer. Do you have any idea?
I am too old. I don't have a clue.
No, too old.
But I do have a fryer. Thank you, Leah.
Right.
You can have something.
That's
Bubba, what do you
right.
think?
Rick, now I'm not sure, but I think, is that Havana featuring Young Thug?
No, that is not.
Seriously?
That is
It
not.
sounded just
Greg,
like
you know it?
You know I don't.
What?
It sounded just like it.
What do you think it is, Matt?
I think it might be Mama's Got the Outfit by the Oak Ridge Boys.
Maggie May.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you.
Come on, Greg.
It's late September and I really should be back at school.
Come on, sing it, boys.
I know I keep you amused, but I feel I'm being used.
Somebody say it.
Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore.
Come on.
You led me away from home just to save me from being alone.
Everybody, come on.
You stole my heart, and that's what really hurts.
Uncle Bud and the Electro Wood Experience, their version of Maggie May. So another winner. One more? We can get one more in.
Go.
We can get one more
Late for
in.
one.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. I do want to point you to Relief Factor. I've already had my first pack today. Love this product, and so do a lot of you, including one of our friends out of Alabama, Brian. He said, look, last summer I started getting terrible pain in my right knee. Went to see an orthopedic, and he prescribed some exercises and some anti-inflammatories. But a week later, I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I could only battle one item at a time, understandably. 6 months and 6 chemotherapy treatments later, the cancer, praise God, is in remission, but the knee pain was getting unbearable. I asked my doctor about Relief Factor. He said it was fine. After about a month of taking it, the knee pain started to subside. Now, after 2 months or so, it's completely gone. Well done. I'm glad to hear that, Brian. That's good news. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. If you'd like to get your 3-week starter pack, and we do that because in 3 weeks you'll know whether it's working for you or not, just simply go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. It's $19.95. The majority of people that order the starter pack, you know what? They order more because it's working, and I love the product, and I think you will too. So get yours now by going to ReliefFactor.com. All right, so, Bubs, how you doing over there?
Well, I'm doing okay,
You
Rick,
okay, buddy?
I think. Had a little problem there last segment, but I had a tooth fall out.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
really not a tooth.
Well, it's a temporary.
Yeah,
temporary crown.
They put a crown on there,
and it broke, and part of it come out.
Yeah,
I was chewing and went, wow.
Them
It
things
feels
are
like
only-
feels like part of a tooth.
Them things are only rated for so much.
Well, I was
temporary.
I was only eating scrambled eggs, so it's not. It wasn't like I was chawing down too hard.
I wonder if that biscuit got you earlier.
What about yesterday, did you?
No,
I know I missed the wings.
You did miss the wings yesterday.
Yeah.
God,
No,
I
I
was so disappointed.
I was
heard that.
well. Here's good.
Did y'all
news.
leave me
the
some?
refrigerator's full of it.
Good, because I got a long day today.
Yeah, I've tried to be careful and eat on the other side, but
what's the sensitivity now that it's exposed to air?
Let's blow some air on it and see how it feels.
How many times you put
something going on?
How
there.
horrible is that?
Bad.
How many times you put that tongue in it?
You'll mess with that.
I'll have to get it fixed.
And doesn't he's gone? Isn't he?
Well, we'll see.
You remember
We're
that
working on
time
it.
I yanked one out with a milk dud? And like you say, when that air hits it,
It's that line.
I yanked one out.
It wakes you up. It wakes you up.
That air hits it.
Hey,
yeah.
Remember, I thought it was a bad milk dud, and I spit it out in the parking lot, and then I had to go back and get my tooth out of it. I was like, man, this milk dud's hard. What's up?
Well,
okay.
Didn't really have that book today.
Can I ask you a question? Is that
your day just took a turn?
Is that your tooth on your notepad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at
so
it.
last segment, I just happened to look up, and there was this concerned face looking directly at me, and I thought, is there something like, what did I do? Did I say something? Is something on my shirt?
Got a booger on my nose.
Yeah, right. Well, I actually thought that, and then Bubba takes the tooth off his notepad and shows it to me. This is going on during the segment, and so then I go, "Are you in pain?" We're sitting here going, "Are you in pain? Do I need to get you anything? Is it bleeding?" I'm asking all these questions, and so anyway, there's nothing worse than that sensitivity scale when you've got air hitting that or anything hitting.
Is it at that level?
All you got to go through to get it fixed.
I know.
Oh, what a bip!
Is it that level yet? Is the air getting down in there? Real good?
Yeah. Sure it is.
I even thought there was one moment because I didn't know it was temporary. I thought, do I need to go grab some milk so we can put it in?
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, how about
Famous milk move?
Yeah, how about
That works,
because
by
you
the
know
way.
it was a crown. Yeah. I had it happen to me one time before, and you're just kind of like the bip of going back. Of course, I tried to see how long I could go, not worry about it.
I did too.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Because I knew I had the permanent coming. I was just like, can I just ride this out to the permanent gets back?
Hey, listen, you got weekend coming up, Bubba. You need to get it done.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be miserable if you don't.
You can chew on the other side of your mouth.
we've got some timing issues here we're gonna have to deal with. So
we can make that happen. Hey, Bubs, that's the beautiful thing about a good team. You can do anything.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted.
Listen, I know you want to be a part of today, but if you don't get this done this morning, you're going to have a miserable weekend. Because I'm going to tell you something about dentists. That a lot of them don't work on Fridays.
That's right.
I'm just to give. I'm
like hair people on Mondays.
I want you here
They
as
are,
much
Greg.
as the next guy, but your weekend is about to be miserable if you don't nail this.
Greg, I may just get you to knock me out.
You want me to knock you out? He's coming back on every time you try to come back too.
Wow, Mr. Allen.
I wish we could get somebody come here and put it in.
Now that'd be something too.
Is that possible?
I doubt that.
Yeah, lay back. I don't know. Anything's possible.
You can do it right here on the rug.
Yeah.
No, they can't bring the nitrous, but
Yeah.
that's
bet
all
they
right.
could.
He did it on purpose. He wants to get in that
He
gas.
is. This is a sign of trouble.
You don't get gas for that, though, do you?
He's creating. You know how addicts will create a situation where they got to have it back.
He gets gas for cleaning.
I'd rather pass on having to get it at all.
Right. Have you ever told like a counselor that you get gas for cleanings? Say,
I don't have a lot of vices. That's one of them.
I'm still playing with it. Look at it. That's that
I'm
tongue.
telling you, you better get it done.
and I want him the rest
All
of the
right.
time.
He's trying to keep air off of it.
And
so
he's
he don't
talked
know.
about his tongue is so big, he's trying to get it over there on it.
Yeah, trying to
can't
cover
help
it,
it.
but wow, a
Touch
lot,
it. It feels pasty,
lot
don't
of
it?
pointed stings over there.
Yeah, it don't feel right.
A little bed of nails over there.
Better nails.
Bubba, I got a dentist.
Bubba's tooth falls out.
I got a dentist right now. Said he'll take you.
Come on.
Yeah.
Bring it in right here on air.
I'm sure it doesn't even work with others. Just go somewhere right here.
They've,
Real quick.
I've had to deal with this before. Not this particular situation,
we'll
but
keep
finding
you
another
posted
dentist
here in a
through
minute.
Disney.
Rick, are there mobile dentists that can come here on
I
the
say
road?
that's a good
I'm
need that's
Googling
not
it
been
right
met.
now.
Oh,
I don't
mobile
know,
dentist.
What's your obsession with a mobile dentist? They're not going to do that.
I want it to do. I want them to do it on the rug.
They're probably not.
Well, you know,
gonna
look. Think about it. You got. You got.
Can
food,
I tell you one of the
you
all-time
got food trucks. Why not put a
funniest-
dentist in a truck?
Well, and we have people that wash cars mobile,
staff.
but we haven't really got into mobile dentistry yet.
No.
What if
That's
they
still out.
comboed that with DoorDash?
Can I tell you? Well,
Dentist Dash?
coming a long
Dentist
way.
Dash.
One of the funniest dentist things ever is Tim Conway when
There
he
you
gives
go.
himself
There you
that
go.
shot.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
His arm's dead.
There it is.
They're actually
What?
they do have mobile dentist services.
They
Okay.
do not.
Yeah, where they have
Well,
like
for like on a mission trip.
think not well. I mean, yes, that too, but they have.
But they add a
think
charge.
like, and I don't know why. Think food truck. but it's you carry just what you're talking about.
That's a great idea.
Please tell me it has a big tooth on top, big molar.
It does on the logo.
Like in Django Unchained.
It's a van. Nice van.
Wow, that's
Bubba, text them and see if they come do it on the rug.
I don't think you're going to see that.
James's tooth out on the rug. That's what we're talking about.
Well, you just can't throw out do it on the rug.
Look, you can get in one of them golden ticket seat chairs.
But Speedy, you got to get the whole thing. You just take statements and throw them out there.
I know we ain't got long
Set 'em
between
up.
people talking.
I know it's
do it on the rug.
I know it's like I said yesterday. It's like playing Wipeout. You know what? You're trying to get through or somebody knocking you off.
I feel like if it was a complete sentence, I would be interrupted halfway through it.
You would.
So I just have to scream that. Do it on the rug.
I'm going back to raising my hand. I think that works.
Didn't we do that for a while?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It don't look great on television. But
what if we all wore like little shock collars and we were all like zapped?
Would nobody have a crown? We'd be rattled so many times.
We've never done is get Speedy with a shot collar. I know y'all tased him, but I want him with a collar on.
Well, Greg, I'll taste him. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
But I want him with one that when you bark, it goes off, and he has to bark real loud till it goes off. That'd be good.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, absolutely. I seen a video of that on YouTube, people doing it. Of course, if they'd had him, we were coming up, we'd have done it. But It's so funny. Guy has it on, he starts barking. I was like,
kids, don't do that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, unless
y'all work it out.
So, Bubba, what are they saying?
Y'all work that out.
Yeah, they're wanting me to come get it fixed.
Okay. Face
right away.
Where you at? Down in Alabama.
Well, go. Head out.
We will.
Way down in Alabama.
Look at that disappointed face right
Greg, way down in Alabama where I lose my crown.
It's like
ate a day
it's
old
like
biscuit.
It's like you're.
It was the only thing around.
Rick, did you see Speedy bombing him?
He couldn't believe he found the word to write.
He was so excited. We're all thinking of another line.
We do. Yeah. Then we go where we're going too far.
I was trying to figure out how I could work Mr. Allen in there, and I just couldn't.
Yeah.
See, that's your
So
job.
few things rhyme with that.
I know. And
me and Mr. Allen.
Me and Mr. Allen eating day old biscuit. We'll come back.
Yeah.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
See y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Careful here, Rick.
Okay, Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You'll be playing Dale. Mike versus Dale, and name that grass. Both of you know how to play?
Yes.
All right. Well, wish one of you didn't have water in your line. Mike, with 15 seconds being the maximum, how many seconds you need to name this grass?
15.
Boy. What about Dale? You think 15? You can give him all of it? You think you can name it in less?
Let him have all 15.
Really? Okay. I was kind of hoping you'd try because you have a better phone. All right. All right. Let's. Mike, are you ready, buddy? Oh boy!
I hope you lose.
I hope it sounds better on your end. It does ours.
Mike, you have 15 seconds, so he's giving you all of it. Name this grass.
I got it. Oh boy,
Mike, what do you think?
Please answer.
Jesse's girl, Rick Springfield.
That is incorrect. Jesse's girl, Rick Springfield, is not correct.
Sorry about that.
Bubba, you got any idea?
Rick, is that Imagine Dragons with Thunder?
No.
Are you serious? It sounded just like it.
Come on.
Hannah, check the writing on that. I think Rick's wrong.
Dale, do you have any idea? You've won, so there's no pressure. Just you're playing for fun now. Do you know?
I knew the other two, but I do not know this one.
You do not know this one, Greg. A little shocked by you. You'll learn it.
Me and Adam were talking about this in the break. We should be better at this than we really
I know. But this will help you right here.
Lady love never smiles.
Fooling by Def Leppard.
Let it roll, Ray. Let it breathe.
Do with me.
Congratulations, Dale.
What you will. Break the spell. Take your feet.
Take it, boys.
On and on.
I should have known that.
Rode the storm.
Shame to you, Greg.
The flame is died and the fire is gone.
Take it home, boys.
This empty dead is not
Take it home. Let me say.
I realized that long ago. Is anybody out there?
Come on.
Is anybody there? Does anybody wonder? Anybody care?
From the album Picking on Def Leppard. Here we go.
Oh, I just gotta know.
Sing it, boys.
If you're really there.
Come on.
And you really care. 'Cause baby, I'm not fooling. I'm fooling.
So there it is from the album Picking on Def Leppard. And it's just some of the bluegrass musicians there. They don't really have a name, but if you look for that album Picking on Def Leppard, it's there. Uncle Bud and Electro Wood Experience and Hayseed Dixie, all the artists. You can find all these on iTunes, usually by searching. Congratulations to all of our winners of Butterball Electric Fryers by Masterbuilt and Butterball gift checks. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For me to fly.
There's REO Speedwagon. Time for me to fly, Bubba. Welcome to another week here on Old Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. It's going to be a busy week. I wanted to tell you before we get started with all the new business, and there's plenty of that going on.
Sure there is.
Melanie Udan told me to really thank y'all for letting her have her week shadowing here in the new Rick and Bubba Pro to Joe program.
Mm-hmm.
And this week we'll have our second person in that program, Butch Jones. And it's gonna be a good Monday. I made Rick spit coffee on his head.
How about you, Coach? Hey.
Wow.
And his theme song will be me and Mr. Jones.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
boy.
Well, seems like a nice guy, but
how about this?
just wasn't happening.
How about this? A lot of times we can talk about firings, whether they're right or wrong. You can't have that.
No,
I heard Helmsley say it in the kickoff hour. He's right. That's something that can't happen, Liz. How about this? You couldn't win an SEC game when the SEC's not very good.
I know.
That's bad.
That's real bad.
I really think that they gave him plenty of time.
Sure, you got to win. Hey. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We are back. So Bubba has headed out to try to get his crown put back on. He lost. It fell off, and now he's going to get that put back on. So he'll probably be back on the show tomorrow, but might get back before the show's over. But maybe.
You don't know?
You know, maybe. So we'll see.
How far is that from here?
20, 25.
Yeah.
It's probably going to take longer. He's right in the middle of school traffic.
Oh,
yeah.
well, you just,
Matter of fact,
well,
I
Debbie
started
Downer
to tell him
today.
to hold on till like 20 minutes before he left because it won't make a difference.
Yep. So there you go.
But I was filling our cooler back there with new Coke products.
Yeah.
All right. You love Coke?
So
they showed up, got new product.
We're going to bring up. I know we covered this early in the program, but this is. We got a caller that referenced this Celine Dion commercial.
Weird.
It's so much worse than I even imagined, and so bizarre and weird and stupid and unacceptable and evil. And I'm convinced that Celine Dion is a witch. How about this? I mean, I want you to just look. What you're about to see and hear, you're not even gonna. None of us thought we would get here. We've already played the interviews.
Where's this from?
This is Celine Dion. Is it a product? Her children clothing. It's her children's clothing line, right?
It's a gender-neutral children's clothing line.
For babies,
Yeah,
Greg.
because kids care.
Greg, for babies.
Babies.
What's
B-A-B.
You're not gonna believe what you're about to see.
So I don't mean to be mean. That just shows you what the parents are choosing because babies can't make decisions.
What's that top left there, Rick? What does that say? Celine Nunu?
I don't know. It's her.
I think that's the brand.
I want listen, everybody stop what you're doing right now. If you're driving, try to reduce the noise, okay? Listen to it. Just the things you're going to hear said are just as bad as anything we're all seeing that can see it. Okay, this is important that we listen to every part of this and watch every part of it if you can. Here we go.
Our children, they are not really our children, as we are all just links in a never-ending chain that is life. For us, they are everything. But in reality, we are only a fraction of their universe. We miss the past. They dream of tomorrow. We may thrust them forward into the future, but the course will always be theirs to choose. I can't believe they called security. I mean, oh, come on, I'm Celine Dion.
There you go. That's basically the gist of the commercial. She walks into a maternity ward, blows black dust everywhere. The kids that were in blue and pink are now in her gender-neutral clothing line for infants.
Weird.
And the children belong to the universe. They don't really belong to you.
Won't she just sing? You know, I heard she's pretty good at it.
She walked into a maternity ward and blew
That's
black
creepy,
dust and took all the genders away off babies, separated in pink and blue and boy and girl. Wow.
That's weird.
What a weirdo. I mean that is I don't even know who you have to be for that to
right now I wish my tooth would have fallen out.
Yeah, you missed it. Good point.
Apparently, we all need to go, and because our brains have fallen out. I mean, it is. It's good night.
That's when you're too famous for too long, and nobody ever says anything like, "By the way, you're not. You don't have really like real comedic timing either. This isn't funny, and this is weird,
it's creepy." Yeah.
You know, you can get so big and
quick. Sing the Titanic song
where people won't say anything to you. You know. And you know, somebody need to walk up and go, I know that you live in a world that's kind of isolated, and you may think this is kind of sharp, and what you're doing with your clothing line is being all mod. But I just looked at the storyboard of what you're thinking about doing, and this comes across as wicked, crazy, and unacceptable. It looks like you're an evil witch that blows black dust on babies and takes their gender away. Yeah. So I'm going to advise you not to do this. Where is that person in her life?
The kids are all in like a weird drab of black and white. It just looks so like commie, just terrible jail uniform. What are we doing? I
mean, that's coming from a guy that thinks Ruby belongs to him.
Right.
And your wife. Don't you know that Ruby belongs to the universe, Adam?
Did you see that, baby? It said New Order on it.
Yeah.
Did you see that? That's Illuminati written all over it.
Greg, I wondered if you caught that.
You did catch it?
Snuck it in.
One of the onesies said New Order on it. Did you see that?
Yes.
Greg,
that's Illuminati.
Guys,
I didn't get by you, did
You're right there with the all-seeing eye.
Yeah, infants shouldn't be choosing anything in their lives.
No.
They shouldn't be choosing what they eat. They shouldn't be choosing what they wear.
They can't.
They don't have the ability to.
No.
They sleep, eat.
They would make a very bad decision.
Greg, does this concern you right there, that shirt, New Order?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know
you
you're
think
scared.
she's not in the Illuminati. Get real.
You're scared to talk about
it. I mean, get real?
Get real.
Everybody knows.
Get real.
Get real.
I haven't heard get real in a long time.
I hadn't used it in a while.
That is fantastic.
All right, let's go from that back to goat's milk. Kay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, Kay?
Hey, I'm doing good, buddy. How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Good job. So I got a couple of things. First, I want to say that you're the only station that I can get my daily laugh, my daily inspiration, and my daily news on what is going out in this crazy world.
The Rick and Bubba Show, we do it all. It's all here. There's really no need for other shows. We cover it all.
That's right.
You're exactly right. I don't listen to nobody but y'all.
Well, that's why.
But I want to tell you something. Y'all were talking about the goat's milk earlier. My son is 36 now, but when he was about 4 months old, the formula messed up his stomach. And I had an old aunt, probably in her 80s, and she would milk her goats.
Oh, Lord.
And take the milk in the house, and she would boil it for 5 minutes, and then it would cool, and I would feed it to him, and it fixed all of his stomach problems.
All right, so
And Celine Dion needs to go home and think about where she come from.
Yeah.
Did somebody
She
give
could
her
use a
goat's
little
milk? No
goat's milk.
offense. I mean, I think she might have drank goat's milk and it turned her into the devil. I mean, it's
Well, you know,
Okay, like that.
Yeah.
Y'all are such an inspiration to me every single day.
Thank
if
you,
anybody
Kay.
listens to y'all, there's no reason for them to have a bad day.
Thank you, Kay. That's
Look,
very
Kay.
kind. And you know what you've done? Now you've made our day.
That's
So we're
right.
even.
Right.
Thanks, Kay. So I guess Helmsy, your wife works in this world. Have you heard that? Maybe in the old, but now that she also said 4 months.
Now, this shortage.
Yeah, I've never heard goat's milk. That doesn't mean. I mean, look, there was something I was questioning yesterday, and my wife set the record straight.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Kay said thumbs up on
By the
goat's
way,
milk.
when your milk dries up, it will come back if you work hard to get it back.
Yeah, we
Didn't
gotta
know
get
that.
it. You got to do some
All
stuff.
right, easy.
I don't like the words milk dry up.
Nah, I don't either.
It's bad for me.
That's how it feels. to stand
Just saying it.
Did you hear me, Greg? This is how it feels to stand in traffic.
There it is.
The stuff whizzing by.
Sure. Sure.
Right. Well, yeah. How about this? I found out, Helmsy and I both found out when it comes to this topic, you probably, and I hate to break it to some of you, there actually are things like man and woman. And when the women say something about nursing babies, they probably know more about it than we do.
Yeah.
Because Sherry and I got in a little bit of talk about that. And I said, I don't know if that's right, baby.
And I'm gonna tell you,
And she said, well, to ask Helms.
Yeah.
And
you remember when
which meant ask Amanda.
Yeah.
we got attacked by
You talking about the lactation, the certified lactation consultant?
Yeah. And we think we know what we're talking
One of the few in Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it we brought up that time? Was it about the breastfeeding 10 at the ball game? Remember, the breastfeeding women attacked us.
Yeah,
they got
did.
really mad at
They
us.
did.
And I don't remember what we said, but they were not happy.
I can bet
It's
it
probably what you said.
Probably wasn't good.
Somebody said something about like a urinal in public, and somebody was like,
That's what
how
it was.
dare you compare the other
That's
to the
what
other.
it was.
Oh, I know what it was.
I think it was Bubba.
It was the answer.
I think it was Bubba, definitely.
And
He's not here, so what's
look,
up?
Greg, look, and now this time we bring up the top again, and God knocked his tooth out.
There, he didn't want him to say it again. That's what it was. You're right, Alan. I remember we got attacked by him.
Well,
It was bad.
the statement was saying that this is a perfectly natural thing is true, but that's usually when Bubba brings up, well, so is going to the bathroom, but nobody wants to see you do it.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Y'all
Rick,
have-
Rick, I think that was word for
Why
word.
did I say it again? But that is it, I think.
Yeah.
And then Bubba said he wants it out in public a lot. He said he wants it out everywhere.
It's off the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Got to win a contest.
But you know,
Show some progress.
for
Come on.
him,
Missouri's struggling bad.
Yeah.
I think the example, like Mark Rick went to a new place, got a fresh start, and look how they've produced. So, I think Butch Jones is a good coach. He things just wasn't right at Tennessee, and they may not be right for the next guy. Who knows? It's been a while.
I'm about to be very unpopular in our home state of Alabama and our city where we live near.
I done.
They need
Dad, Rick, don't say it.
They
I
need-
know, baby.
They need to go get him. They
I
need
know
to-
what you're trying to say. Don't say
They
it.
need to go get him. I'm telling you. I'd already called him. I'd have called him before the game was over against Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He has done a tremendous job everywhere he's been. We've always talked about that.
I don't want some rehab person. I'm gonna get
Yeah.
somebody that's never had that shot and who proves they can win it at other levels. Everywhere he goes, he wins.
He
Watch
he
them
has,
Saturday night.
and if you watch great coaches, they win everywhere they go. Don't matter what program you put them in, what situation,
level,
they find a
no
way
matter.
to win.
Yep.
They find a way to win.
You better get him before Florida does.
Tennessee to me is it's such a historic program. I mean, when I think of the big it's yellow to me, but big orange T. You think of
It's
the
yellow
great,
to you.
the great
Yeah, just
teams
don't-
they've had.
don't get on
We've
that,
been
man.
in this before.
Bubba.
Clemson is
Bubba.
orange.
Big
That's
orange.
yellow. But I'm not going.
Oh,
this really doesn't
my
matter.
goodness.
Right.
That doesn't have anything
No,
to do
it
with this.
doesn't.
They refer to
conversation.
themselves as the Big Orange.
Right.
Well, it's yellow orange, but
Boy.
the history of that program for them to be where they are now is, and see, I'm not necessarily a Tennessee fan, but I want to see them be better than they are. I mean, that's
Well, it's
kinda
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's in the embarrassing stage.
Which is why he's fired.
It's been that way for quite some time.
But
they've never recovered from the Phil Fulmer thing.
But to some degree, and I was going to say, you can be a victim of your own love of your
Yes.
university. Philip Fulmer was gotten rid of, and no matter, you can look at it one or two ways. You should have kept him another year, or you should have got rid of him a year earlier. But you have killed yourself by – and look, he had won a national championship. He had been there. He had done that. And then you went on this bizarre run of coaches and strange things happening. I mean, talking about stranger things the next season. So what if you're Tennessee, what do? Do you try to return to you know how other schools have done it. They have gone and got a proven coach that has been at a higher level, or do you give somebody an upstart a chance? Remember, with the Butch Jones, I mean, if you believe the reports, he was about the 5th pick.
Well, Bubba, I think,
and he was.
I think here's the problem at Tennessee from people that I have talked to. Okay, and that didn't you take it for what it's worth. They're Tennessee fans.
Yeah, and I'm saying
I don't
have
think
some
it
that are
has
connected to the
anything
program.
to do with the coach per se. I think they're not allowing that particular coach to do what he was called there to do. And I don't care if you bring a Bill Clark or the guy in Minnesota or a Chip Kelly. If they don't allow him to do, if you don't allow him to have a Nick Saban type situation, it's not going to matter who you hire.
Well,
so let me
and
ask
to
you
that
that.
point, the kind of people you need to hire won't take the job if they know that.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll come back.
Because they're only going to take it if they can do what they need to do.
I want to break that down a little bit. When you say they're not allowed to do, I want to know.
Well, they don't have the support. It's simple.
No, let's come back and break it down. What did Butch Jones not get to do that would have made a difference?
I don't know the answer to that. You're going to have to ask Tennessee folks that, but that's what they say.
Well, I'm curious as to what that looks like. And I'm not disagreeing with your point. I just want to know, in manifestation, what that looks like. What does that really look
Well,
like?
I can give you a theory on a smaller level that I know how it went, and it may be similar. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so college football over the weekend should be some changes. Number one was beaten handily, by the way. Auburn beats Georgia 40-17, and the 17th point was scored really when it was all over. So at one point, Auburn outscoring Georgia 40-3.
Yeah,
Wow.
Rick, I was at that game, and it was you kind of you had to pinch yourself. You didn't believe what you were seeing.
Well, you knew anytime you have a rivalry, you have atmosphere, and Georgia had really owned this rivalry and had kind of taken it over. And so that was in play. Georgia's very good. That was in play. But Kevin Steele, a lot of credit goes to him. And I realized the offense scored a lot of points, but a lot of that had to do with how the defense was playing. And certainly the offense did better than they have been doing. I mean, that's obvious. But there'd always been this thing on Georgia, what you heard people talking about. If anybody can stop their running game, can the freshman quarterback beat you with his arm? And certainly he can if you can't get to him.
He made some incredible passes.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. And, of course, the receivers made some great catches, too.
Yeah.
But I watched most of that game until the very end. But what I saw was these two phenomenal running backs, Auburn's front seven, stopped the run, holding them to less than 50 yards, which is unbelievable.
Yeah,
then we're able to put pressure on the quarterback, and Georgia did not respond well to that.
Yeah, when you take two guys that at the running back position that's going to be playing in the NFL and will be very successful, and you hold them to that, you've done your day's work on that. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. So the question going in the game, even though Georgia's offensive line is young, which is surprisingly young, and I don't know if they've had some injuries or whatever, but they've been very good and been able to protect the quarterback and run the football. But when Auburn's front seven controlled the line of scrimmage, and that was the difference in the game, and got the offense good field position, and of course, Kerryon Johnson for Auburn is a very special player. Seems to get better every game you see him play in. The quarterback has settled down a little bit, and the receivers are doing a little better job for Auburn offensively. I thought also Auburn's offensive coordinator probably called his best game too. If you look at those two coordinators, and I'm taking nothing away from the head coach because he's overseeing all of it, but those two coordinators had a very, very good night.
Yeah, they kept Georgia off balance. About the time that they, caught them leaning one direction, they go the other. And Kerryon reminds me of a guy that Auburn had years ago, Stacy Dantley, who kind of a slashing runner. But I heard one of the sports writers describe Kerryon as half thoroughbred, half workhorse. and that's a unique mix.
Well, he's patient too.
Yeah, and of course we got to see him play in high school, so we knew the type of athlete he was, and I understand he's quite a young man too. So he's definitely one of those guys too, Rick. I believe he gets better the more carries he gets. You know, he.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Bubba has left us. He'll either return late in the show or tomorrow. We'll see. Had a crown fall off in the middle of the show, and they're trying to get it back on there, the temporary back on. The tooth that was exposed and now hurting. Tough to talk when that's going on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here for another hour. We thank you for being with us. Things that you need to know. We have another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. And the question that we will discuss, I heard some of the latest studies on this and thought it was really, really interesting. What do you think is the fastest growing religion in America? And so we will we'll talk to someone that has done a lot of research on that, and actually sat in and heard what he had to say. And Barry Chesney, and he's the discipleship pastor at Valleydale Church in Birmingham, and he was kind enough to agree to be with us. This was something we were thinking about down the road, but we had a cancellation on what we were going to do for the weekend, and I asked him if nothing else, we could probably spend part of the podcast talking to Barry on what it's like to be a father of 6 children who all still live at home. But I'm gonna tell you, you ought to see when the Chesneys roll in, buddy. They are in line, and here we go. There's a bunch of them. So anyway, we'll chat with him, and you can hear that coming up this weekend wherever you get podcasts. So look for that. Also, if you haven't been to the Rick and Bubba store lately, go there and check on the store. We got some new items. I finally wore the American Made T-shirt we got.
Yeah.
It's got that logo you see behind us here in the studio on the front of it and on the back.
Yep.
The show and this shirt is American Made. Wore it. Went to do a little better with it on. Hey, it drew some attention. People were talking about it. Greg, I know that we've been discussing the fact that we're Hendrick drivers. And we just swapped vehicles again. Yeah. And, of course, everybody's seeing you because you're modeling yours. You did a social media post. 2 things have happened in the last couple of weeks that I didn't think I would ever see. And that is because you and one of my sons, young Broderick, don't participate in social media very much, but you like sometimes get in situations with your job where you have to. Mm-hmm. And it's funny, you and he both.
See the same one?
Yeah, he's got a new.
You would think
he's with a new job now, and obviously they want promote
get it out there.
This kind of stuff. And so I saw you and him put something on social media for the first time in forever, and I didn't know what to do with that. And I
so reluctantly we both put it on.
Yeah, but here's the problem. I was trying to, because I'm getting too old for a lift kit, and I get there, and Joel, with Hendrick, he said, "Now look, this 1500 is still lifted." He said it's not lifted as high as the other one. I'm like, guys, I mean, I love it because it looks cool, and I love the color of this new one that I'm in, and it's a beautiful vehicle. But it's still up a little bit. But I mean, not.
It's right there with your shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not as. I'm going to tell you the biggest struggle in a lift kit.
Why'd you park it crooked?
Yeah.
See, there we go again. The biggest struggle in a lift kit for me, do you know what the number one struggle is? Going by the pharmacy when you get your prescriptions refilled.
Oh, yeah.
I would think that at the bank is tough.
The bank's not as bad. The bank almost has got something set up.
Okay.
But the pharmacy,
they put it low.
That's way down there.
It is.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Yeah, and the people there, the pharmacists, they laugh at me when I start hanging out the window and reach down trying to look, and my fingers doing this, trying to grab it.
You're like, hey, why didn't you just come in?
You're right.
I struggle in a normal size truck. I can't imagine what you're going through.
Yeah, maybe the pharmacists, because we all gone lifting the vehicles are getting bigger, maybe they'd come up a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but it's and here's I trying to figure out how to get the clock set and all that in it. Yeah, you can find it, but you got to search.
Why don't you pay attention when they go over these things?
Yeah, because I got to go.
Right, but you end up spending more time trying to figure it out.
I know, but I got to go.
Got to go. Worry about it later.
I got to go.
So when they want to show you everything, you don't want to sit and wait.
I don't. I got to go.
I never do it either.
I just figured out how to get the phone paired. I need a little help with that. I had to get some help with that.
Ask anybody that deals with me. Say, so does Rick? Well, he's got to go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, and Rick and I do this too. And to Speedy's point, if we would take 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and listen, we wouldn't find these things a year later and go, man, that's cool.
Yeah, you could have had it the whole time if you'd have just listened for 5 minutes.
Look at that.
And I'm that guy, okay?
Look at what that does.
Rick, I'm the I got to go guy, too.
Y'all do.
I didn't know it did that.
I get it.
Well, I mean, dang.
But y'all.
Well, how about that?
You can't tell me that I'm the only I got to go. There's one.
I'm the same way.
Look,
Exact
we
same
all
way.
you got to go.
I got to go.
We all got to
Things
go.
to
You
do.
definitely got to go.
We got to go.
Adler. Every time I see him, he's got to go.
We got to go, but we also got to know.
I know.
Before we go.
That's a good rhyme. You're really on a good rhyme run today.
You are. Appreciate it.
He's about rhyme
Got some
master
sleep
speed.
last night.
So I need to.
Thank you, Sir Michael.
Yeah.
That'd be king.
King
Right.
Michael.
I think I like Sir better.
By the way,
Well, yeah.
by the way, everybody's saying I'm overusing my unreasonable thing, my new safe word.
Back
Well,
off.
here's
Rick,
the-
I'm just saying you're going to get
You're
bored
right.
with it and quit.
And here's the good thing about it is you're using it to different companies that are being unreasonable.
Mm-hmm.
So
And I think
at that time they don't know that you're overusing it.
Right.
True, but I think a lot of things he's calling unreasonable may not be. Then it gets into that.
Well,
Kind of a little irritating, but maybe not unreasonable. I don't know.
but you can't say to someone you're irritating me. 'Cause
No,
then that goes to a different place.
Well, the safe word is unreasonable. That's why you call it a safe word.
It's a safe word. It's
Yeah.
helped me.
Yeah.
Because it's
So you're going to be you'll be using it the way most are used as unbelievable,
yes.
and they're almost the same words. I think.
Somebody now will come up and say, Rick, this. That's unreasonable, but that's just not a reasonable request. But thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Say delivering everything, was that it?
Have I told you that even though I stayed calm and I said unreasonable, that I made someone with customer service cry yesterday?
Oh, really?
Cry.
Well, you might as well have been mean.
And then I turned around and started to. I found myself now being the customer service person trying to help her, the customer.
Rick, you're just having fun with this. That's what's going on.
Right. It was.
Were you mad and then you realized?
Here's one thing that I've noticed, and Adler, I think, has tried to approach this with me. Even though you say something calm and you say something nice, if it's cutting, it still hurts.
That's true.
All you've done is just change the way you said it, but the content.
Sometimes that makes it even worse.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
To be honest. Yeah.
Sometimes the content. There's nothing you can do to soften the content if the content is cutting.
Rick, let me tell you this: if you're mad in saying it, well, you're mad in saying it.
Right.
But if you're calm, cool, and collective, that means you've actually thought through this, and there's a good chance that you're right. So it is worse.
Yeah.
Did you get her to quit crying?
Oh yeah, I did.
Consoled her on the spot.
I'll come back and tell you what happened. When I finished, actually, the person was like, "Well, thank you so much." I actually went into counselor mode because I was like, "Well, I didn't mean
Rick,
I didn't
You
mean
played a little bit of mind trick.
Wow.
Which you did.
Well, I said, "Look, I didn't," because there was another thing that I had to realize, the truth of the situation, and that was that this person I'm talking to, there's nothing they can do. They're not in this. Somebody let them down too. And they're.
Boy, I tell you, you're getting deep.
Is that what Roots Rats feels like? Greg?
But yeah, I'm growing a little bit.
There you are.
Rick and Bubba.
In the game, he's at his best. That's for sure.
Well, so we'll see. Everybody has said, now look, it's what's ahead for Auburn is unbelievable. I mean, they're going to have to they got to be careful not to lay an egg this week against a team they're supposed to beat, and then they'll have to beat Alabama and then Georgia again, and that's a very, very, very huge mountain to climb. And then you got Alabama, who nearly gets upset by Mississippi State, it shows you again. And Speedy talked about home field advantage, which there's so much to that in college football, because I love how people try to take teams and when they played each other, that means something in the net. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, you look at this. I can already hear Auburn fans. Okay, I already hear it. Well, I mean, you look at this. We beat Mississippi State bad, and and Alabama barely beat them. And so, I mean, I feel pretty good about it. That don't mean anything, okay? And really, and if you're thinking about it, what's bad is the good news is you're going to have Alabama at home. That's big because home field advantage is big. But you're also going to have an Alabama team that is going to have the worst week of their life this week of nearly getting upset. They're going to it's going to be a week of wake up and who we are and self-analysis but I didn't see much of that Mississippi State game. But my son was there at that. My son had one son at Auburn and one at Mississippi State. And I know, Bubba, you were at the Auburn game, and he said.
And then I watched most of the Alabama game when we got out.
So I didn't see much of that game. I was keeping up with the score, but according to my son, it really was not a fluke. Mississippi State just got after them.
They did.
Yeah,
They certainly did.
It wasn't a fluke.
Cowbell to you. Loud up in there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, it was a.
He and a buddy has sat in the student section, and they said.
I bet if you're a hearing doctor in Starkville, you make a good living. You know,
but I want
because that has to affect you too eventually.
Yeah,
it's constantly all that.
It's so funny how the fans are trained too, because they ring the cowbells and then it there's a message that comes up like, okay, stop doing that, and then it just turns into the roar. So they do that pretty well.
So trying to figure out what's going on now. Let's not forget too other things that happened. Ohio State just absolutely destroyed Michigan State.
That wasn't even a game.
That was a horrifying thing to see. I mean, it was just
they were
awful.
back at home.
It was just absolutely awful. Yeah. I tried to watch that game, and I was like, well, they no need sticking around with this. And so you had that. You had how did TCU Oklahoma end up?
Oklahoma destroyed them.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Oklahoma.
You talking about somebody that looks as good right now as anybody?
So you got that.
Well, I think they're going to be rewarded. I think when you have the Final Four or the top four come out tomorrow, you're going to see Miami and Oklahoma get in there with Alabama and Clemson. So
Clemson, at one point it was close, but put Florida State away. And so it was.
The hype leading up to Saturday, and we've talked about. There was only just a few really good games, but prior to them starting, everybody was like, "Oh, this is going to be awesome!" And then there was a bunch of blowouts.
Yeah, the setup. I mean, no,
you had 1-10, 3-7, 5-6, and 13 and 14, and none of those games were close.
Right. So what does that mean? Because
not a one of them. The best game was the Alabama Mississippi State, and we didn't even discuss it. Last week going into it.
Yeah, because I thought that would be. I just didn't. Like I said, my concern for Mississippi State is when they lose ugly. But they came to play, and they were playing a great team, and it wasn't a fluke. Everybody said it was just two heavyweights pounding on each other. Which
quarterback did an unbelievable job running the ball. He was a handle.
Well, if you look back at Alabama during this dominant run, they seem to struggle if an offense can present itself to their incredible defense with a running threat quarterback. They have shown they will struggle with that. I don't know why, but they do. And so they struggle with it again.
All this started Friday. We had shake-up Friday night. Nobody's even talking about. Washington got beat by Stanford. Right. They were number 9, and so they're not out of the playoffs.
Matter of fact, that whole conference is probably out of the playoffs.
Everybody in the Pac, whatever they call themselves, Pac-12, but I think they got 16 teams. They all have 2 losses or more.
Now I will tell you this: if your relative is a relative named Defense, you would not like the way he was treated in the Iowa State Oklahoma State game, because I don't know, that was almost like there was just something. Everybody had something against defense. But now if you want to see
Big 12 football.
Listen, if you want to see a wild game though, I watched almost all of that. That was a wild game. I mean, it really literally was. Whoever has the ball last, good luck to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and so that was 49-42.
Yeah.
So the playoff picture is getting really strange.
It is.
I don't know with Oklahoma doing so well and Miami staying undefeated.
Oh, that was the other game. Miami dominated.
Yeah. Oh, it was a wipeout.
Gold chain to you.
But you're going to have Miami.
We were wondering about Notre Dame.
You're going to have Miami and Clemson play. And so you have to feel like one of them will probably slide off the mound.
We asked the question. We asked the question in the kickoff hour. Okay.
It brings me to my knees.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So anyway, look, we've all talked about it. It's the ongoing thing that's dying in our country, and that is the ongoing pursuit of customer service. And I think even talking about stuff that we have that we don't always get things right, and we might mess up an order on merchandise. And the other day we were talking about something with the manchurch.com. We were having some trouble with the app that we just launched and all that. And I was telling the team, and everybody agreed with this. I said, look, we're not going to be perfect, and we're not going to get everything right. I said, I think the thing that we should always adhere to is this. The people just need to know that we care. We may have messed up, and it might have been something we couldn't control, might have been something we could have controlled. But at the end of it all, the people that are your customers, they just want to know that you care. That's it. And that goes a long way, and then try to resolve it as best you can. Mm-hmm. So, and with the pandemic and all that, when it was going on, it didn't make these things easy. But anyway, so we just had one of my sons graduate from college. And so one of the things that we were talking about is a graduation gift is him and some of his friends, they wanted to go to the Hangout Music Festival down in the Gulf Coast, in Gulf Shores. Big, huge 3-day
all these bands that I've never heard of, but the young people seem to like them, and all that. And they go and they go down there and go to the concerts, and they do all this, and you can buy a 3-day pass, and basically you got an armband. Now the problem with this, and I've dealt with StubHub many times, and really honestly I've never had a problem with them until this, and so most of it though in the electronic world, once I figured that out, I actually liked it better. I used to be the old codger that wanted to have. I want to have them tickets in my hand. Of course, you can lose them, and or you're waiting on them to be shipped to you. But in this case, there's no way to do it electronically because it's an armband, and for some reason, the Hangout Music Festival, maybe it's cell service. They're worried about people trying to get in. It bogs things down. I don't know, but they don't do it electronically. You have to have a physical armband for the 3-day pass.
I think that's easy for security and everybody to see.
Probably so. Yeah, you're right. So it just something this big and whatever. It doesn't lend itself to just everybody has it on their phone.
Yeah.
Apparently, and I guess you're right. I understand that. So, and plus I've but anyway, for whatever the reason, it's armband only. So that means that's something physically has to be shipped to you. Well, I was already a little bit concerned. I didn't really like the way that they were saying something that was going to be starting on May the 20th, that's tomorrow, that I should expect to get the armbands because they were shipped to my house because we knew that by this time that Brooks would have graduated, he was over working on an opportunity a job offer that he's got in Atlanta, and so he was like, well, there's no need to go all the way back to Starkville. I'll just drop back in Birmingham, get the armbands from you, and then me and the gang will head on to the music festival on Friday from Birmingham. Makes perfect sense. So I kept looking, and I was like, wow, they're saying I shouldn't even get these till May the 18th. Something I ordered a year ago. Really, if you look back, because the pandemic 2 years ago. So they're why couldn't you just go ahead and just send it to me? Why are we waiting all the way to May the 18th? That just seems like you're really cutting it tight.
I get not sending right away,
but 2 days before it starts,
before it's pushing it. Maybe a week and a half out.
So I've learned enough about this. Hear me out. I know. I know I'm old, but I've learned enough about how the newfangled things work that I kept looking at that app when it says check on your tickets. And I kept noticing, and it concerned me, that it had never moved from step one, that was the purchase confirmation of your ticket. The next drop down, the green will go down to the next dot, which says shipped.
Right. Okay.
Then the last dot is arrived, meaning we did our job, we're out.
Yeah.
It had never dropped down to that second stage, and I'm like, these things haven't been shipped. So you
noticed this when again?
I started noticing that last week, and so I went ahead and called early. Now I got an email that said, "Hey, good news! Hangout Festival tickets are coming this week. Be looking for them." And they even hype you up and all the people playing.
See, that's all I would have needed, by the way. Yeah, is that confirmation?
Yeah,
I would have never looked any further.
But I kept looking on my app, and I'm like, I don't. I'd like to see that light up right there. Then you start saying it's okay because you bought them so long ago. This maybe not be in play anymore.
Yeah,
you're hoping, because that email is very hopeful from StubHub that says they're coming this week. That's very hopeful. Yeah. And then it said at the bottom, now if you ain't got them by Tuesday, which is a day before when they said the last day you should get it, go ahead and give us a call.
Yeah.
So they didn't come. And Big Loves, he keeps, hey, Dad, yeah, it's fine. So I called. Now, the first time I called, I'll never get that time back. There's nothing I can ever do. All this person basically did, who could not speak English very well at all, very, very nice person, just couldn't understand each other. Me, you ever tried to tell everybody Rick at rickandbubba.com that can't speak English? They'll give you so many different versions of that back. Yeah. Now, let me read this back to you again, Rick. Bubba,
Burgess.
And at, no, it's Rick at. And so I knew I was in trouble. Basically, all she did was look at the same information I've been looking at for a month. You should get them tomorrow. Yeah, but y'all said good for me to call you today. Y'all, this means y'all expected me to have them. That was y'all's last. I should have them.
Yeah.
Says they'll be there tomorrow. Yeah, but that's.
Wow, nope, he was on.
But it said for me to call today.
Yeah.
So all she said was they ought to be there tomorrow. All right, and I knew that wasn't gonna happen.
No.
So I bail out,
of that, meaning all she did was look at the same app I've looked at and says, well, it says right here they are. Yeah, I'm looking at that too. But anyway, so I kind of thought you'd have information that I don't have. But anyway, so the next day I come home from work. Seen any armbands? Sherry, no. None in the mail, not up against the door. And I'm like, well, here we go. So I go back and I get on there again with a person that struggled, and I'll cut that short and not go through that again. Finally, this person says to me, we'll just cancel the order. I said, no, cancel the order. Let me put you on hold. You can speak with someone else. You just cancel your order. I said, does this mean you're going to refund me the money? Yes. Okay. But then my son still didn't get to go to the concert that we wanted to go to. Hold on, please. So then a person, I guess when this happens, they now make sure that it's somebody that can speak English. Mm-hmm. So now I'm talking to a very kind, sounds young, even though I do believe there are men and women, so I'm going to say female.
Yeah.
I don't know her pronouns, but she certainly was a woman.
Ask her.
Right. And this is where, and remember, this is new Rick. This is calm Rick.
Sure.
And
unreasonable.
So we go round and round on this again, and she goes, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we're just going to have to cancel this order. But we will get your money back. I said, well, let me ask you this. I said, how are you going to give my son's joy back?
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry. My son just graduated from college on Friday, and he's about to walk through my door here in about an hour, and he's going to be excited about his graduation gift of him and his buddies going to this Hangout Music Festival that he's been looking forward to for 2 years. And I said, so when I tell him that he now can't go, how are you going to refund me that?
Ooh.
Wow, Rick.
Wow. Oh, you went too deep on
that. Was a dart to the heart.
Were you calm when you said it, or were you kind of angry?
Very calm.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even worse. I'm telling you, that makes it worse.
And then I hear, well, I won't be able to refund that.
No.
Rick, you made me cry.
And I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, are you crying? Well, I mean, I want him to have the tickets. And I said, you know what? I said, then I switch. Now I'm a dad. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know what? I believe that if you were in charge of my son having those tickets, that by golly, he'd have them.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
And she said,
good recovery, Rick.
Yes, he would. Wow. And I said, you know what? I know this is not your fault, and you have nothing to do with this, and you have a tough job of having here disappointed people. I do. I said, I understand that. And I want you to know that I'm not upset with you, and I know that if you were in charge of getting my son to the Hangout Music Festival, he'd be leaving tomorrow. Yes, he would. And I said, I know that. So I appreciate what you're doing. I'll handle that refund, and I'll try to see if I can't come up with something else. And I thank you, and I'm sorry you had to be put in this position by people that's beyond your control and mine. And I thank you very much.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And look, save your email. I've already gotten a few for this question, because how dare I try to ask this? If we've asked the question about the SEC getting 2 teams in, we really have to ask the same question about the ACC at this point. But if Wisconsin gets beat in the conference game, they will have gotten beat to Ohio State, 2-loss team. So let's say that Miami and Clemson match up in the championship game, and Clemson clips them by 3 points, 45-42 in this ridiculous game.
Right.
Does Miami get in over a 2-loss Big Ten after they've done what they've done, beat a 13, throttled a 3, and then barely got beat by a team that has been in the college football rankings this entire time? You really can make that same argument that you've made for SEC.
No question.
I think
if you're going to do apples and apples,
I'm going to make a prediction that the committee is looking at the conference championship games as the first round of the playoffs, and I don't think they're going to reward people who do not win their conference. I just don't think they are. I think they're going to make people win their conference, and then they have a legitimate, because if you leave somebody out who just lost their conference championship game, and they go, well, look at our season. They're going to go, well, why didn't you win? All you had to do is win, and you're in.
And if that's the case, you're going to have the SEC champion, you're going to have the ACC champion,
right?
You're going to have Oklahoma, and you're going to have Ohio State or Wisconsin. That's your playoff. And
I think that's a safe bet right now.
It's a safe bet, but Greg and I were talking, is it the best 4 teams? And I don't know. I don't think it is.
Guys, I got news for you. I can't figure out who the best 4 teams are.
Well,
just when I think I know, somebody will lay an egg or somebody will just rip somebody.
And talking about the best 4 teams.
Did you think Notre Dame was going to get ripped like that?
No.
Well, talking
Notre Dame
about
has a bad record in Miami.
And then that snowballs. You go, Notre Dame got hammered, so they're not as good as we thought they were. We were giving Georgia this credit for this big Notre Dame victory. Maybe they're not as good as we thought they were. It just, you can't.
It all just kind of falls down.
Well, the one thing I think you never want to have happen is that the season doesn't matter, and if you make those conference championship games key in who gets in, then the whole season really does matter.
Well, I go back to this. I think under the playoff system we have right now, I think the season matters more than ever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. This whole thing, the season wasn't going to matter if we went to a playoff. I've never understood that line of thing.
Yeah.
Well, if you make that conference championship a prerequisite, for the most part, you may not say it is, but you kind of make it in your mind, it gets real important.
The AP top 4 are Alabama, Miami, Oklahoma, Clemson, Wisconsin's 5, Auburn is 6. We'll see if that plays out like the playoff rankings coming out tomorrow.
Where did Georgia go?
7, Georgia 7.
Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey, how about it?
For a brand new hour. All right, so we've talked a little bit of football in the last hour as college football shook up a little bit. We're not talking a whole lot of NFL because none of us are really watching it. I know that they said that we had only 3 players that kneeled during the national anthem as the league honored the military during Veterans Day weekend. So only 3, and then there were 3. Saw the Roger Goodell report that he's requesting a $50 million salary, a lifetime private jet. That. As if he's done a phenomenal job.
That's quite a management thing. You know what, Rick? Look, and I don't want to step out here. I don't want to step out. I will propose to the NFL. I'll be the commissioner. No private jet. $25 million a year. Y'all, you boys put $1 million each back in your pocket.
How about this? I will.
What a deal!
I will. Since we're throwing ourselves out there, I will coach Florida or Tennessee, and my buyout will only be $5 million.
Oh, poor old Butch Jones. We were talking about him last hour. He's got an $8 million buyout.
He won't get but $8 million.
So Butch is going to be fine. Look for him coming to an analyst program near you.
Caution, I acknowledge the thing I'm about to say I have said too many times over the last 23 years. I know there's these things we go back to and we tell them over and over and over again.
Right.
And some of them, people hear for the first time. Some of them go, I've heard that for 11 times and I can't believe you're going to mention it again. The first time these kind of contracts started happening for these coaches that we're supposed to feel sorry for is that Ray Goff thing. I'll never forget it, and I know I've talked about it a million times.
And everybody liked Ray Goff. He's a nice guy.
Ray Goff was one of the first ones to get one of these big-time guaranteed contracts and did not do well, okay, and he was at Georgia. And I remember, they did this big exclusive, we're going to go interview the distraught Ray Goff over how hard it was to be hired and then fired. And he had gotten so much money, and they're talking to him on this. There's just rolling green hills of land.
There was a pond over on the side.
And he's got all the, and it was.
He's on his porch.
And you ever seen a little kid try to cry to get their way, and they can't muster a cry because they're really not upset? He was trying to talk about how hard it was on he and his family, but you could tell he didn't really mean it.
35 minutes past the hour. Let's go. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I did mention themanchurch.com. We did launch a brand new app. It is out, and it is working. Sorry about Android users. We did have a slow start there. That's why I was talking about our customer service. But it is working now, and it is all working smoothly. It is a men's discipleship app that has all sorts of resources, daily devotionals, and those are updated every week. You also have some thoughts for the day. You've got full-blown sermons. You've got articles. You have access to all sorts of content to help you grow spiritually at your fingertips with the Strive app. Get it wherever you get apps. You can try it free for 7 days, see if you like it. If you do decide you like it, then all that content is available for you. You can go ahead and do the annual option, or you can go $9.99 a month. It's available wherever you pick up apps. Strive, STRIVE, the latest discipleship resource from themanchurch.com. All right, so we go phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I will tell you this, because I see people emailing now because our audience is so fantastic. Super Dad did move into a backup plan. It may or may not work. And if it doesn't, then life is full of disappointments. We'll come up with another plan. But I did move into a different mode. They were not able to, because I went into the mode of, well, let me just get some more tickets, and y'all overnight them to me, and then refund me for the ones you didn't send me, and we're even. We're back to where we started,
right?
Because they're about the same price. They said they could not do that they couldn't find any, and they tried to get with the venue to see how they could do it or whatever, but I was able to find another source that said, hey, we've got some, we can ship them to you overnight. Hopefully, everything I could tell about it was legit. So I have some others that should get here by noon today through UPS, and hopefully that will take place. And if it does, then it'll still work out. And if not, then there are bigger disappointments in life than I didn't get to go hang out.
Now, were these just like? Is it for the group? Were you in charge of the group?
I was in charge of two of them, Brooks plus one.
Okay.
So one he's taking somebody with him, and they were meeting another group that was.
So
coming.
the plus one's depending on this delivery too.
Oh yes.
Okay.
You talking about the one that's already down there?
Yeah.
That's going to meet Brooks.
Because I have a good friend of mine said that he bought one for his son, and his son can't go now, so he's got Brooks covered if UPS doesn't come through, but that plus one's still out.
Yeah,
so,
so
I don't know about that.
So that's
Might not make it now.
Yeah, so there you go. That's a backup option at least if the other person can find some other way.
Yeah.
So we got one, but I think these will get there. If not, let me have this person's information. And we'll see. That's nice. Thank you. Let's go to Wendy. Wendy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good. I didn't hear if you got tickets or not, but AL.com says that the Hangout Fest is going cashless. But I'd like for y'all to look at the list of things that are not allowed to bring. There's about 100 items, very odd, strange things. I can't name them all, but it's a very interesting list of what you cannot bring.
Yeah, I would have. Anytime a big group of people get together to listen to bands and musicians, I'm too old for that. Let me ask you this, Greg. This is a great question. I meant to ask every one of us.
All right.
At our age right now, Adler, I think, is a yes because he's still relatively young and he's been to this festival before.
And he's cool.
And he's cool as there could ever be. There is no cooler husband and dad on the planet.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks.
And but anyway, my hip factor is over now.
Oh.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking, I don't think there's any lineup under the sun at my age that I would go into a hot environment, be outdoors,
Sand,
standing on beaches and in fields to watch or listen to anyone.
No, not me. No.
Any way you go, Speedy?
So
I can't think of any.
So your
any
scenario
music
is in the current right now.
I'm talking about right now,
Not
age.
back when you were then.
No, back
Yeah.
when there, I'd already be there.
Right.
Okay,
And,
I mean,
and it has to be current. I mean, like for
Don't have to be
instance,
current
Tom,
acts.
Tom Petty has passed away,
he's
so
dead, yeah.
he's not available. So I can't give that scenario.
No, what I'm saying is, if you could even, I wouldn't
Whoever
go.
your favorite band
I
is.
wouldn't go if they gave me a card and said fill it out and all these bands will play. I still wouldn't go.
Yeah, right.
I'm just too old. I can't go
Don't think
out
so.
into that environment
No.
ever again.
No.
I mean, I can't do it.
No.
I'll go ahead and tell you this: I don't like to speak outdoors.
Yeah.
I don't like to go to things outdoors. I don't like to be out in this. We're all just standing here.
Yeah.
We're outside. We're in the elements. I've just gotten where I can't. You might get me to an amphitheater with the right band and the right weather conditions, but that's still a big jump.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like that watching the weather all the time, worrying about how the weather's going to go.
Yeah. I'd have to be working it and to be there.
Yeah, but it's just too.
I think Adler's the only one in here who's actually been to
Helmsy, any way you go to an outdoor music festival at your age? No way.
No.
Greg?
No.
Speedy?
No, I would go to an amphitheater to see somebody.
But to Adler, if you remember, for years covered this, as you mentioned.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
done backstage.
We've had interviews there.
Backstage
So when he accused the
interviews
Blind
and all
Boys
this
of
kind stuff.
Alabama not being blind.
And at one time, didn't you even take Kevin down?
Yes, I did.
forgot about that.
I took Kevin a couple times.
Wait a minute. I forgot him saying the Blind Boys of Alabama weren't blind. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That was my first year to go. That was a rookie mistake of journalism on my part. I was a rookie journalist at that point.
Correct me if I'm
And
wrong.
I shouldn't speculate as to that situation.
You were young.
Yeah, you were
Let
young.
me
You
ask
got it from Greg.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. When you took Kevin, you had to sneak him in and out of the hotel room, like cover him in a blanket because they weren't allowed, right?
Yes. The hotel that I
You had to
got.
put him in a blanket and walk him in and out?
Yes,
right. I forgot
I
about
wrapped
that.
him up in a sheet and carried him like I had just like a bunch of dirty laundry. and snuck them in and out of the place.
Watch the laundry moving.
And even to take them out, I had to do that too. By the way, one time at the end of the festival, everybody's leaving, so they're coming out in droves, huge long lines of people. And I go out and I skateboard with Kevin on the street. He's pulling me at like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Not a good idea.
And then there was this barricade. I thought I could sneak through the little point in this little barricade right there, but Kevin cut me off, and I dove and I ate concrete in front of probably 500 people. The whole line of people goes, "Oh!" And I got up and just like limped off with Kevin, and we went home, and that was the end of that hangout festival.
Would you go in your current setup as husband and dad? Do you still have a music festival in you?
So I got spoiled by covering these music festivals, having easy access in and easy access out, and shade, and I mean free water, and an air conditioned tent, and a trailer to use the restroom in instead of porta potties. So I'm so spoiled that there was no way that I could ever go to a music festival again if that was not the situation.
Okay.
Which is not good.
You can't just be dude with armband.
I could never do it again. And Ruby does good when she has a distraction and fun, and if we are able to get out of the elements, and so that would actually be a fun thing to do as a dad. But I'd be there for 3 hours max and gone.
Yeah, and it had to be the right act.
Right act, right time, right day, right situation.
What is the right act for you?
Well, I'm looking at the lineup right now. It'd be tough to find. My buddies, who I talk about all the time, my buddies Moon Taxi are actually playing.
Are they?
They are. They're playing. And my buddy.
My boys love them, by the way.
Yes, yeah, they're very talented guys. And after the last 2 years of everything getting canceled and having to do spaced out weird concerts and stuff like that, they're very excited to get back on the road again.
Now,
so that's a good thing.
A little bit of Moon Taxi trivia here. If you were to ask who did the first interview to Moon Taxi, it would be that one, right? They went to the same high school. One of them did, right? Or was it more than one?
Three guys actually went to my high school. Yes,
to Vestavia High School.
And it wasn't the first person to interview. I was the first person to ever play Moon Taxi, not only on college radio, but I was the first person to play Moon Taxi on commercial radio ever. But they don't really own me because I think it's because I work for the Rick and Bubba show now. But maybe not. I don't know.
Not trying to brag. Not trying to.
And when they moved to Nashville, it was over.
And after that, they disowned me. But no, they're actually very nice guys and very talented. Very, I'm excited they're able to get back on the road as well as everybody else that's in that industry. And I'm looking at the list of things that you're not allowed to bring to Hangout Festival, and a lot of it seems pretty normal to me. One thing is no fidget spinners. That seemed pretty weird.
Okay.
No glow sticks, no chairs at all, no drones. They have to put that down.
No chairs?
Yeah, no chairs, Greg.
No chairs at all.
You can't bring your chairs?
No.
You're standing, Greg. You're standing for 3 days.
Rick, back to the original question.
I
I don't care who's playing.
No way.
No umbrellas. No Chinese lanterns, no pets, no video equipment. A lot of it's pretty standard stuff.
It sounds like everything you brought in the past.
No dogs under sheets.
I brought all those things. But the backpack situation they're having to go to is just a clear plastic or clear vinyl, and it's like 12 by 6 by 12. It's the max. It's just like you got to do this stuff now because people, you get people in a crowd and something goes bad, then that's just,
Plus, now keep in mind, my big struggle today, I've gone through all this to get a backup ticket plan, but somebody has to be at the house to sign for it. What's the odds of Big Love dropping that one?
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Oh, no, Rick.
Yeah. Rick, in the city of Gulf Shores, has just contacted us and says that tickets are still available at Hangout Music Festival's website, is another backup.
Okay. Hard to find that website yesterday. People try to take that search and you pull up something, you're like, wait a minute, this is not them.
Oh, yeah.
You got to be careful. Just go and Hangout Music Festival.
No spike jewelry, so Greg's out.
Man.
Spike jewelry.
Right. There's no metal bands playing.
Well, actually, there really aren't. I was a little disappointed.
Standing outside, I think if Tom Petty came back from the dead and said, we'll only play songs that Rick likes, we won't even play anything out of our catalog he's not big on, I still wouldn't go.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't, Rick.
So, we'll be back. But, youngsters, I'm sure they will. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You can tell he was thinking, wait a minute.
Well, he's a competitor. He hated to lose, but hey. Hey,
it's almost like...
I'm hunting today. As soon as y'all shut the camera down, I'm all right.
It's almost like, he was kind of like, it was just hard for him to really look at himself as this horrible victim because he'd been paid millions of dollars and then not have to coach anymore.
So anyway, we'll see how it goes. Some other things to talk about to start the hour. Do we want to continue to talk about this other? I mean, I don't
Rick,
know.
It's just so bizarre, and it's all over the national news.
Well, don't look up at the TV because that's all we're talking. Now,
by the way, I got a few phone calls I'm gonna make today.
Bubba and I, look, you know what? That just shows you and I still got some work to do.
No, I think it shows great maturity.
You're right.
We've hemmed it up a little bit.
The fact that we haven't already done. You're right. Well, I want to say this though. There's a couple things because there's the bigger picture and then there's the specifics. We all understand that this thing with Roy Moore is very difficult, and of course it's like it's all tied in. You know, my goodness, over the weekend we got Richard Dreyfuss pulling his pants down. I mean, you know, this whole thing that's going on right now,
and it was right behind a giant volcano he made in his kitchen, right?
Well, I'd be careful with the volcano analogy with this particular story, but anyway,
he made a giant volcano in the movie.
I know he did. But anyway, so it is funny. Let me tell you one thing that I think is positive. Let me tell you,
it gives whole new meaning to Close Encounters.
It really does, of the first kind even. But so let's talk about this for a minute. Let's look at a positive on what's going on right now. Finally, the far left seems to care about.
We found their moral compass.
They finally have.
When did they make the turn?
I don't know. Because, now remember, these were the same people that told us over and over again that we should not be concerned about this kind of behavior in people's personal lives as long as they get the job done.
I know.
Right. So now. And now I'll go back to this, and Bubba and I had this discussion, in the very high-powered meeting we always have before the show.
Yeah.
And we were in there discussing. First of all, I want to deal with the far left first, and then we'll get to the other. So now, remember, if I'm emotional, you know what I'm always looking for? I'm looking for whatever the trends are, and I have to be trendy.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. At one time, it was trendy for people to do whatever they want to do anytime they want to do it, and that's who the left was.
Yep.
People are to be who are we to judge? Relative truth, all this. So really, if I live in a world that says the Bible is archaic, it's probably made up, it has no saying, there is no God, there is no right or wrong, truth is relative. Has anybody really done anything bad? I mean, if that's what you really believe, and somebody said, well, I was a high-powered Hollywood exec or an actor, and I'd never force myself on anybody. I was just trying to cut some deals. You want to be in this movie?
I had something. You had something. We made a deal.
There's some things I'd like to do, and if you're willing to do them, we'll do them. You'll probably get the part. If I believe that there is no right or wrong, and I believe the Bible has no. If I go to my biblical worldview, I can tell you exactly why this is wrong. But if I just believe that anybody can be able to do whatever they want to do as long as they don't harm other people or force them to do something, do I care about all these things? If somebody walks in and says, well, this was presented to me and I turned it down. Well, okay, you turned it down. They didn't chase you, did they? I'm talking about if I was them.
Right. Yeah.
See, I do think this is repulsive behavior because this is not the way
You're going by
what they claim to believe.
Right.
But here's the thing.
The world that they wanted us to live in.
This is the world they wanted.
Yeah.
Well, now, as I said, I think last week on the show, I know I said it off there. If I didn't, I should have said it on there because I thought it was a good analogy. What they are is they're Dr. Frankenstein. They've created a monster, and now that it's walking around breaking things, suddenly they're aghast at the monster.
Right.
But keep in mind, the only reason why they care is it's become trendy to care.
Yeah.
Don't miss that.
That's it.
They don't really care. And what they've looked at is they said, oh, wait a minute. Look, my finger's in the air and the wind's blowing. Oh, so everybody doesn't like this. Okay, well then, by golly, we'll just get them all.
We're coming out of the woodwork.
And now people are coming. Now that you get into what else do we live in? A victim mentality now.
Yeah,
I love the attention of being a victim. So now people are actually scanning their minds, almost it looks like, to think of anything that may have happened to them that was close. Well, I remember one time, somebody said something to me, and now that I recall, I too was the victim of whatever. So now every day,
I was in an elevator one time.
Yeah. But I would like to tell the left, if you tell fallen people, especially males, that debauchery of any kind is fine, have at it, enjoy it, this is one life to live, get all you can, you should not be shocked
when they do it.
That Frankenstein is alive and has been alive. You perpetuated this. But now you think it's trendy to not like it, so now we all don't like it. And I would agree this is repulsive behavior. So, but it is interesting. I can't follow y'all because at one time y'all told us these things didn't matter. And 9 minutes to the top of the hour.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go. A big happy birthday today from Uncle Rick and Uncle Greg. To our niece and nephew, Kenley and Reese Morgan.
Yes.
13 today. The twins are 13. 13 years old today.
Oh, my goodness.
Happy birthday, Kenley and Reese.
I remember, it doesn't seem that long ago, Blake was graduating from high school, and we went to a Dreamland.
Oh, yes.
Angie was there. It looked like she was about to give birth then.
Right.
And I think, it was at the graduation, whenever that was.
My sister actually gave birth during Blake's high school graduation.
So it doesn't seem that long ago.
13 years ago.
13 years.
That also means that Blake's been out of high school for 13 years.
Yeah, it does. Him and Tyler graduated the same year.
Yeah. So, wow, how about that? They're men now.
Yeah, they grown.
They grown. We celebrate happy birthday. The twins are 13 today. I do want to point you also to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. I was talking with Sherry about this because, there's all kinds of reasons to use this, and my wife is a great cook, but, you start getting down to, all right, we got to do this, and what about that? We forgot to go by and get this. And I said, I'm telling you, we need to crank it up and get back on HelloFresh. We did it for a while, and then Sherry got to cooking and said, hey, I've got this. I said, let's go back to it, especially try and do a little better. I think I'm going to – I still need to drop a few, and I think I'm going to get back on that and see if I can't drop a little more. And one of the ways that they really can help is they'll go ahead and get the recipes at the calorie count that you want and send you really some delicious food. Their chefs are fantastic. And every meal comes in its own individual bag with a recipe card, which is easy to follow, and all the ingredients you need. So goodbye, grocery store standing in line. Goodbye, wonder what we're going to have this week. You just lay them out, and you can stop, start. I need this many meals this week. I need about half that next week. I need double that this week. Whatever. They work with you. And right now, you get 16 meals for free, and you get 3 free gifts if you use our promo code BUBBA by going to the website, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to the link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Tanya is standing by in Guntersville. Tanya, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm fine. I wanted to let y'all know I've been a listener since y'all were in Gadsden, but I wanted to call about Walker Hayes. Y'all had mentioned, or somebody had mentioned about maybe getting him on the show. I saw him on the news. I think it was Fox News the other night, and he has a new book out and was talking about, the book's name is Glad You're Here, and it's got how his neighbor witnessed to him and how he got saved, and it would be a really interesting story, I think.
And that's what Speedy said. Speedy's big. Yeah, Speedy's a big fan, and Speedy just mentioned that a minute ago. So we'll see. It'll be an interesting story to hear. And
it would be.
Yeah, especially because honestly, all I'm thinking about when I hear something like that, because look, we've dealt with it, okay, and sometimes we needed to be called out, and other times people were maybe overreacting and being a little more like a Pharisee. But when you're going to be in secular entertainment and you're serious about your faith and you try to walk that out, it's that walking in the world but not of the world is not easy. It's very, very difficult. And I'm just picturing you rolling back to church on Sunday after somebody heard you use the lyric "trying to keep my daughter off the pole," and thinking to myself, okay, I'm sure that's going to be an interesting discussion in small groups in Sunday school class. Some people ask, but I understand he's making the point.
Pretty good goal.
It is a good goal, and keeping your sons out of jail, that's a good goal too. Mm-hmm. It's all good, and keeping yourself out of AA, that's a good goal. But you know what I mean when people, when you're like, hey, sometimes you're doing something to be funny, and then also like, well, you shouldn't be doing it. I'd like to talk to somebody else that and I don't know how deep into his faith he is. There's certainly things that I did. I'm just talking about myself because I don't try to speak on the behalf of others. But for myself, I look back at when the show first started. Of course, I was lost for the first 2 years, and then became a follower of Christ in '96. But on that day, I was an infant of the faith. I certainly knew the concepts of the faith because I've been raised in it. But I was brand new to saying, okay, I now choose to follow Jesus, and I didn't know anything. So there are a lot of things on the show that I did early on I wouldn't do now.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
During that spiritual maturation and the sanctification process, there's songs that we sang in Mr. Lucky that I wouldn't sing now. And I was just ignorant to it. I just didn't think about it. I wouldn't mature enough to go, well, it's probably not the best way to go. There's other options that be just as good that don't compromise anything. And I was like a lot of people. I got in my mind to where it's just a song to me, but still, as you start growing in your faith, you're like, yeah, but you probably shouldn't be singing that lyric. You probably shouldn't be saying that. And so I wonder, it'd be interesting to have a conversation about walking that out, being a secular country music star. Yeah, I think that'd be a very interesting conversation.
Yeah,
because I'd like to hear somebody else talk about it. Because I can tell you something, it's difficult. I mean, there's a lot of times you get on here on the show, and with the best of intentions, but because of the topic of a story or the way the news is going, and it starts kind of. It starts kind of drifting in a place, and you can feel yourself going, "Oh, I need to reel this in."
Yeah.
And sometimes you get off the show and go, "Hey, we were just being funny, and I think what I said still was okay, even though some people might not like it. I don't think I compromised Christ." And there's some days you look back and go, "Boy, I really blew that. Yeah. I really messed that up." Yeah. And then you just got to own it. It's part of getting, just like we talked about in the Bible study yesterday. I mean, we got Abraham. Does something involving his wife that he shouldn't have done, and turns around and does it again. And what I thought to myself? If Abraham can get himself in the same trouble again, look how easy it is for me to.
Yeah.
Because that flesh, I mean, once we're redeemed, our spirit comes alive, but until we're glorified, that old flesh, boy, it fights. And through the process, going through it, you start learning. Feed the spirit, because the one you feed is the one that wins.
Yeah.
And if I feed the flesh, I usually do really, really bad. And if I feed the spirit, because of the power of the spirit, not my new self-control or whatever, but the spirit usually does a better job. The one you feed usually wins the war. Yeah. And so I think that would be a very interesting conversation. Yeah. How do you walk that out going forward? Especially, he may be like I was. I got really deep into doing a secular comedy radio show. It's not like I came into the show as a Christian. Now, I claim to be one. I just wasn't, and because of the fruit that I bared a fruit that showed that Jesus wasn't producing any fruit in me. It was my own fruit. So, but when you're already in it, and there's certain things you've already been doing, and now you've decided to follow Jesus, and he's like, now there's some things we ain't doing anymore. And, the 13 working days of horror, that's one, things like that. Yeah. And so it's not an easy road, and it is a process. And so I think you're right. I think that would be a fascinating conversation to talk to somebody else that's been through it and see how they've handled it. Top of the hour. So maybe we can make that happen on a future Rick and Bubba University. Top of the hour, our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll come back. We'll chat with you next hour. We got other stories to follow. Bubba's out. He had a crown that fell off in the middle of the show, and
he lost his crown.
If you ever been through that, that's tough to keep talking when air's blowing across that. Ooh, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What you're seeing is what life is like without a standard.
My goodness,
it'll swing one way or the other, and then at some point, oh, wait a minute, now we think this is wrong.
Listen,
and that's today.
Yeah,
it could be fine later on. Who knows?
Bubba, we talked about this in the entertainment business. If you listen to every amount of music coming out, I would say, I'll just say the majority. I won't give a percentage. The majority of it says what? Hey, do whatever you want to do with anybody you want to, anytime, anywhere.
That's right.
Okay. We have a song that people sing, and we hold this man up as one of the greats of music and songwriting that said, if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so all of this, in movies, it's just gratuitous sex and violence and all of this. Hey, we've got actresses that suddenly did not have a problem with somebody giving them a check to roll around naked in the bed in front of cameras for people to get a joy on it, but now we're going to draw a line. Yeah. You realize, Bubba and I talked about this, if you say to somebody, if you give me a check, I will let you look at me naked. And I'll even put myself on the big screen, let everybody see me naked, as long as I get a check. Y'all do know what that's called, right? Okay, so anyway, but now we can't believe these men are the way they are. And they're everywhere. And, I mean, they're around every corner. So now what we're saying is, the other thing is, we develop false narratives, and we just declare something, and it don't matter how exaggerated it is, That's the role. So now we get over on the conservative side, and we have Roy Moore. And there's allegations that he did something 38 years ago involving a girl that was 14, which if that happened, none of us would say that that's not repulsive, and it really speaks to a really character flaw in him at that time of his life.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So no one would think that would be normal behavior. But we also have in there something that's kind of made it kind of weird, and that is that he also was apparently he was or he wasn't dated some girls that were 17, 18 that the claim is that they were allowed to go out with him and nothing happened sexually or anything, but they did go out on him and they kissed a little bit. And that's a little, when you're 32, looking for 17, 18-year-olds, it's a little bit odd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and either that happened or it didn't. But now here's what the left says. Now keep in mind the 14-year-old thing has not been proven, and it's
yay or nay.
Yay or nay. They're now protesting Sean Hannity just for interviewing him, and I heard the interview on the radio.
Hannity was rough on him, I thought.
He asked very difficult. I even told Bubba this didn't go well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You text me, said this is backfired on him.
I said this didn't go well. So we'll come back and we'll talk about now advertisers are dropping Hannity because of the George Soros paid, mafia type people that go after advertisers, and this is their narrative. You can't advertise on a show that interviews child molesters and coddles them. What? First of all, no one's established what? I mean, he's a journalist trying to get to the bottom of the story, and somehow he's a bad guy? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, Hank, get us started. Go ahead, buddy. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, what I think probably ought to happen on this Roy Moore thing is if you're going to vote for him, vote for him. If you were not, don't. And then once this sorts out, if it turns out he was wrong, he'll be replaced by a conservative, and it'll work out the way it should, and the liberals won't win.
One strategy. There you go, Hank.
Yeah, we haven't really covered that. We probably need to get somebody that knows the law on it, but there is a thing called the disqualification rule in the Senate, and that may come into play in this.
Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Thank you very much. I'm just reading the headline from the New York Post this morning. Dems mum on whether Menendez should step down if convicted. And I wanted to read one more part of it. Tom Perez, chairman of the DNC, said, "We'll wait and see what happens. This week, the jury has not spoken yet." Comments.
Yeah, so
he's accused of something very similar, right?
So with Menendez, we're going to wait and see what the facts are. But with Roy Moore, we're already
he's out.
Yeah,
he's disqualified.
We've already declared.
He's out of there.
We've declared what he is. Could be a little home team action there. Let's go.
Not in the WAPO.
Oh no,
the Washington Post.
You know.
Have you seen the abbreviation for it? WAPO. WAPO.
Big John out of Wetumpka. Big John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to say that apparently the Keurig coffee makers have pulled their ads from Sean Hannity, and in response, Keurig fans are smashing their machines. And I just want to know, can I have their K-Cups? Because those things are expensive.
Yeah, well look.
Have you seen the video of all the people destroying those coffee makers, Rick? They're throwing them off buildings. They're lighting them on fire. They're running over them with their truck.
Yeah, I mean,
it's great.
But this is like saying, I mean, yeah. So
see if you find that video.
I think that this is, but I'm glad this is happening. I'll tell you why. And I certainly don't want anyone to get hurt. But I mean, because I think these advertisers that have this shoot, ready, aim mentality, meaning we just go whichever way the reeds are blowing, I think they need to see you have to make difficult decisions about whether you want to sell your products or not.
Right.
And that is, don't you understand that when the political mafia comes after you, but then when you pull the ad from a show that has millions and millions of viewers and then listeners,
fans
that like Sean Hannity, they're now mad at your product.
Yeah.
So you've
put yourself in a no-win scenario.
What you should say is we're a doggone coffee maker. Okay?
We sell coffee, and we want to get our message to the most people we can for a certain price. Why were they on that show to begin with, Rick? To sell coffee, right?
Well, I will tell you this. In the BuzzBox coffee program, we were pressured to go to these K-Cup things, and none of us feel good about it because it's a low-grade coffee. Why don't we just do away with Keurig machines completely? Everybody sign up for BuzzBox and drink better coffee anyway.
There you go.
Yeah.
Simple.
K-Cups, the Keurig. It is 6 minutes past
from the No Name Studio. It is a brand new hour. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba here. Bubba out. And we'll be back with us tomorrow on the program. Everybody say, everybody, let's go. Years of fury in the big black sky. Coming up this weekend, the real Greg Burgess headed back to Oxford, Alabama. OXFORD. Hey! He'll be there at Chakalaka Park. It is the junior college women's softball tournament as they go for the national championship. Greg will be there for the home run derby.
Home run derby.
Coming up, he'll be there at 6 p.m.
Yeah,
and that's when it starts. But Greg will actually be there about 5:30, and he'll be there announcing that, having some fun with that. So if you're in and around that area, or you're coming to Oxford with your team and your daughter, go see Greg. He'll be there this Sunday in Oxford. Bubba had a crown fall off, so he is not with us. Crownless. It fell off, and it was bothering him, and the dentist, he had to get there by a certain time to get it done. So he is
nub tooth.
He's working on that. Somebody was asking, had a great question in email, because you made the point that those teeth, they get a workout. And somebody said, what if dentists begin to offer a version of Car Shield for your teeth? It's like, hey, if it's got a lot of miles on it,
hey, let's go ahead and cover it.
It's got that, so we can make that happen. So we do have a lot going on with the program, and we've covered a lot of the stories of the day. I heard you guys talking about it in the kickoff hour. Do we really have someone who is got a lawsuit against the fast food burger joints?
Yeah.
Yep. Because they're saying that in the advertising that we're seeing, these burgers are undercooked, and they're undercooked to the point that you couldn't have them served to you this way.
Make them look bigger.
Yeah, and when you get there, when they cook them the way they really have to, it doesn't look like what we saw in the commercial. And a judge is going to hear this?
I'd say that's the point. We've all know this. And I remember me and Lisa will be watching like a commercial, and they'll show some food. And I go, I wished it really looked like that.
Yeah.
I know in my mind it's not going to look like that. They're getting it. They're shooting a commercial for Pete's sake, and they want you to run out and buy it. It's still good, but it doesn't look like it did in the ad. It doesn't.
No.
It's done. They done wrapped
and
it up.
That's part of this lawsuit. He's saying it didn't appear.
Well, he needs to. There's better things to worry about.
I agree, 100%.
I don't know.
Again, Rick,
it's the man's passion.
So does he think they're going to start making bigger burgers, or does he? I mean, they're going to make the pictures a little more.
Have you ever seen any behind the scenes, Speedy? It's possible you would have seen something like this. Have you ever seen the behind the scenes stuff where it shows you the people that make the food look good?
Oh yeah, and they paint.
They paint them, and they
do.
What's the next guy going to do? Lawsuit say because there's no paint on my burger?
Yeah,
it doesn't look the way I mean.
How about I'm grown and I realize it's not going to look like it did on the commercial.
Well, let me ask you a question. Blake was in a food commercial for Zaxby's. He was a hand model grabbing some fries.
Yes,
I believe. Were those real fries?
They were, but he said they certainly made
they were
sure
special.
Yeah, they
They didn't just dump them out and go take these.
Back to one, reach in, grab the fry. Back to one, reach in, grab the fry. Back to one more time, grab the fry. Back to one. Thank you, Blake Burgess. You're done. You're a wrap.
There we go.
And that'll do it.
Yep. Better known for Blake, $1,200.
Worth it. A lot of people think I should be a hand model.
Yeah. Greg, after I seen that social media post you got,
y'all love
the hand on the hip.
Greg, you were a model at one time. Wakefield's had you, didn't it?
It's so good. Yeah, hit the department store.
I was out there. I was modeling them snug little jeans.
I was modeling them big Yanks.
Oh man! He also Greg also tore to shreds this guy that claims he's had a Big Mac.
Yeah.
Have you seen this guy, by the way?
Just about every day for 50 years.
That's was that 7? Video 7. Did y'all play this earlier?
Have you seen him?
We did.
No, I haven't seen
funny.
it.
But we didn't play the video, did we?
No, we just audio.
All right, I need this. All right, here we go.
Well, look at his hair. He looks like Mo with a ponytail.
Right, he eats 2 Big Macs every day. That's all he wants.
And 50 years he's been eating them.
Doesn't he say there's really nothing else I'd rather eat?
Yeah, I think he said he's only missed 8 days in 50
we
years.
said,
Greg didn't believe.
Can you tell us, do you remember the
him.
very first bite you ever took of a Big Mac?
Yes, I do. I remember the first bite real well. Like I say, leading up to it, I went to the McDonald's, bought my first 3 Big Macs and a Coke for $1.57. Back then, they didn't have indoor seating, so everybody went out to their vehicles, and I got into my '66 Dodge Polara, sat behind the steering wheel, opened up the red box, and the Big Mac was wrapped in foil at that time, so you unwrap the foil, and then there was a cardboard ring that went around it. I took that off, and then I took my first bite, and I was hooked. And people nowadays say that when they see me eat a Big Mac, it looks like I'm eating one for the very first time.
I mean, what do you love? I mean, I tend to love the Big Mac in the two beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, fried onion, and a sesame seed bun. What do you love about the Big Mac so much, Don? What is it that gets you going and keeps you coming back and, you know, back and back and back for nearly 30,000 times now?
Okay, for me, the big thing is hamburger. When I was a little kid, we were real poor and we didn't have a lot of meat. And so, like, when we had hamburgers, that was really a big treat.
Make fun of that,
like,
Greg.
I told my parents when I grew up I was going to eat hamburger all the time, and the thing was to find the sandwich that had hamburger with tasting the best. And for me, the Big Mac was the best hamburger sandwich in the world.
That's a bit of a stretch.
You know, and Rick, I took a salad bowl after I ate the salad, put it on my head, and got a haircut. Is that not the worst haircut you've ever had?
Doesn't he own the Raiders?
Yeah, as Mark Davis called.
Doesn't he own the Raiders?
That wasn't no
Wow,
Rick.
that ponytail's
Mark
long.
Davis's hair. But no, I've never seen the bowl cut with a long ponytail.
I haven't. No sideburns. Don't forget those chops.
What do you call that?
And he threw some chops in there.
You call it. Look,
he's got his own look.
Yeah,
well, I'm too busy eating hamburgers.
So he eats two of them. I know he didn't go
Well, Rick didn't have any meat to eat when he was a kid.
Yeah,
so
well, that's
whatever.
all right.
Are you making fun of that?
He made that up.
Yeah,
He
we're
had
making
plenty
yes,
of
he's
stuff
making
to eat.
fun of it.
You think
Of course
he made it up,
is.
Greg? He did. It may help the story out.
Are you saying he never had a hamburger when he was little? Do you remember though when
He
we
said it
worked?
was a special occasion when he did.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were little? Honestly, that was straight up.
Yeah.
I mean, if your parents brought home a bag of McDonald's, it was very rare.
I've never been a Big Mac fan though. I would have never went Big Mac. Seems like I remember him talking about that cardboard ring around it.
You would have gone quarter pounder with cheese.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's your favorite, isn't it?
Oh yes,
And
I'll go a double.
What about the 2 cheeseburger meal with a fry?
All the time.
What is
I
too-
just need a little quick run by.
What is too much burger for y'all?
Too much
You're like,
burger?
okay, this is too much. I can't eat it.
Let me think. There was a restaurant. Y'all won't know where it is because it was old mom and pop in Mikeyville, the Mikeyville restaurant. And we'd stop there for lunch sometimes, and that hamburger was so you had to take a knife and cut it up.
See, I don't like that
to eat it.
I don't like
Really?
that.
You could
I don't
not
like
put
that.
your mouth on it.
I want to be able to. I want to be able to handle it and bite down on it.
Now on Tuesdays they had chitlin night.
They did.
They did.
Really?
It was on the sign.
We had a burger. Terry and I stopped, had a burger the other night, and I ordered a double. Thinking, hey, just come out. I couldn't get my mouth open big enough to take a bite of it.
TNJ. That's that.
Just pot.
Jaw.
Right.
That's the jaw. It's a jaw problem.
I tried to push it down, but then all the juices were coming out of it.
The double quarter pounder you can still eat.
Mm-hmm. You can.
I really tried to push it down.
I
Before
like that
you get a
Wendy's
bite
double.
Yeah.
Of course, now look, like earlier story you was talking about, the hamburgers have shrunk a little bit from the original.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Just like the candy.
Wendy's is a good
The
burger.
candy bars
though.
have done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here, he's always going to work in that candy bar.
I'm mad about it.
Really?
Right.
Right. You're mad about that.
And there's
candy
another
bar.
change on the Snickers. Helms
Would
like
you
to talk
stop,
about.
Greg? You stop, okay? Good night.
I went straight to Snickers.
Hey, them cutting the big one up though is bad. And 2 slices.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I used
When
to love
somebody
that king
slices
size.
their hamburger, there's a problem.
That's it. Come on.
Yeah.
I do that at restaurants every time, though, guys. I will say I cut my burgers in half so I can eat them better.
Unbelievable.
Well,
I do.
you're
Unbelievable.
What?
Millennial.
Say what?
Well, you told me the crystals were too big for you.
Okay.
They're like eating
Okay,
popcorn.
partner.
To me, when you eat crystals, that's food there.
Don't you like
Yeah.
to eat
You
like
think-
20 of them?
Well, I do, but the price you pay is just.
But you know, since they don't, here's
a
the
horrible
move.
price.
Here's the move on the crystal. You know, they don't put ketchup on them, so you put some ketchup and you swoosh it through it on your way by.
I've done that before.
That's good.
Well, how do you do it though?
I do have to get by. I know they're putting grease on the bun. I do have to get by. There's a little bit of slime factor there.
There is
With the
especially if you let them see it.
Yeah, and I've noticed where I live, the crystals aren't making it. Are we mad at Crystal
And
now?
I know they're not. Rick, and
Does
I'm not
nobody
sure
eat them
what
anymore in the new health move? Because I don't see
You don't
crystals
see them
making
like
it.
you used to.
We used to have them everywhere. You don't see them like
Oh, I
you used
love
to.
them.
I would think in a college town they'd make it.
Oh yeah, we don't have one in Jayville. I may open one up.
Every now and then the Crystal will drive by my house with his arm up on the
on the windshield and say, Rick, come on, buddy.
You remember me?
You remember us, don't you?
But Greg's mad about Snickers. I know that.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He is.
And
Well,
Helms, too.
Helms is real mad about one part.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which people, they are, would anybody fault them if they just said, hey, we're selling coffee makers? Hannity's got a lot of viewers and listeners, so we're trying to sell that audience Carrick stuff. We're also over here on give me some left wing, whatever. We also advertise.
Just whatever. They're going with the numbers. They're going where they want to advertise. Look, if you're on Hannity's show to begin with, guess what? He's going to have controversial guests on there.
Right.
He's going to make some controversial statements. That's part of it. Look, Rick, if I disagreed with Sean, I wouldn't hold the coffee company responsible for it.
No.
You know what I mean? It's just like the NFL. I know I've got some disagreements with them. So is a lot of other Americans. I don't just quit buying cars that were advertised on there.
Right.
I'm not holding car makers responsible for what a bunch of spoiled NFL players are doing.
866 We Be Big. Kelly in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kelly, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I don't know if this question has been asked or if someone has said it. I have been listening forever, but I haven't noticed. Why did this not come out when he was going through the Ten Commandments thing? I mean, am I just clueless? I'll hang up and listen to what y'all have to say.
Kelly, no, you make a great point, and this is fair. He's been in public life for 40 plus years, running for 4 major statewide elections. I mean, really, if it was valid, it should have come up a long time ago. And I understand. Well, I finally just broke. I got that too, but I ain't really buying that.
Well, I think
yeah.
I think in what you're realizing though, in the times we're living in now with all these political wars, Beth, this is the first time that the Democrats said, look, we got to go after this guy. There's a chance we could get, this thing is swaying so close. And they went in there and they go, look, guys, here's something. And I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. But we do know that
there's really only 2 people that know what happened.
Yeah, but we do know that
didn't happen.
We can tell you we do have an example in the past where they gave somebody a check to claim something happened, and the guy had to fight for his life to finally prove that didn't happen. But the damage to his political career was already there to a certain degree. They don't care whether this is true or not. They're wondering, is this enough to get us this seat that we need?
That's it.
And then after that, they're not going to care about this person. They're not going to care about any of it. There is no great outcry on their part. They're simply looking for something to try to get a seat that they've never had. And if they could get a liberal Democrat, which is sadly the fact you can find one in Alabama now, but you have found one in this one.
Oh yeah.
And
there's a little pocket.
Yeah, and if he was to able to take that seat and represent Alabama, that's a huge win for the Democrats. And that's why everybody cares right now.
Yeah. This is not just a normal election.
They couldn't find a way to care about
It's not a normal Senate seat. This literally, with the number of establishment people not supporting Trump, is a swing vote that can make or break Supreme Court justices, laws, taxes, all these things. I mean, there's a lot at stake on this seat, and that's why one reason I was so passionate about it to begin with.
Let's go to Philip in New Albany. Philip, go ahead. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Doing fine. I just want to, I don't really know that much about Roy Moore, but the accusations and all that, it kills me how the media on the front page of the newspaper will crucify somebody, and then when they are found not guilty and or that everything is not true, they put it in a small article and bury it in the back of the paper where 8 out of 10 people are not going to.
Yeah, corrections are printed on like the page 8.
Right.
You know,
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Candace, Birmingham, Alabama. Candace, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I was going to say, too, as a side note, that John Archibald couldn't find anything with Roy Moore for the past 20 years, and Washington Post found it in 4 days.
That's so good.
That's a good one, by the way.
That is good.
I really want to talk about your Beth Mowins impression. I think, Rick, you're going to have to watch more football because you make her sound Chinese.
Yeah,
and
well.
she's not of Asian descent.
But
I think she's got a little Asian in her.
Yeah, you have to understand.
Somewhere back in there.
Any impression I do is going to have a hint of that in it.
Yeah.
You have to understand that.
It's either anything that we do, impersonation, good, bad, otherwise, is going to have either a hint of Asian or a hint of German.
That's
to
right.
it.
Yeah.
Because that's what all of them were based off of to start with.
Absolutely. That's their foundation. Aaron and Gadsden, Z93.
I cannot get enough Hogan's Heroes, and I know the guy was Bird, but I still like the show.
Aaron, go ahead.
Well, how y'all doing?
Well, great.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. We've talked about a lot. So we'll find out what's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go phone trolling, and that way we get a lot of you in right now. And also it's just fun to talk to you. Love getting an opportunity to talk to you. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Lines are available, and you can make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Whatever is on your mind, we'll talk about it. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move then to the next caller. Unless you get a timeout. We got 2 of those, but that's all we got. So if you dial us up right now, you will have the opportunity to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do want to remind you, if you'd like to get your football team entered in the contest with the USFL, we'll draw the Team of the Week again tomorrow. We do that every week with the USFL. So if you would like to be part of that, you can get your team registered. And from the teams, from what we've seen that have already won, they really are enjoying this opportunity, and your team will as well. So go ahead and register if you haven't already at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. So let's start with Cowboy out of the great state of Alabama. Cowboy, you're on the Rick and Bubba show, and you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Morning, fellas.
What's up, Cowboy?
Y'all talking about Bubba's crown. A friend of mine is a dental hygienist, and she says, I've had crowns come out. She says a good fix for that until you can get to a dentist is try a little thing called Topaz.
And there it is. Cowboy waited, by the way, about 30 minutes to get
just
that.
for that?
Yeah, that's but
For that.
Yeah, for the setup. You know what I was saying about Greg? We should have done the Buddy Holly. Remember Buddy Holly when his tooth got broke? And he had to be on TV, and they put gum in there.
They sure did.
We should have put a piece of gum over it and kept going.
Remember him and one of his bandmates was arguing. He accidentally hit him in his mouth with his head.
To Lori.
I love that movie, by the way.
That's a great movie. It's one of the better biography movies.
Gary Busey.
Let's go to
crazy.
Yep. Lori in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. 30 seconds. Lori, go right ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all may already know this, but that doctor that was speaking earlier, Dr. Yashika Robinson, is in Huntsville, Alabama. And she used to be in Opelika, and if you look her up online, she was actually indicted for Medicaid fraud, I believe.
Oh, wow.
For, just a real gem for our community.
Yeah, I'm not a woman, even though I guess I could be one if I wanted to now. But
yeah, you keep the beard and everything.
I don't know that I want to go see an OBGYN that can't tell me what a woman is, since that would be her patients.
Yeah,
right.
That's kind of
that'd be tough. Jeff in Hazel Green. Jeff, go ahead.
Of all people, she should know.
She should know. Jeff, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I would like to apologize for what I said earlier, and I'm serious about this. I just want to apologize because I was the one that called in about the turning the pregnant man into the potty humor.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize, y'all. I really do.
Do you?
I'm a truck driver, and I drive trucks for a living, and me and my buddies, and we spend on talking to the mechanics, and it can just sometimes get real crude, and I apologize for bringing that to the show earlier.
I don't even remember this.
Here's how bad I am. I don't even remember what you said.
Say it again.
Jeff, was this
Greg.
yesterday?
Hey, come on.
Was this yesterday or today?
It was today.
Okay, so we're all losing our mind.
No, you must have called a different show.
Was it what?
No, it was y'all. I apologize. I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay. Apology accepted.
I don't know what that
is. Yeah. No. See, everybody here's wanting him to say it again. No, that's exactly why he's apologizing. He didn't want to say it again.
Is it bad that I don't remember?
No, none of us remember.
None of us
remember that.
I don't remember either.
Did he say something to one of us screening falls and think it was on the air?
What did he say? I know.
He said,
We're not going to say what he
No.
said. I don't know. He said he's apologizing for something that he said that was crude earlier in the show about a man being pregnant, but I don't remember it.
How about that in itself is crude? A man being pregnant.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crude, just saying that.
It is.
I really don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think he called
the way the
show,
phones are
the
way the phones are lining up. I'm afraid everybody remembers it.
Okay, well let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm scared for us that we can't. Not one of us.
Well, this is one of those things where I get nervous stomach because I'm thinking to myself, I should have remembered. This is worse than walking in the room.
So he said something bad, and we weren't listening. We were like, yeah, man.
Hey, thanks for calling.
We gave him
Probably should have
zero.
dumped it.
We gave him charity. That's what we did. We wouldn't even listen to it.
I thought it was one of these AA people calling to apologize.
Yeah.
No,
no, that's a different subject.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Tanner in Georgia. Tanner, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, Rick, good morning, and good morning to all the guys. Listen, I was just out running some errands this morning, and I heard on the radio where the American Petroleum Association are sending instructions to all their customers to reset their gas pumps to receive triple-digit amounts for payment.
Wow.
Well, I hope that's just a rumor.
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, it was a news thing that I heard on, but the thing about
so I did see one where it says they think the high will go up. J.P. Morgan does over $6 at some point.
That's great.
I'd just like to point out to that gentleman that Greg had a timeout and didn't use it. I had already used mine.
Oh, have I got timeouts?
Buddy, you're sitting in that too.
We've already used one.
I don't like that pressure.
How about we let one go, and unfortunately, we don't remember what the guy said. But at least he got to apologize. He was apologizing.
I'm worried about him or us.
He wanted God. He wanted God to hear his apology, whether we remembered it or not.
Yeah. Either he thinks he called and didn't, or we didn't hear him.
Or he was kidding about the whole thing.
Or he's just being funny.
Or he's messing with us.
He wasn't really doing that either, Greg.
Randy in Huntsville.
Attempting. Is that better?
Okay,
Attempting to be funny.
It's much better.
Randy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, boss, how are y'all?
Good.
Down.
Hey, it's got a quick question. Did I understand correct that Adler thought the three blind boys of Alabama was blind?
No,
he just wanted to know how blind were they.
He questioned that they were completely blind. He wanted to know the level of blindness.
He threw a tennis ball at one of them.
Well, that does explain his actions on busting through the line when he heard bare naked ladies was taking the stage.
It's a long way home, buddy.
It was a long way home. Well, we got to get it together.
I just reached.
I just
reached out to shake one of their. I reached out to shake one of their hands, the Blind Boys of Alabama, and he shook it. And at that moment, I was like, "Whoa, the jig is up."
How blind are you?
I think we got to give a guy a little credit. That wasn't a bad joke.
It really
that was good. Dang it! It was on me that I didn't get it.
Yeah,
his delivery wasn't great.
No,
the material was good.
No, the delivery needed help.
The material was good.
His content wasn't bad at all.
You remember that was like the old joke about the man going in from cottonwood trees and they come back with a bunch of cotton. You
Greg,
remember?
just stop.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Greg? Yes, Greg.
My gosh,
who do you think I heard it from?
I didn't tell it. I just said y'all remember.
I tell you, when your running buddy leaves, you just get rowdy again.
I'm gonna take that guy's apology and put it on myself.
You go take it
because he was so sincere. He was trying to apologize. None of us would take it because we didn't know what he was talking about.
No, I didn't mean not to do that. I wanted to understand.
No, I really didn't remember it at all.
I asked the big chat room that we got going on YouTube, do y'all know what he's talking about? Nobody has said what he knows.
Ooh, chatter.
Yeah, so I don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows. Maybe the guy was messing with us. And if he is, he got us.
Yeah, I don't even know who he's talking about.
He probably was.
But here's what's so sad. We're so unsure about our memories, we don't know. There was about 12 years ago, we said, you didn't call us.
You're being funny.
We would have known that.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, how much do y'all think this one thing is a distraction from like a lot of different things they don't want you to pay attention to?
Well, like for instance,
just everything going on like in the news with Donald Trump, with everything, with the NFL, like with just how all of these things just keep coming up, like never know, just chill time in the government.
Well, I mean, I don't fully understand. It's a distraction, but I mean, from what? Other distractions? I didn't fully understand that. Did you?
Well, there's always that rumor of, you're looking at one thing, they're doing something else. I don't know how this would fit in directly. But
I understand the premise.
I understand the concept.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Judy in Alabama. Judy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys. If Roy Moore was a lech back then, he would have been a lech through the years. Don't hand me this. This is a put-up thing, and we have got to stand behind Roy Moore. Stand up, Alabama. It's high time, or you're going to lose out completely.
Judy, what was that term you were using?
Lech. If he was a lech, if he was
alleged or
no,
alleged.
L-E-C-H. Okay, if he was a
What is that?
Sexual. Okay, I got it. I looked it up.
Okay, we looked it up.
I'm out of the loop
Yeah,
on it.
your vocabulary exceeded ours,
No,
which
if
is
he
not a
was-
big thing.
No.
if he was if he was out here dating these babies and pulling such as this and doing what half of Hollywood's doing, he would have done it through the years. Don't hand it to me now. Somebody's been bought off, and Alabama's fixing to be bought off.
Well, the latest poll that I saw over the weekend, the supporters of Roy Moore were kind of split on this, and they have Doug Jones with about a 5-point lead in the latest poll. That's with nobody writing in. Now you're gonna have them coming out of the woodwork wanting a write in on some people too. But
right.
I learned what a lech was.
How about I didn't know what that was, and I need to come.
Hey, it's not good.
No.
Keep the definition up. I want to read it. Hang on.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, what's up?
Well, Bubba, we are going around the world in 80 days, but we're not going far today.
I mean, this is day 79, right? Technically.
We're almost done. Almost done with it. They're safe.
I take the night train. I take an airplane. 'Cause you
belong to me. Larry Talton.
Larry.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Larry, what you been doing lately, man? About the last 80 days.
Well, boys, I don't know if y'all knew it or not, but I've been going around the world.
Larry, I know you like to travel, but surely you're really tired of it right now, right?
Guys, I'm not even sure I want to drive to your studio tomorrow.
On Thanksgiving, we love dressing, but, about the fourth day after it, I go, okay. Let's let that rest for a while.
Guys, let me tell you, and maybe I won't get any sympathy here because I know that for a lot of guys anyway, the idea of going around the world in 80 days and doing what we've done has a lot of appeal. But let me tell you, don't. It is brutal. I feel like I've spent, I should be reviewing our airports and taxis.
Yes, you should.
There you go.
Uber around the world.
Oh my gosh. It is so exhausting. It is so brutal because you're just in lines constantly, passport control, immigration, standing at the counter for, to get your tickets, checking bags, picking up, your stuff and going to a hotel room. I mean, oh my heavens. So the idea of being back in the United States, which is where I am now, finally.
USA! USA! USA!
There we go. It is just so wonderful, and particularly this time of year because I love the South. I love the South, and I love the weather this time of the year. By the way, I know Dreamland's a sponsor.
Yes.
And if they're listening, I will expect there to be Dreamland at the studio tomorrow morning.
Can I tell you, Larry, I've known Larry for a long time. Every time he leaves the country, all he ever wants when he returns is Dreamland Barbecue.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it.
Well, yeah.
You know what? If we could make that happen tomorrow for you, that'd be huge. At least we could just get one plate here.
Yeah.
For you to
That
enjoy.
would be good. That would be good. I'm just saying if they're out there listening.
Yeah.
I'm an American returning home. Some sweet tea, by the way, and some banana pudding on the side would also be good, but I'm just throwing that in.
Right. I'm thinking about, we'll talk about some of this tomorrow. I'm thinking about things like how you kept your clothes clean. I mean,
Rick, so many
you
questions.
got to find a place to get them washed everywhere you go. And so anyway, all right, let's talk. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us for a brand new Rick and Bubba show. And LearBubba.com, joining the Rick and Bubba sponsor family recently and for good reason. And we hope it's not going to happen, but recession, historically, when all these things are happening, when inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history has suggested here comes recession. And one of the great hedges that you can put up for your investments is by buying gold. Gold's a great hedge, and also during the recession. Also, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold's going to be worth. So why don't you look into this by going to LearBubba.com right now. Now, I'm going to make this extra important, and it is very important, by the way. You get up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins that you purchase. So go to LearBubba.com right now for more information.
or you can call them at 1-800-707-4575. rickandbubba.com also has a link right there under the sponsors button. I do want to bring something up, and Helmsy, you saw it, but I have an update. It's something you saw. You've even mentioned it in passing on the show, but there is now an update, so maybe we need to go back and revisit it. So you remember, I guess it's been a few years ago, when I was talking on the show that I think that it's possible that I may have superpowers of some kind. Now, I remember I said I didn't think it was anything that was going to be all that helpful, and I'm not full-blown superpowers like I could be a superhero. There's not enough of it. But it's almost like I've received a sprinkle of radiation or maybe an electric bolt.
Watches won't work
something. Yeah, because remember we discussed watches won't work on me, which means there's something chemically wrong. Mm-hmm. We know that I'm not affected by the time zones. I don't get jet lag, which is weird. Wherever I am, just whatever time it is, I just adjust to that, and I start living in that time.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know how that could really serve purposes, and that it seems like that I can take a somewhat, heavy blow from an object and not break a bone. Okay. Yeah. And so I'm like, I don't really know how to use these things, but something new has happened. You saw the beginning of it, and more has happened. I have an update for Michael Helms. Do you remember the coffee mug incident?
Oh, yeah. You squeezed it too hard.
So
you were just holding it normal, like a normal person.
Helmsy watched me.
And it looked like Bam Bam.
My favorite
coffee mug.
My favorite coffee mug.
That big, tall one?
That big, tall one that I love so much. I simply held it in my hand and went to wash out the inside of it. And just the movement of me, I gripped it so hard. It
just 9 pieces.
It just broke into a bunch of pieces.
Strangest
I
thing.
accidentally broke it just by force.
He didn't drop it. He didn't hit it on anything. His brute force from his hands crushed it.
And so you think you have superpowers because of that?
Well, wait.
They're going to help you. We're going to.
I will say this: when I saw it unfold, I thought, well, that's not normal.
I know. Well,
there's a lot of evil people out there you can stop by crushing a mug.
See what I mean? None of these superpowers can do anything
at all.
What do I do? This villain loves caffeine, and Rick crushed his coffee mug.
Can't get it.
And now he's like,
But could be at the door of Starbucks.
Yeah, and all of a sudden he went to get him in Africa, and he's not sleepy. I mean, what good is that?
Exactly.
But
he picked up at 3 that afternoon, and it was nothing to it.
Right, and nobody really knows what time it is because Rick made his watch stop working.
That's true.
But
he can't tell you.
But anyway, yesterday, Helms, 2 things.
Maybe that's one.
In the last 2 days, 2 things. Broke another coffee mug.
What's your problem?
What?
And pulled the handle off that door trying to going out yesterday. I just reached and put it. It just came off in my hand.
Are you
the one that did that one out here that time?
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah.
What's happening? What's happening to me? Have I gotten another?
That's
not
what
sure
it,
what you're
that's
gonna
what
do
it
with
looked
it.
like, Adler. That's exactly what it looked like.
What's happening?
Why you want to show him?
Am I picking up super strength?
I don't know.
Of some kind?
Well, when it comes to coffee mugs, you have the upper hand, evidently.
Do you think you just go at things too hard? Maybe you play. You
I
say
do
that
me a
was
favor and stay away from this one.
Do you just play rough?
You think you can break this plastic one or acrylic, whatever you call it?
I don't know. We can try.
I'd like to see.
It's almost like it.
I'd rather you not.
It's almost like if I think about it, it just like I just reached to open the door and also just went boom, and it came off in my hand. And Bubba walked in. He goes, I said, I just pulled the handle off that
tearing
door.
up stuff left and right.
Yeah,
the world.
Come on, man. Don't play so rough.
But
Beaumont.
I know, but
that's what he is.
You think I'm developing some kind of super strength? We've been through this before.
We'll continue to watch and we'll see.
What could we?
You know what happened yesterday? Helms, the door handle came off, but on the coffee mug, you know what happened? The end.
Yeah.
Just the handle.
Yeah.
I did like this, and I grabbed it, and I just did like that, and it came off.
Rick. It's like a trick.
And so you think you got superpowers? Then?
I didn't say official. I'm just saying it's something we need to look at.
Think it could help you in a fight?
Okay.
If y'all don't mind, because I don't know what the level of this. Because remember this,
we do need to watch it closer.
And I could get hurt.
You'll grab a camera.
Because keep in mind, my superpowers are never complete. They're just a little. It's just almost
Spurts.
like you put a spice in something.
Right.
You sprinkle some superpower. It's really not enough to do what I need to do. Because see, I could think just because I could break coffee mugs and pull handles off doors that I could lift a car and still get hurt.
Or knock doors completely down.
But maybe that's coming, and this is just it's got to take some time to fully develop.
Did you get bit by a spider or anything lately?
I didn't, but I did get scratched by a raccoon.
Well,
what?
That may be it,
No.
Rick. When you snatched it up at a ball
Let's
game.
just do an experience. Slap Greg and see if it knocks him out.
No, I'm not going to slap
Well, then
Greg.
you're going to need all your superpowers.
I'll tell you one thing, though. I am open to breaking the laptop.
Throw me that mug.
Hey, I got so mad
See if you
yesterday.
can crush
By the way, y'all can't trust me with mugs right now.
Can we bring a mug in here and see if you can crush it on air?
Yeah.
Like live?
No, I mean, what if I cut my hand or something?
I'd like that.
What if I cut my hand or something?
Well, you got superpowers. You stop bleeding.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That's
if you got
true. Pinch it
superpowers,
on
I'll say
I
this,
haven't-
it didn't bleed last time.
It didn't.
It hadn't bled yet.
You saw that one. That one was weird.
It
didn't it?
was weird.
What Speedy? What were you
I got so frustrated yesterday, and I felt like I was raging. I was so mad
Oh, yeah, it
because
was
my
red.
my backpack blower wouldn't crank.
Oh,
And I tried.
Let me tell you something. You
and
wanna
I
make me
tried, and I tried. I had to walk it off.
Did you throw it?
I wanted to. I had to walk. I had to
should've
walk
thrown
around the backyard and take a deep breath because I was getting so mad.
There's nothing worse.
I started talking out loud to it, and I don't know why.
Gosh, I can't stand
I
I don't know
argument-
why, but I just that rage of just.
Oh, listen, I got in an argument with this steam cleaner the other day. I mean, the pressure washer.
Y'all want me to break 'em?
Golly.
Yes, yes. But I got to that level. I felt like I had superpower because I was so mad.
I stomped the lawnmower flat one time. Remember that?
Oh, I love that.
Has Rick borrowed it, and that's why it won't crank?
I don't know.
Did he
but
try to crank it?
Here's what's so weird. It's cranked every other time. I've done
know.
the same routine, the same thing every time.
I didn't want to bring this one up, but Adler wasn't feeling good the other day, and I went in there and I said, "Man, I'm good. I don't get sick. Let me hug you." He was fine the next day.
Who you, John Coffey? Off the Green Mile?
Greg, you always take it back to that
Oh,
minute.
I love that
Greg,
movie.
and after it was over, I spit a bunch of flies up there. Yeah, right.
Didn't you
so
love
weird.
old John Coffey?
Yeah.
Why did they have to get that weird
Like
with
the
it?
drink, only spelled different.
Did you think it was too?
It was weird, but it was.
Do
Really
you think
good
it was
movie.
too weird? The Green Mile.
Parts,
Yes.
but not as a whole, no. But there are some weird parts in it. But
The
as a
fly
whole,
thing was-
as a whole, it's really good.
It is a good movie.
Yeah,
I watch
I
it
get
every time it's on.
Oh, it's
He
great.
spits flies in the air?
Well, I don't know what they are.
And gnats, flies, something.
He's
I don't know.
taking the.
He took it back.
He's taking the bad stuff out, and then he expels it, and it exhausts him. He takes a nap, then he comes back.
It may not even be
Oh,
like
wow.
like an insect. It may be just something particle or something. I
Right.
don't know. It's
That's
just
the-
weird.
Whatever's wrong with you, he's spitting it back
Yeah.
out.
Have you never seen that movie?
I've only seen like it in like
Oh, you
1-2
need to
minute
watch it.
snippets. Never seen
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Oh, what are you
It's
talking
a good
about?
movie.
I've never seen.
You got to see that.
Mr.
movie.
Jingles? Come on.
Come on, man.
I got to that part and I was like, oh, this is just a normal prison movie, but
No,
it's
let
not.
me tell you what's great about
Oh,
it.
no.
There's so many characters in it that are just off the chart.
Your favorite?
The crazy Wild Bill.
Yeah, Wild Bill.
Nuts.
Yeah, I like that
Sam,
actor.
what's his name? Sam something.
I like that actor. And everything.
Yes, and he is excellent.
Yeah, and he's
What about Edward Delacroix? He's a good one too.
yes. Yep. And of course, Tom Hanks is good in it.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie.
I like Morgan Freeman, his part in it too.
Yeah, okay, that's Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, wrong
But
movie.
never
Sorry,
mind.
sorry.
Which is also a good movie.
Yeah, and on cable every
And
single
available
weekend.
at any time.
Right. Good night.
No matter what time
Good
of day.
night. That movie will be on.
It will.
I mean, why?
And the frame.
Why we got it on so many times?
I don't know, Rick, but it's a good one.
Did Speedy have to go to JDA to get a mug, or
what happened to
what is he
Speedy?
doing?
I'm not gonna. I can't break a mug.
Oh, sure you can.
No, I'm
I've
afraid
seen you do it, Rick.
I'm
You
af-
can.
I'm afraid I'll cut
Look,
my
let
hand.
it hit the board. It might help it.
Well,
I mean, so that ain't nothing.
what in
my
the
goodness.
Wow.
Well, that's just a
All I could-
styrofoam cup.
That's all I could
You gotta
find.
start somewhere.
All you can find.
That's not the kind of coffee cup he wanted.
Speedy, I don't think that's at all what he was
No,
Well, you
not
crushed
at
that
all.
pretty good.
That's true.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I wore the same pair of underwear for 80 days.
All right. So what last
Spun them around after 40.
the last country that we're going to rate today, and then tomorrow you're here in the studio.
Yeah, let me give you some clues. Let me give some clues as to the country we're rating today. The last one. Here are the clues, man. Don't jump in until I finish my clues.
Okay.
I think I already did.
All right, clue number one, the men carry purses. Clue number two, we saved them in 2 world wars. And clue number three, their most recognizable monument is 984 feet tall, 665 steps, 2.5 million rivets, and 20,000 light bulbs. The answer is?
Vive la France.
Oui, oui.
There you go.
Viva
You know what I should have done is bring you guys berets so y'all
Boy, it's a lot going on since you left, Larry, too. I mean, a lot changes in 80 days.
But trust me, the last thing you want to do is ask us, so how's it been going? So,
Vive la France.
so let's unpack France here, and one of the reasons that we have to this is one. I know there may have been other reasons that you actually saved it for last, but one of the things I like about it being last is this is the one that the left.
They love it.
Oh, baby,
They love Viva la France.
This is it.
This is utopia. You know, there's an old saying that goes like this: Heaven is where the police are British, the cooks are French, the mechanics are German, and everything is organized by the Swiss. Hell is where the chefs are British, the mechanics are French, the police are German, and it's all organized by the Italians.
a little travel humor there.
Travel humor.
Picked that one up in the airport while I was in line.
That's funny. All right, so can we start with the obvious question? Okay, is anything good ever come out of France? I mean, other than the food.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you guys. I mean, can you guys think of anything that you go, you know what, if you're going to get one of those, it needs to be French made? Can you think of anything?
Food. Like I will say this because I've been to France, and Sherry actually just went there not too long ago. The food is fantastic.
That's right. You know, and we got to give them credit for that. But I mean, do we look and we go, you know what? When the world is in trouble, it's the French military that we need.
No, I don't think you're gonna get that call. No, but they're known for their wine too, right?
Yeah. Yes. Well, known for their wine.
I'm Baptist. I do not know that.
I have to tell you a funny story.
You're married. They also come up with pretty underwear.
You know, Bubba, I did not know that you wore that kind of underwear.
Well, I don't, but I appreciate it.
Thanks for that picture.
I just
trying to come up with a funny story.
French fries.
When I was in France a few years ago, and I was looking to rent an automobile, and I was talking to a friend of mine, a French friend of mine, who. You know, I was asking him about, you know, the different vehicles, the different French vehicles, you know, Peugeot, Renault, Citroën. And I said, you know, which of these are the best? He said, well, you know, Peugeot is best, and then second tier is Renault, and then third is Citroën. So anyway, shortly thereafter, I was looking to rent a Renault, and he comes to me and he said, a Peugeot. And he says, what are you doing? And I said, well, you told me that Peugeot was the best. He said, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was it's the best of all French automobiles. All French automobiles are crap.
You don't want to have a boom boom in one of those, I'll tell you that.
No.
Let me tell you why the left loves this country.
Yeah, because the left is, I mean, they just love it. I mean, you would think, like you said, it's utopia. It's what we should be.
It is, and it's because on the surface of it, and you will hear this from many people, is on the surface of it, everything seems to be free. I mean, it has a 35-hour work week. Women get 16 weeks of maternity leave. Everybody gets 8 weeks of vacation a year. The work day generally starts at 10. You have lunch mandatory between noon and 2. So you get a 2-hour, and I'm talking about like Home Depot, you know, the equivalents of those things. Everything closes.
Pass the gravy.
All right, here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Recording another RBU today, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Barry Chesney will be our guest. He will be talking about the fastest growing religion in America. And you may be surprised, and then maybe not surprised on what it is. So we'll talk to him about that, and also just the kind of the state of the American church. You know, we had the survey we talked about on the air the other day that we didn't know how valid it was or it wasn't, but we did talk about it. That only 37% of the senior pastors in America that were interviewed by George Barna's bunch, only 37% of them said they held a biblical worldview, meaning that the Bible is inerrant. So anyway, we'll talk about that. That really doesn't surprise. It's not as surprising as it sounds. When you first hear it, it shocks you a little bit. But then you start thinking about things like, all right, that means the universal church would be included. We've seen factions of the United Methodist Church. They're drifting away.
You've seen some things with some of the Episcopalians. Then you got all, I think somebody told me right now, this is worldwide. This isn't in our country. So the Barna research was just our country. But worldwide right now, there's over 33,000 different versions of Christianity.
It's a lot.
33,000. So when you start thinking like that, you realize that really that number may be not very low. I mean, it's more believable than it sounds. Yeah. But anyway, we'll talk about that and other things with him this weekend. To the phones we go. Is it Tamara? Tamara in Guntersville? Tamara, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yes, sir, it is.
Hey, Tamara.
Thank you. We love you guys.
Well, thank you. That's very kind.
We were at the baseball tournament this past weekend, Go Snead State, and we met Speedy, and my son decided that was the coolest moment of his life. And then he had to go to the bathroom. My son did a few minutes later, and he was in the restroom, and then I saw Speedy go in. Well, my son came out. His eyes were huge, and he was practically having an asthma attack. And he said, Mom, he said, Speedy was in there. I recognized his shoes. He was peeing right next to me. He said, and I was so scared he was going to have another event, like on the way to the Nashville game. He said, I didn't want to share my shoes, my pants, or my toilet paper with him.
Oh, Speedy. Tamara.
When he came out,
eyes were big.
Now, you sure I wasn't in there? I mean, no, I'm just.
Hey, did she see Speedy cuss the ref out?
No, there he goes. So that mic's still not working in there, right? So I can't talk to you. You're in there. Speedy's taking the call.
You got a processor issue.
Let me take.
I got a little mic processor going out. The processor has gone out, and I'm going to replace it
sometime this year.
Tested.
We've gone that far now.
See, this is what happens when Bubba leaves. He can't leave. It's like the hall monitor's gone. And everybody's running up down the hall.
Speedy, do many people come out of the bathroom you with their eyes wide open?
Well, if you
didn't know that was going.
Yeah. Well, see, she said the kid knew the story about you having an attack, and he didn't want to be in there for another. So did you go? But you were not using one of the stalls at the tournament.
No, I don't think so. No. I know.
You got so mad at that umpire, you had to go in there and have a movement.
Yeah.
So, by the way, JC told me a good one about what he heard the umpire say.
Back to the original when I was arguing a call that when I was in left field. Clearly had the angle.
So I was saying this back to you.
By the way, I heard y'all talking about that on me.
300 yards from
you were 300 yards from it. You knew the call.
JC heard the umpire go, I didn't know Speedy was here. He said, because my voice. I was screaming.
You killed us, Blue. Yeah. You missed that. I'm out here in left field. I can see it clear as a bell.
I had a better angle than he did.
He didn't tell us how far away he was.
Of course
and
not.
He kept talking about it. Then he showed a picture of it. We were like, my goodness. Well, you obviously had a better view than he did.
I did. I had a better angle, I can tell you that.
So back to this again, though. Yeah. You were talking. No way, if it can be avoided, that any of us do anything other than a number one at a tournament.
Correct.
So the kid was in there. He saw you, and he was excited. So that's the bottom line.
Right.
But it did remind me. People are saying that the guy who apologized is apologizing that early in the show, and I do remember this, that he was talking about that one of his buddies. They're talking about, can men have babies? And he said one of my buddies says, "Hey, I got to go have a baby," but he just went to the bathroom.
Right.
He say that's what he's apologizing for.
That ain't that bad.
No. Greg, I'm not sure you're the filter, Greg. I'm not sure you're the standard.
You'd have laughed at that, wouldn't you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You're not sure I'm the filter.
I don't know that it deserved an apology.
Yeah, but I'm not going to take my case on whether I was inappropriate before Greg the judge.
Well, my point is this: he sounded like he was about to start squalling about it. It definitely wasn't that bad.
I was going to tell you that
the man didn't want to do something on the show that he thought compromised anything.
He was choking up on the phone with me because I screamed.
See, I thought he was being insincere. I thought he was kidding with the apology.
He did. And I could tell. I said, "Yes, sir. Let me put you on." I said, "Stop."
Shouldn't you go back to the baseball tournament?
I said,
"Did you tell him to dry up?"
I said, "Let me put you on hold." So Greg,
the man calls.
Did you say I'll show you something impressive? Meet me in the bathroom.
How about this? The man calls this show.
You want big guys?
The man calls this show to sincerely apologize, and this is what he gets.
Yeah.
Really, we're not doing a very good job.
Come on, guys.
I think our response was worse than what he said.
Sure, that's right, buddy.
Let me tell you. I tell you what. If you can handpick your accountability group, this is it.
Here it is.
Why do you,
Rick? Don't worry about that.
Wow, your chairs are
guys.
high.
I want to share something with you.
Yeah, I like my chair.
Hey, Greg, I want to share something with you. I wouldn't write that.
Don't worry about it, man.
Barry is in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Hey, so going to Greg. Talking about the hamburgers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when me and my wife go on trips and stuff, she tears her hamburger apart, and then that shouts my A more than anything. But then when she flips it upside down and starts eating it, I don't know how y'all feel about that. But
I've never experienced it, but
What do you
I don't
mean?
like the way it sounds.
Then what is she doing? Is she tearing it into a bunch of pieces?
No,
picks at it?
Yeah, she'll just tear it in pieces and eat it, and then on the other time, I think she does it just piss me off, but she'll flip it upside down and eat it upside down.
Oh, I've never seen anybody eat a hamburger upside down.
What is eating a hamburger upside down?
Is it just do like
Flips
if this
it
is
over.
the hamburger and you
Right.
flip it over and
You
eat
got
it
the
this
bottom
way?
up and the-
That does. I mean, but the taste is the same. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares about
Well,
that?
it's weird.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's
I'll admit
different.
that.
Yeah, that's what weird means. Yeah.
Okay, all right, Bear. Well, yes. Yeah, I mean, what's so hard about
No,
just
Greg,
picking
it's
a
not
hamburger?
weird. It's different.
No,
Wait a
it's
minute,
different.
that's the
Weird.
same word.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Weirdly different.
Weirdly different. To Adam in Lincoln,
You got a chance.
Alabama. Adam, go ahead.
Okay, so has anyone brought up the fact that Rick may be causing the popping noises? When did it start?
You talking about?
That's right, because of my superpowers.
Rick,
it's a great.
We never thought about my chemical dynamic could be causing
everything you touch.
You didn't
pops.
break mugs at the old studio.
Everything he touches pops.
Something-
Or either the board is actually giving
Wait
you
a
the
minute.
power.
This is a great point.
Adam,
During Bubba Rama, when y'all had that, was it popping then?
I don't
That's
think
a
it
great.
was.
We need to go listen. We need to go listen, because you know what? Something about because you don't know if you know this, Adam. Little pull the curtain back. Where they've moved us now, unlike at the retail center we were at for 14 years, this is actually a place where all this radio equipment for all these other stations is just on the other side of this wall. And so maybe my superpowers interacting with all this technology is causing, because they did say it's happening through the whole system in this building. It's me entering this building that has caused it.
Yep.
Well, I would check Friday, and if it didn't do it on Friday, it's you, man.
There it is.
Golly.
Rick, you didn't happen to touch Bubba's tooth today, did you?
No, but I thought about it.
You see, that might have done it too.
I started thinking to myself, I wonder how his new crown's doing. It would just pop right out.
Pop right out.
You know what? I didn't know how to take this. I'm so glad that you said that, Adam, because it reminded me of something. And we only got about a minute, but I think I can get it in. Do you know what someone said to me Monday? I went to a funeral. A friend that passed away.
Yeah.
And somebody was there and said, "Hey man, I heard the show Friday. I know you was at Big Love's graduation." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You know what? I noticed about when you're not there." And I thought, "Oh no, I'm about to." He goes, "The show's a lot quieter." And I said, "What?"
Really?
He said, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know what it is." He said, "Everything just seems quieter."
So you're loud.
And I'm like, I guess that's his way of saying I'm loud.
Some things never change. Right?
But I said, you talking about the fact that I'm not talking? He goes, "No. Even when other people are talking, the whole show seems louder when you're there."
Oh.
Like in the room. And I was like, I didn't know what he meant.
It's kind of like when we have family gatherings, everybody's out trying to out-holler the other.
Is that what it is?
But
yeah. So again, it may be back to what Adam's talking about.
The pop made it seem quiet.
This may all be on me. It's like I'm.
We hadn't thought about that. If that's the high possibility.
Could I be headed down the road of internally combusting at some point? Am I on some road and it's just gradually getting there?
Rick,
do you think that was an odd comment? He said the show it's quieter. Yeah,
I wonder what that means.
I don't know.
Volume wise?
Yeah, and I was at a funeral, so it was awkward, so I kind of kept moving. But top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.